Hey guys, can you do it? Well, looks like there is a race underway and they've taken off very, very early, so the live stream won't be on. But this is the Premier Mixed Standard Boat Race 1. We have Sloss Rebels in 1, Peninsula Dragonflies in 2, CYL Black in 3, Brisbane Typhoon in 4, Akka Waka in 5, and Ride Out Wide in green. This is the Premier Mixed Standard Boat. So as we're looking in the middle of the field, we've got Premier Dragonflies doing quite well. Outside of them, CYL Black, obviously very competitive yesterday. On the outside of them in lane 4, Brisbane Typhoon going well as Akka Waka and Ride Out Wide. On the inside ones, coming up Bryce and Robbie. It's beautiful conditions here. So people from the sideline are looking, but it's in the middle of the field. CYL Black doing quite well.
Very good morning to you, Nick, and also to you, Robbie. And well, they are lovely conditions here. Paddlers love it exactly like this, and it's been a nice early start again. So for those tuning in at home, we're underway 10 minutes early, but it's okay. Keep track with us. Over in lane 6 is Ride, lane 5 Akka Waka, lane 4 the Brisbane Typhoon, lane 3 doing very well in lane 3 is CYL Black Team. The Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 2, just off the pace a touch. And in lane 1, the Sloss Rebels are battling along nicely. But in lane 3, CYL Black look to have a great rhythm alongside Brisbane Typhoon.
Well, that's right. The first and second of each heat goes straight through in the 3 fastest. But as we are looking down, it is CYL Black. Brisbane Typhoon maintaining them. So they're the first 2 that'll probably go through. And the rest of them are coming up. Obviously, times are important as well. But it's going to be CYL Black coming through, Brisbane Typhoon Mixed Standard coming in second. 2 probably Pendragons. Bit of a contest here with Sloss Rebels coming on the inside. They're flying home for the 3rd place. This will be a good finish. It'll be important, Bryce.
Yeah, look at the time now. We're going through nicely. It is lane 2, Peninsula Dragonflies, Sloss Rebels in lane 1, and a good battle over the other side. Finishing strong. Ride, just pipping out Akka Waka, lane 6 and lane 5. So a very good start to the day, bright and early.
We're off early again. So if you're at home, you've probably got the replays. Just have to replay it a little bit time, but that's pretty good. There we go. We've got unofficial confirmation. So CYL were first, Typhoon second. 3rd was the Peninsula that were flying home in 2. In 4th came the Sloss Rebels, Out Wide, Ride, and Akka Waka in 6. Going past the tower, big wave from Bear. There's Mako. Thank you. And we'll
That's better, isn't it?
Okay, so great to have your company again, wherever you may be watching right across the planet. It's right for day 2 of the Oz Champs at the Sydney International Regatta Centre at beautiful Penrith Lakes. I'm Robbie McKinlay. I've got Bryce McGain alongside me and Nick Hando. And Bryce, well, we've had a little bit of rain around, about this pretty reasonably light at the moment, but we've got a fascinating day 2 coming up.
Well, it won't affect the paddlers, that's for sure. It's a water sport. They will get on with it. It won't stop. The only thing that will stop it is a bit of thunder, thunder and lightning. So hopefully that keeps away and we can continue racing all day. Look, it is set up nice and for an excellent day 2. Credit to the MySport Live TV. They've brought all those great pictures to us yesterday. and Olivia, Liam, Luca and Sarah. They'll be underway again today. And of course, up in the air, Drone, the Bear, will be bringing unbelievable shots. Radar and Tristan operating the drones. And as you mentioned, the commentary team will bring you every race to you. But we're into the second race now. We have started a little early, so those tuning in around the world understand that we're 10 minutes ahead of schedule just at the moment. So you may just be caught out with your race list as you're looking to tune in and watch your family and friends and keep an eye on what's going on. We are ahead of schedule. So we are at race 2 now, the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard Boat. This is the heat number 2. Heat of number 2 of 5. So plenty of boats going in this 500.
Yeah, and Bryce, just looking at that field for Heat 2, we've got the Canberra Griffins, Tawaka. In 2, in 3 we've got the Melbourne Flames. Different Strokes Gin in 4. I hope they kept off that last night. Stay nice and fresh. In lane 5, the Pacific Dragons. And we have got the Bay of Plenty Flyers from New Zealand over there in lane 6. And we've got a start too, which is great to see. And it looks like it might be the Bay of Plenty crew who've started really well out there in lane 6. Inside them, we've got the Pacific Dragons, who'd be buoyed by a strong performance in the 2K last night. And coming through in the middle there, part of the field in lane 4 is Different Strokes Gin, with Melbourne Flames not too far away there, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, they've actually got off quite to a good start, all crews, but it is in the middle. Melbourne Flames, inside of them, Tawaka going strong as well. Right out wide, the Bop Flyers going quite well. The New Zealand guys, Bay of Plenty, Pacific Dragons in. So what they'll do now, they'll go straight from their start, settle in, not too different to the starts of the 200, but they'll be all there, getting their technique right, getting to the rhythm, making sure that boat's up and running. And it looks like Different Strokes in 4, Bryce, are really giving it to the Melbourne Flames.
They are indeed. Over in lane 6, impressive for the Bop Flyers, the New Zealand crew. They've had a day of racing, settled themselves in, and they're looking the strong crew just out. I think they might be just ahead of all the rest in the middle. So those looking to either side of them, Melbourne Flames looking left and right for T. Walker in 2 and Different Strokes Gin in 4. Keep an eye out on lane 6 because the Bop Flyers are off to a bopping good start.
Oh, that's right. They've got their rhythm, they've got their hit and glide, but it is a battle royale for number 2 because, again, the first 2 go through. So Flames have driven their sweeps, just gone, hey guys, we need to get second. They're up and running, and Flames have just pointed their head a little bit into second. So, Robbie, what are you seeing there, mate?
Yeah, we're going to see the Bay of Plenty crew come through. They'll take out this heat. But then it is, you're right, the Melbourne Flames have had a big finish over the last 150. They'll come through in second, just narrowly ahead of Different Strokes. And the Pacific Dragons not far behind either, with the Tiwaka crew coming in there. And to finish off what was a very competitive race, we've got the Canberra Griffins. But yeah, a big finish there from the Flames. Just get them through to that 1 and 2, which go straight to the semi-finals.
Absolutely great racing. You know, some of the crews are lighter. In the 200s, you'll see a real change in the guard for some of these crews because, again, look at the New Zealand Bop Flyers. I think a lot of them are outriggers as well. They've got that experience where they've just got the hit and the glide, and they just maintain that, and they just edge incrementally through the water and go. So that's Melbourne Flames and the Bop Flyers through, and we are going to go straight up to Heat 3.
Impressive there, I thought, Different Strokes Gin, challenging Melbourne Flames all the way. The Pacific Dragons really stuck at their task as well. They had a strong finish, so they'll get a lot out of that particular heat. They'll go through to the repechage, but the first 2, as you said, go through automatically to that semi-final. But there's some good racing there.
Yeah, big start from the Bay of Plenty crew, who, and then we just, yeah, as I said, Melbourne Flames did their best work probably over the last couple of hundred. So, yep, plenty to play out in that.
There we have it. This is Heat 2. Just waiting for the times to come up.
So these conditions, Nick, just a little bit of light rainfall, a little bit of drizzle. And other than that, the conditions on the water are going to, I would imagine, just about perfect for our day 2 here at the Oz Champs, the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Beautiful Penrith Lakes.
So here is the start list, and it's great to see the boats getting to marshalling quickly. We have the Premier Mixed Standard Boat Race 3 next on the program.
Yeah, I can run through that lane list for you, Nick. We've got in lane 1, we've got Mako. North Queensland Phoenix are in 2. Sloths Purple out of lane 3. Komodo for the first time today. We'll see them out of lane 4. CYL Yellow in 5. And then also for the first time today, it'll be the Hunter River Dragons out there in lane 6. First 2 from each heat. We've got 5 of those. They'll go through to the semi-final, and then the next 3 fastest overall, 13 crews, progress. So the remaining 16 crews, they go through to the repechage, which we saw yesterday. At times it certainly wasn't a disadvantage. Most of the crews are out there at the pontoon, so Nick Hando, who's joined us again after some fine work last night at the sort of the ceremonial night, the opening ceremony. It was absolutely brilliant.
It was fabulous. You know, we had some great dignitaries there. Todd Carney from the local Penrith. We had His Excellency from the People's Republic of China. Also Ricky Chong from China Economic Trade. They were there inducting some people into the Hall of Fame, and also it was great. We had IDBF representatives, and then hopefully, guys, we have the, speaking of Hall of Fame, Mel, congratulations, but there is a museum back in the Olympic room, isn't there?
Yep.
So hopefully they can all get out and watch that, the history of the Australian dragon boating.
All the apparel from every year, I think, of anyone representing the auras are there.
That's it.
Had some ripper old tracksuits in there, the old parachute ones. Remember those?
That
used to-
might give you memories.
every
wouldn't
time
they?
you walked.
Yeah.
Those ones.
Yep.
It's all there.
They were good at the time, though.
It's a
Bryce.
great alignment of the history of dragon boating, particularly the international and the auroras. A great room that's been set up.
Yeah.
Again, a great initiative, DBF.
Could we see Fire Apparel maybe go back a few decades and reignite the old
retro?
The retros.
They
There you
could.
go. Could some of their or not some, or their gear is absolutely sensational. Fire Apparel, and they were given a lovely presentation last night too.
Right, well, Phil's obviously got them all set and ready, obviously. Okay. Whole team, yeah, they're all sitting nice and calmly in the under starters orders with Phil. This is the Heat 3, and we have Mako in 1, Phoenix in 2, Sloths Purple, Komodo Paddle Club, CYL Yellow, and Hunter River Dragons. So if you're just walking in or you're just tuning in, welcome to Penrith, to the Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes, the heart of Olympic rowing and now paddling for the 4th time. The Australian Championships have been held here in Penrith and looking to grow the sport. And Bryce, Robbie, it was so good seeing the under-18s and the under-24s paddling here. A lot of schools represented to hopefully emulate and become Auroras, become the national team, and represent Australia in the green and gold, as they saw last night.
Yeah, exactly. That their first race today in the 500s is race 9, due for 9:04, so we might be around 9 o'clock. So for those looking to follow those crews, Canberra Grammar here and Sydney Zodiacs, the youth there, and the Joeys all coming together, all the youth paddlers from all around the country and formulating their own little teams. It is really good. And also the under-18, the Beechworth Golden Serpents ride.
We have a start, Bryce. It is race 3. Mako going off quite well. Phoenix in 2, Sloths Purple in 3, Komodo Paddle Club in 4, CYL Yellow in 5, Hunter River Dragons in 6. So if you're tuning in and just walking down the foreshore, just have a look across the road. The weather is looking great. The people are walking in and storming in here
Great.
at the race. And out in the middle, we've got Komodo Paddle Club going very, very well. Inside of them, Storm Purple. So this might be the Sloth Purple, apologies. Not the Storm, they're from Melbourne. Purple going through well. That looks like their stronger team. So I think it is going to be in the middle lanes, and don't discount Mako in 1, Bryce.
Yeah, certainly that's what we've seen. Mako making a nice run up in lane 1. They're getting into their work now, lengthening out. Komodo Paddle Club in 4. Through the middle there, the Sloth Purple team have just probably put the bow out in front, looking very strong, the Dragon Head, as they go through the middle stages. Over in lane 6, the Hunter River Dragons. Lane 5, CYL Yellow, just dropping off the pace a little. And in lane 2, North Queensland Phoenix, just keeping touch with them, the back of the leading boats. But impressive Sloth Purple,
Yeah,
as they sort of head down to the last 100 now. Getting pushed along a bit with Komodo Paddle Club in lane 4, but Mako Paddle Club in lane 1 are not to be discounted as well.
That's it. Mako are pushing themselves into second position because they do not want to go through to the repechage. They've started to lift their rating a bit, and you can see the bow of the waves coming off. So I think they're going to come in second, but it is Sloth Purple coming in, and then it's going to be very tight for Mako and that, and I think Mako are going to get it. Oh, he's called it right. Third was Komodo. Out wider, Hunter River Dragons, CYL, and then in lane 2, North Queensland Phoenix. So fabulous racing for the second race of the day, Bryce, as we just see it come across the stream again. And let's have a look.
Might have got him late, I reckon, here in lane 1. It's got that.
Oh, it's a tight thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh, by
Might have another dead heat.
a dragon's nostril.
Yeah, I
a
reckon you
pimple
might
on
be
its
right.
nose.
So, yeah, which was, of course, the Mako Paddle Club.
Again, great viewing. Live streaming by MySport Live. With all our sponsors, these events don't happen. So make sure that you get up and have a nice, hot, warm cacao to energise you through your opening your heart up, paddling up, as we've got Coomera, or is that Ice Dragons going past us there in 2? It's the Ice Dragons.
I think that might be the crew getting ready for the 5th heat.
Now this Coomera, yeah.
Which would be Coomera. So because heat 4, we've got all the boats just about ready in position. Won't be too far off a start. And we've got Fremantle in 1, Canberra Ice Dragons in 2, Yarra River Dragons in 3, DSA 4, Different Strokes in 5, and we've got Ride Black in the far lane.
Well, there we have it. That's right. Mako did get it. So Sloss at 2:03.96 got through, 2:07.21 and 2:07.30. It was split, but Mako got through there. Komodo in 3rd, Hunter at 2:11, Phoenix 2:12. So, and then CYL Yellow. So it was a great finish. We saw Mako. They had their cruising their chug, but then they started to lift about 150 out. They started to lift their racing. We saw the bow of the boat come up. So great finish from Mako. They'll go through, Bryce, as we're lined up for Heat 4. And they are off in Heat 4. Out wide, we have Ride Black in 5 Different Strokes, Tonic. DSA in 4, Yarra River Dragons in 3. Canberra Ice Dragons in 2. And Fremantle are in 1. Seems to be a good start for the 3 crews in the middle from Ice Dragons, Yarra and DSA, and I think Yarra Dragons have got a very, very good start also with DSA in the middle. Out wide, Ride staying with them. Inside of Ride is Different Strokes, Tonic, but on the inside there, Bryce, Fremantle, just dropping back a tiny bit, but it looks like it's lane 3, Yarra River Dragons from me as I now look over to the screen.
Yeah, Yarra River Dragons most definitely in lane 3 with the better of the starts. Ride Black out in lane 6, getting along quite well. They're going with them. They won't have it all their own way out in front, the Yarra River Dragons. DSA in lane 4, just about half a boat length behind the leaders. Lane 2, the Canberra Ice Dragons are sticking at their task. Lane 5, different strokes. Tonic Crew hanging in there, just maybe off the pace a touch, and in lane 1 Fremantle. But it's certainly lane 3, the Yarra River Dragons, and Ride Black are pushing them all the way. Over in lane 6, and DSA, they're right with them as well in lane 4. So this is a good finish. Yarra River Dragons doing their best work late now and just putting a gap on the field.
Yeah, as you can see there, look, they've got their hit and their glide. They're sitting up, engaging their legs. The boat's moving through the water and out wide. They're going to push for second, and I think Ride are probably, unless DSA are going to respond, but Yarra are going to go through, and Ride at the moment are probably comfortably going to go through at second. But here come DSA back in it, because again, they don't want to come. DSA are lifting their rating, but it is Ride that are going to take out the second. Yarra in first, DSA in third. In lane 2 coming in is the Ice Dragons. Out in 5 is Different Strokes, Tonic, and 1, the Fremantle Crew, coming in over the line just past the tower now. So great racing again, Robbie.
Yeah, outstanding from the Yarra River Dragons. They look like they have got a little bit more in the tank there as well too. And impressive on the outside by Ride, who their middle work between that 200 to 400 mark was really good. It set themselves up to get into that second position. And DSA third too. They're probably a little bit disappointed with their start, but there's plenty to work on there. But it's the Yarra River Dragons who will go through from that fourth heat.
Yeah, Ride did really well in the 2000s, so obviously they're more of a long distance crew. So some of the crews, if they get those explosive starts in the 200, now the 500 they sort of settle down into their rhythm, concentrate on their technique a bit more, and make sure that boat is just hit and gliding across that water. And it is nice water. So there we have it.
So it'll be just the 5 coming in our fifth heat of the progression. It'll be Different Strokes Soda in lane 1, the Coomera Dragons 2, Akadaka in 3, CYSM 4, and ACDC in there in lane 5. And there's some of the times starting to come through. A little bit of a slow. I'm looking for here come the Yarra River Dragons. Bryce, how does that time weigh up to the previous heats? Maybe it's just a tad slower.
Yeah, just a smidgen, half a second behind the sloths, and sometimes you just wash it off for your last 10 or 20 metres once you've got it under control. So,
race management, especially in these 500s, you got to sort of manage your crews. So if you're out in front and you know the first 2 are going through, typically I used to down two, and
down tools,
not down twos, down 2, 1, 2 down, and not sort of worry about the times unless it's accumulated race time. But it is, it's long racing, it's long days. They've had the 2 days, so rehydrating your athletes, understanding where they are, and it does put a toll on the body with these athletes. But time in the seat from all the training that these crews have been doing in all the waterways and estuaries and rivers and lakes throughout Australia, and for us to call them in, it's a bit wet, but not too wet. It won't bother the paddlers.
No, not a breath of wind and calm waters, and that suits the paddlers and the boats and how they're running. So we're in the final heat of the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard Boat, and a great way to start the day with mixed competition.
And we're just
setting it up nicely.
Yeah, we've got the umbrellas up here, so we're not getting too wet. All here in the commentary booth.
Not sure if I was given enough credit for pinching those umbrellas from reception this morning, but anyway, I'm sure later in the day, Nick, you'll probably recognise that effort.
Preparation's the key, right?
It is, isn't it? Prepare. And I think I'll be doing that every morning over the next 4 days after this, because looking at forecast, we're probably going to see a bit of this type of weather.
That's right. So as Bryce mentioned, this is the Penrith City Council Last heat, heat 5, in 1. We've got different strokes they've taken away. Coomera Dragons are also got quite a good start. Aka Daka in 3, CYSM in 4, and ACDC, the Thunder Down Under, they're out in 5. So it is quite a good start across them. Maybe possibly in lane 4, CYSM are falling back a little bit, but they've all got off to quite a good start there. Now they've got through their start sequence, hitting into the rhythm, getting that big transition stroke, settling it in, getting the power, getting that hit, the snap. And yeah, it is in lane 3, Yarra River Dragons that are battling it out with, sorry, not Yarra River Dragons, ACDC, Akadaka and Coomera that I see coming through.
Yeah, so we sort of CYSM, who started okay, have just fallen back a little bit. On the outside lane there, ACDC are moving along very nicely into lane 3. Akadaka have been strong, and also the Coomera Dragons have lifted their rate, as have on the inside Different Stroke Soda. But just at this stage, Bryce, the way Akadaka are going there in lane 3, and keep an eye on the lane 5 ACDC. So the power boats are really going to fight this one out.
They are indeed. Just in lane 4, they've just dropped off the pace a little bit, the CYSM crew, but Different Strokes Soda in 1, they're keeping up with the pace as well. Coomera Dragons in lane 2 are really challenging now with Akadaka, and ACDC, well, they're hanging into it as well. So this is going to be a good go for first and second. Of course, those two crews qualify immediately to the semi. The rest go through to the repechage, and well, if you don't want to do an extra race, you're pushing for that second place. Lane 3, Akadaka, just put in a space on them now.
That's it. They've just picked their rating up, gone from about 80 to 85, I reckon, and they've started going in. Coomera also ripping up a finish. They pulled it up as well and outside, but it is going to be ACDC and Coomera go through. Out wide in 5 is ACDC coming in 3rd. Won the Different Strokes Soda, and in the middle, which just fell back a little bit, CYSM. But that was a great performance from those two crews.
Yeah, Strongby, and eagerly await the time on that to see how the comparisons float with the other 4 heats. But yeah, it was Akadaka, and a very strong showing from the Coomera Dragons in the blue. I like what they did over that last couple hundred metres, Bryce.
Yeah, Coomera really stuck at it. They challenged Akadaka, and so good signs. They were strong in the 2K as well. So it looks like, as you've said, Nick, some of the crews are better suited to the longer races where they can use a different style of paddling and get the boat up and running for a longer period of time. A lot of power in their boat.
Yeah, Coomera very strong. There's a lot of big, powerful people here in that mixed Coomera crew, and we'll see the times. You know, times will probably range from 2:02 to 2:06 for the finals. I sort of gather. I don't know what were the first ones, around 2:04.
Yeah, 2:03.
2:03. So they're good times. As the waiting for it, but.
So already the times, and I know the races are very different, and last year's championship in Champion Lakes in WA, the times there 2:06. CYL Black were runners up, Melbourne Flames were 3rd, and Waira 100 Water Paddle Club from New Zealand came across, and well, they ended up being the champions. So maybe it's the BOP team, the Bay of Plenty team from New Zealand, can have a similar path in the Penrith City Council mixed Premier Standard boats.
Speaking of Flames, they're going past us for the small boats. So as we await, if you've just tuned in or walked into the Penrith, we'd like to welcome all the teams. If you didn't paddle yesterday, the new teams out in the shed down there. Happy hello to the Power Blades. Young Sharon sent me a message before.
Those times coming up now from that heat.
slower.
A little bit slower. Akadaka 2:07.62 and Coomera 2:09.02.
Yeah. As again you said, you know, those two teams, they don't need to go all out in this. They just need to position themselves well, get into that semi-final position.
It's also an opportunity to change some of your crew members as well and just balance the load of some of them that might be backing up in other events, maybe in the standard boat and then into the the smaller boats. So they've got crew members that they can mix and match and tune up as they head towards semis and obviously into grand finals later in today.
Oh, very important. Some of the crew management, sometimes for heats, if they know they're going to get through, they might rest 4 or 5 paddlers and then bring in the big guns, Bryce. A couple of big guns from Albury Wodonga. Speaking here of big guns, we've got the bee's knees. Rob Ease. How is that honey?
Good. Well, what's left of it after you almost sculled it there like this? But no, it's still there. I ran into one of the Johns from Yarra Dragons on the way in. He asked if I brought it honey up.
I got a message from the Coles procurement team, and they said they saw on the live stream Rob Ease honey. I said, how do we get that in Coles? How do we get that on the shelves?
Just get in touch
Right, get in touch.
with my people.
That's it. Well, Coles will get your people to talk to Robbie's people, but while they are doing that, Bryce, what do you think is going to happen today regarding the weather?
I can't predict the weather here in Penrith. I'm from Melbourne, I've got no idea. But it looks like it's going to be wet. And if anything to go by, my background being in cricket,
You don't play?
No, it's around the pink test in Sydney. It gets washed out more than any other test in the
Here we go.
in the country. So
Yeah.
that's just the weather. I'm not complaining about it. That's just an observation. But look, the paddlers, this is not going to knock the paddlers around. Still conditions, calm water means good times and good racing, and that's the important part here as the boats get themselves ready. This is again the Penrith City Council, and we appreciate their sponsorship. And they have a welcome to Penrith, and good luck to all the athletes competing this week from Penrith City Council, proud partner of the 2025 Dragon Boat Championships.
Right.
Here in Penrith, there's outdoor adventures, adrenaline attractions, historical treasures, arts and treasure, vibrant dining precincts, and more for you to check out.
And a darn good rugby league side.
Oh,
Who got beat last night?
Unfortunately, they did.
The
So,
locals?
we were down there in the Penrith den, and it wasn't too good. Well, the atmosphere was great, but yeah, they
bit
did get
grumpy?
beaten by the
Manly.
the Manly Sea Eagles. But we're back to racing, and really good if you're tuning in. We are a bit ahead of schedule, and thank you teams for all getting to marshalling. So the Minister of Dragon Boat Affairs, Mel and Lachlan, are doing a fabulous job with all the volunteers and all the sponsors. Without them, we cannot have events like this. And I was talking to the Mayor, Todd Carney, last night, and he was just thrilled that the Penrith can support events like this. For the 4th time, they've had the Australian Championships here over the inception in 1997, I think it was.
Yep.
Way back. But we have a start. Robbie?
We do. Yeah, what an impressive man Todd Carney was. So still is. Lane 1, we have the Muds from Melbourne University, Navmat in 2, the Flames in 3, Akka in 4, the Lakers from Western Australia in 5, and the first time today we've got the Bluefins in 6. So as we look across at the start, it probably is the Bluefins who've made a really good start out there in 6, and on the inside of them is the Lakers from WA. So it's almost running in sync with the outside lane to the inside lane at the moment with just the Muds. Just a bit of a sluggish start in lane 1 alongside Navmat. But for mine, as we get through the middle part of the course, now we're approaching it, it looks like it's the Melbourne Flames who are starting to get into their work.
Yeah, Melbourne Flames. This is the small boat. Melbourne Flames and Akka just outside of them. Also with the Lakers with WA. But it is the Melbourne Flames. They're into their rhythm now. They've got the hit. They're sitting up inside there of Navmad, just falling back a touch, and Mud, the Melbourne University Dragon Boat Club in lane 1. But as we're coming up to the 200 metre mark, now it is the Melbourne Flames. Outside of them, Akka are going there with Lakers, and the Bluefins right out wide. But looking in, Bryce, it is the Melbourne Flames.
Yeah, doing it comfortably, Nick. They got the break on the field. They've probably got a boat length across the course. And they're looking comfortable as they head down to the last 100 metres now. Melbourne Uni are doing well. And it's a challenging part for Melbourne Uni. It's such a transient thing as students come in and leave the the university, finishing their bachelors and masters, and in comes a new crew each year. So they're training them up, and they're doing quite well in lane 1. Acker in lane 4 are pushing the Flames now. They want a big finish. Lakers in lane 5 from WA. They're finishing off strongly. Over in lane 6, the Bluefins are doing quite well. Just off the pace is Navmat in lane 2. But it's going to be the Melbourne Flames in lane 3, just easing their way through, not smashing themselves as they get through to the finish now. They do it by a boat length over Acker in lane 4. Another boat length back. I think it might be Melbourne Uni with a strong finish, and well done.
Yeah, well
to
done.
the crew, the Uni crew. The
Marks.
Lakers coming in 4th. Over in lane 6, the Bluefins getting through, and in lane 2, Navmat getting it done at the back of the field. But Melbourne Flames pushed along by Acker, but looked pretty comfortable out in front.
Yeah, they did indeed. And talking to the Melbourne Flames, they missing the coach Serge. He's hurt his knee, but they're doing a very good job.
I think he's had major knee surgery.
All
A
right.
bit more than just a hurt knee, I think.
Right.
He's not moving around, and he is tuning in and listening to everything you say.
Oh, Serge.
There's
Good
no
morning.
doubt.
Good morning, Serge. Yeah, look, got a text message from actually Claudio Serge. He's the head of the International Dragon Boat Federation, and wishing us all the best here as well. Last night there was Belinda and also Loretta from the IDBF, and they're really taking a close eye on this event and preparing it. And day one, couldn't have gone better. It was pretty good. Some of the announcers down at the foreshore have to pick them up a little bit, but Robbie, I'm thinking Wodonga to here, different racing. Some of the crews were like, "Wow, it's a lot heavier," because of the water that we touched on yesterday.
Yeah, the old Wodonga one, it's an old quarry, so it does have some different things, and God only knows what's under that quarry over the years, the history of Albury Wodonga, but yeah, and so much deeper. But and that all fluctuates, it has its ups and downs. So the Richie Benno time there, Nick, almost perfect for you.
Oh, it's Richie
The Melbourne
Benno time.
Flames.
Yeah, we just got to watch those accents. 2:22:28 for Melbourne Flames, 2:26 for Acker. Melbourne Uni, the Muds, they got in 2:29, 2:30 the Lakers, the Bluefins at 2:33, and Navmat that's right. It's 2:22.
Yeah, that's the benchmark at the moment, Richie. So we're not far away from Heat 2, and in this race we will see a couple of our under 24 and undersides, which they're out in lane 5 and lane 6. So we've got the Sydney Zodiacs in 5 and the Acker Uni Dragons in 6. So that's the 24 and unders. Then we go across to, in lane 1 we'll have Northern Beaches, 2 is the Sydney Tsunami, Black Sea Dragons in 3, and then Yarra River Dragons in 4. That's for Heat 2. It's the progression of the Premier's mixed small boat.
That's right. And while we're having here, just a quick shout out to the sponsors of New South Wales Dragon Boating, Penrith City Council's Fire, obviously the Hong Kong Trade and Economic Department. Lakeside doing a great job up there, supplying, keeping everyone fed. We've got the Sports Integrity of Australia, the Insurance Safe 365, and also Canoe Connections. And don't forget Regatta Sport, Bendigo Bank and Cacao Collective. So if you're tuning in live, this is the Premier Small Boat AusDBF Championships 2025, day 2 of the championships. And Bryce, we are up to race 7?
We are indeed. It's a Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Boat, the small boat. And looking back at the reigning champions, the Melbourne Flames have won the last 3, going back to West Lakes in 2022. 2023, Albury Wodonga, it was Melbourne Flames, and last year in WA at Champion Lakes, Melbourne Flames. So maybe they can do a Penrith Panthers and win 4 in a row. They're looking for that. And
4, Pete.
they were pretty impressive, and their time of 2:22 exceeds their time of 2:25, which they won last year. But of course, different courses, different wind conditions, we understand that, and as you say, heavier and different water. different waterways mean different times. But good signs by the Melbourne Flames in their first one. Black Sea Dragons were just behind them. They were runners up, and they're in this heat. They are in lane 3, so a team to watch there. And the Power Blades, they'll be in lane 3 in heat number 3. So they got the bronze medal last year at the National Championships in 2024 at Champion Lakes.
Nice, as Phil is just aligning all the boats at the start. Great camera work there as what we're watching at. I think the drone footage sometimes, little umbrellas possibly with the drone, Bryce, but they're settling in there. Now all the sweeps and helms are taking it, realigning the boats. Quite easy for them today because again, not too much wind. Rain won't sort of affect them too much, as all the officials and adjudicators, and we thank all the officials again, because without them, events like this are very, very challenging. But yep, about to go under starters orders in this Premier Small Bigs Penrith City Council.
Nick, I was just talking to Radar, who they operate the Bear, the drones, but while we've got this level of rain at the moment, that they don't operate.
Yep.
It's just for the time being, just while the rain's just at this steady amount, we won't have that drone footage. So, but that'll become available as soon as the weather clears up.
Mate, I thought you were talking about Radar. Do you remember that
Oh,
show?
Yeah, the MASH.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, MASH.
The MASH, showing our age.
Yep.
He could hear helicopters different countries away.
Yeah.
He had amazing hearing. Anyway, back to the racing. Race 7. The Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Small Boat. This is heat number 2 of 3 heats. And we've seen some good racing already.
Absolutely. And look, if we do get the pronunciations incorrect, or sometimes we misspell or mispronounce something, please let us know. We're all trying to do our best up here in lovely Penrith. And they are off.
I think you'll be happily corrected there, Nick. Going on. Here we go.
Northern Beaches in 1, Sydney Tsunami in 2, Black Sea Dragons in 3, Yarra River Dragons in 4, Sydney Zodiacs under 24 team, and Akka Uni under 24 team out wide. They've actually got off quite well inside of them with the Yarra River Dragons and also the Black Sea Dragons in it. Northern Beaches just falling off a touch.
Yeah, the Akka Uni Dragons are scratching over in lane 6. They were scheduled for this particular heat. But it does look like Northern Beaches in lane 1, going along nicely with Sydney Tsunami in lane 2. The Black Sea Dragons in lane 3. They were runners-up at the National Champs last year. Yarra River Dragons in 4. Look to be the boat, maybe with a dragon head-to-head. And the under-24 teams, the Sydney Zodiacs, gee, they've been impressive.
Yeah.
Every time they've hit the water, racing in mixed category, open age, I suppose, premier category, the under-24s, they're holding their own.
Yeah, they've enjoyed the challenge, and they're enjoying this at the moment because they are going paddle for paddle there with the Yarra River Dragons, who are in 4, and just on the inside of them, the Black Sea Dragons not going too bad. Northern Beaches in 1 after that slower start have really started to get their act together. And outside of them has got the Sydney Tsunami. Black Sea Dragons in 3, but in 4 it's the Yarra River Dragons. But on the outside of those, the Sydney Zodiacs, the 24 and underside. Look, they are some chance to take out this heat. It's a different category, but gee, they've been competitive.
Yeah, they're picking their rating up. So different ratings and different styles. You've got the Yarra River Dragons inside of them, but the Zodiacs are doing quite well as they coming up at about 150 out, and also won the Northern Beaches. But I'd say for me, I've got 3 and the Zodiacs outside of them putting a touch on them, Bryce.
This is great racing. They were right across the field with 100 to go, and it comes down to how hard they can finish and how they can lift their boat out of the water. And the Zodiacs are certainly doing that over in lane 5. Keep an eye on them. They'll go through and win this heat. Absolutely outstanding. Knocking over the Black Sea Dragons. And then I think it was lane 1 coming through. Northern Beaches stuck at the task. Very, very well done with Yarra River Dragons in 4th place and Sydney Tsunami just a split second behind that. What a great heat that was. the second heat in the mixed Premier Small Boat.
Yeah, well, Sydney Zodiacs take a bow on that one. They look a little bit cooked. Like they gave it everything. They took up the challenge, and they beat the more experienced crews on the inside of them. It was the Black Sea Dragons who came through very strongly to get their category ahead of Northern Beaches, and then we had the Yarra River Dragons in 3. But yeah, the Sydney Zodiacs, super impressive in their first hit out here at Penrith Lakes. Great performance.
Well, they were across the field at about the 100 mark, and it was really anyone's race, and who had the big finish, and up the rate went from the Sydney Zodiacs, and that was really impressive. So we have the final heat now in the small boat, the Premier Mixed Cruise, sponsored by Penrith City Council, who've done a magnificent job overseeing the precinct here. We know the slalom course is active over the other side as well in canoe, another paddling venture.
Yeah, I was keen to go and have a look at that, but we're busy here, enjoying what we're doing here. So, what a great venue. Super impressive, and just love the rural surrounds of it too, Bryce. You just can't help but feel the spirit of that Sydney Olympics 2000, who many people still say is possibly the best Olympics of all time. And you can just feel it here. You can see where those flags would have been on the flag poles, the Olympic bridge with the rings underneath it. As you drive in here, it just grabs you straight away. It's got such a good feeling about this venue. And and the racing we saw on day 1 and what we've seen to start day 2 here at the Oz Champs have really replicated what is a fantastic feel.
Well, I don't think you get more Australian as you look around the course, all the gum trees on either bank, and the rule setting is exactly that. It is absolutely superb. We have a final heat 3 to come through. In lane 1, the Zodiacs, Sydney Zodiacs. So this is their open age group, not the under 24s. CYSM in 2, the Power Blades in 3. Now the Power Blades are probably a crew to have a good look at. Tiawaka in lane 4 and Southern Storm in lane 5. But we've got some times up on the screen there.
Yeah, we have, Bryce, and we spoke about the Zodiac, so they went 2:28.44. The Black Sea Dragons, so first in their category, 2:29. So if you look back at the races prior to that, the previous race was around 2:22, which was the Melbourne Flames. So, yeah, early days, but the Black Sea Dragons around about 7 seconds off the pace if you compare it to the winner of the first heat. But it's the third heat we're going to turn our attention to now as the boats are getting themselves aligned. We've got in lane 1 Sydney Zodiacs, CYSM in 2, the Power Blades. That's their first hit out, the Power Blades Club this morning. Tewaka in 4 and Southern Storm over there in lane 5. As the rain just continues to be pretty steady as it comes down. We've got to start here in the third heat of the Premier Mixed Small Boat Division. It's the progression. The first and second from each heat go through to that semi-final, plus the next 2 fastest overall 8 crews will join them. And the other 9 crews, they go into the repechage, so they're going to get plenty of opportunity here. But as we look across what we're seeing in the first part of the course, it looks on the outside there, the Southern Storm have started really well. Inside them, Tewaka. Just off the pace a little bit, the Power Blades in 2. CYSM have made a good start, and Sydney Zodiacs unfortunately just missed the start a bit there in lane 1, Bryce. But go over to lane 4, and Tewaka have really powered into this first couple of 100 metres.
Yeah, powerful crew. Have got off to a very good start, the Tewaka crew over there in lane 4. Power Blades, well, they were bronze medalists from last year's national champs in this event. Just a little off the pace in lane 3. CYSM are going well in lane 2. The Sydney Zodiacs in lane 1 picking up their work. And over in lane 5, Southern Storm. But at the front here, CYSM, it's a race in 2. CYSM in lane 2 and Tiawaka in lane 4.
Yeah, Tiawaka, they've probably just been pulled in a little bit there by CYSM. Good to see the Sydney Zodiacs in lane 1 after that bit of a slow starter starting to get their rate up. But at the moment, Te Waka in 4 are just holding a little bit of an advantage over CYSM. The Power Blades are starting to make a little bit of a move through the middle part of this course and have coming through strongly. On the outside there too, Southern Storm as well. So just really, Power Blades starting to impress, but it's Te Waka who are going to hold on here, Bryce. You'd think they'll get the chocolates from here.
I think so, with about 50 metres to go, just lengthening their strides, their stroke, controlling the race from out in front. And I tell you what, the Power Blades, they're sniffing a direct qualification into the semi-final. They're pushing hard from third in lane 3, pushing CYSM. They won't get there though, and Te Waka go through, winning the third heat. CYSM in second, and Power Blades, they finish nice and strong to come in third. They'll go to the repechage. Southern Storm likewise over in lane 5. They'll head off to that repechage, and Sydney Zodiacs finishing up there as well. So repechage for those crews, straight through to Waka, impressively out in front, and CYSM.
Weren't they indeed? But yeah, I think Power Blades on reflection, they'll look to build on that start. Their first 100, 150 metres probably might potentially cost them a direct entry into that semi-final. But a good finish, very impressive CYSM. Looks like they got a little bit more there in the cupboard. But yeah, Te Waka, well, good start for them. They will go through into that semi-final as well. So that does complete the 3 heats of the progression of the Premier Mixed Small Boat. And our good friends at Fire Apparel, isn't that some smart gear they are putting out there, Bryce? They'll be sponsoring our next race section of races, which in first up, it's with first of our under 18s and under, the mixed standard boat. And we're going to see them back again. They were solid yesterday, these 4 crews, the Grammar from Canberra, the Joey's Blue and Red crew, and the Sydney Zodiacs. They were fantastic yesterday. They were one of the highlights for mine across the day.
Indeed, this is the future of Australian dragon boating in the next couple of races. A little bit further down, we have the repechage that'll start in that place. But we have some times up there.
Yeah, we do, Bryce, and that's a smart time from Te Waka, 2:22.8. So that aligns with some other times we've seen here earlier today. And the Sea Dragons 2:27, and the Power Blades at 2:28. So yeah, Te Waka, strong performance. That's 7 seconds inside the winner of Heat 2, which was the Black Sea Dragons. And then if we look at that the first heat of the day,
very comparable.
Very similar with the Flames. So the Flames and Te Waka, let's keep an eye out in the semi-finals for those.
Yeah, and those times, as we mentioned before, are under the times they won the championship. So it's not bad going. Now,
wow.
I've said it many times, the different conditions mean different racing conditions and times. We know that they can fluctuate, but good signs that the racing is fast despite a little drizzle around. The course is playing very fair and the boats are going through very quickly.
It'd be from a novice in the dragon boat industry and whatnot, but Bryce, I'm picturing myself here that this would have to be close to the near perfect conditions that you could have.
This is certainly the best facility in the country. Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
It is absolutely superb, and all the paddlers and many of them in the grandstand or in the boats have been here for the first time and just saying, how good is this? This is like other sportsmen playing at the MCG or playing at Lords or maybe at the centre court at Wimbledon. This is the creme de la creme in the country, and appreciated by all the paddlers. So it is shaping up well. Now, for those that are tuning in, we are well ahead of time. So if you've looked and went to jump on and looked at the schedule and said, 9:04 will be in race 9. I want to watch my grandson, my granddaughter in the under 18s. We want to see what they're doing. We are ahead of time. So we're about 15 minutes ahead of what the schedule is. So I hope you get to tune in. I hope you get to watch it. Certainly you can move the slider back and see a replay of the race, but nothing quite like watching it live, and that's what MySport Live TV do. They bring all the pictures and scenes nice and live, and we are underway, Robbie.
Yeah, we are. So we've got first of our 18s and under action for the morning here on day 2 at the Oz Champs at the magnificent Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes. Bryce and I were just talking about how good it is and how good, no wonder the competition's been so good. But if we look at the start of the first race, and straight away I look out to lane 4 and you see Joey's Red have made a fantastic start. The Sydney Zodiacs inside them are now starting to move up alongside them, and as are Joey's Blue. And just on the inside lane there, the Canberra Grammar crew. That also too, after probably just a little bit slow off the start, are starting to really find their rhythm too. But it's sort of following the outside lane to the inside lane for the moment, Bryce.
Yeah, the focus group there, the Sydney Zodiacs in lane 3, but they're getting pushed along all the way through. Canberra Grammar in 1, the Joey's Blue team in lane 2. Joey's Red did start really well, Robbie. You're spot on there. As we zoom in there on boat number 1, which was the Grammar crew. But we see now the Sydney Zodiacs maybe, well, in lane 3. Lane 4, Joey's Red, are right up there with them. This is terrific racing. Of course, the times from round 1, 2 and 3 get added together to work out those final placings. So every second counts in these races, and all the crews that know that, they'll just be putting the hammer down as they get into this 100-metre mark. They'll be making sure that every second counts. It doesn't matter if you just back off a little bit. Every second counts for your overall result.
Yeah, this is a fantastic finish coming up here. So at the moment, it's Joey's Red in 4, just holding on. There's a big challenge from Sydney Zodiacs in 3 as they come through, and they might have even taken the lead with around about 50 metres to go. How impressive have Canberra been in lane 1? They have really lifted their rating. This is a good finish. How about this for an early morning thriller? In 4, Joey's Red, Zodiacs pushing hard in 3. It is head for head, bobbing head, nothing in it. Give it to the Zodiacs. Just half a head. They get over the line from Joey's Red, coming through strong with the blue side. And Canberra Grammar, didn't they make up some time over the last couple of 100 metres? What a great finish we've got there. We'll have a look back on the replay here, Bryson. It is the Sydney Zodiacs by a head, a dragon's head, and a little bit more, chuck in the neck as well. Whoa, what a bit of racing that was, and gotta love that all crews had their moments throughout that race.
They did indeed, and the rate that you mentioned Canberra Grammar, even though they finished in 4th space, they were closing in on the boat next to them, the Joey's Blue crew, and their rate was very, very impressive. So some tremendous racing there. The times, well, Sydney Zodiacs will maybe pick up probably about 0.3 or 0.4 of a second. That'll be inspiration for the Joey's Red and the Joey's Blue team to track them down, turn the tables in the next round.
Oh, it sets it up. It has really set it up across the 3 rounds. You know, sometimes we might see a dominant crew come out and blow the opposition away in that first round, and it can then potentially come a little bit mundane. But this is a genuine contest, and if Canberra Grammar can sort out that start, well, they can come right back into contention. They could win a heat. They could win a round.
No doubt about it. And we're off with the start. This is the Fire Apparel under-18 mixed small boat. There are 4 boats in this race. In lane 1, Beechworth Golden Serpents. In lane 2, Ride. In lane 3, the Joeys. Just the plain label Joeys. No red, no blue, no black. No coloured Joeys. They're in lane 3. And Sydney Zodiacs in lane 4. So already we're seeing the Beechworth Golden Serpents, and weren't they impressive in the 2K? And they are off to a really good start in lane 1. Alongside them in Riders, just dropping off a little bit. Joey's in lane 3, and Sydney Zodiacs, they're holding their own over in lane 4 as well.
Yeah, look, early days here. Looks like we could have another terrific finish coming up here. So there's not much at all between 3 of these crews. Just at the moment, Ride in lane 2. After that sluggish start, they're a little bit off the pace, but then the other 3 crews, Beechworth in 1, probably leading the way at the moment as they approach on the grandstand side. go over to 3. You've got the Joeys and the Sydney Zodiacs now in 4. So there's a really good contest unfolding here. As they get towards the past the 200 metre mark of the course, on the inside now, in 1, the Serpents from Beechworth have really lifted their rating now, and they would take a lead on from lane 4, which is the Sydney Zodiacs. The Joeys in lane 3 are hanging on there. They're not out of this one yet, and back to ride in 4th place.
Yeah, it's a good go, and these Beechworth Golden Serpents in the mixed small boat are proving to be a sensational crew. Getting through nicely. Just admiring their stroke at the left-hand side of screen there. The Joeys in lane 3. A group of youth paddlers from all over the country come together at the Nationals and form the Joeys. Sydney Zodiacs, well, they're putting down the hammer because they know time is important. And back in lane 2, Ryder just battling along a bit, but give them a big cheer as they go. Getting across the line now is this Beechworth Golden Serpents team in lane 1. Most impressively, the young under-18 crew have done a great job there. The Sydney Zodiacs in lane 4 getting across in 2nd, and the Joeys getting across the line there in lane 3. And lane 2, Ride. A very young crew striving through in this under-18 mixed small boat. The boats seem to get heavier and heavier as you get longer and longer in the races. And they may be feeling the pinch there. But well done to the Ride team. Getting through to the finish there and clocking their time. And for a team like Ride, it'll be about beating their time in the next round and then getting better in their 3rd round as well. So tremendous racing once again. Great pictures brought to you, My Sport Live. We're seeing all the angles. Unfortunately, the drone can't be out just with this weather as it sits at the moment. The rain's just a little bit heavy to send the drone up, but hopefully things clear up shortly and we'll get those unbelievable shots from above.
Yep, so it was the Sydney Zodiacs out of lane 3 getting there over Joeys in 2, and Sydney's, it was the Beechworth Serpents in 1 ahead of the Sydney Zodiacs over there in 2. Look at that time now. So these are going to be important, Bryce. The Zodiacs, they've come up with a time. That's the previous race, I believe, Bryce.
It is. That is
indeed. And this is important, these ones. So 2:20.7 for the Zodiacs, 2:21.18 for the red Joeys, the blue in 2:24, and the Grammar 2:25. So around about 5 seconds between the all 4 crews there. And as we said, we mentioned the Grammar did have a little bit of a slow start. They can really knock over a couple of seconds there quite comfortably.
Yeah, it's 0.4 of a second. And that'll be inspiration for that Joey's red team to track down those Sydney Zodiacs. That was the standard boat, the full boat, and the under-18s. These times are coming through for the small boat, which is the heat that just went through then. Well, it's not a heat, it's a round 1. And they've set their times, and in they come now. Beechworth 2:29. That is impressive.
Yeah, that's good.
It's only 8 seconds off the full boats that were going through in the heat before.
Yeah.
That is a good time.
Good. They had a good rating. I was just down there walking past the grandstand listening to your magnificent voices. People are really understanding. And look, we're underway here in the Premier Mixed Standard Boat Repechage. Is it? Race 11. That we'll have to just look to get some of those crew lists coming down. But over in lane 1, taking off quite well. In 3, it looks like going quite well also in this mixed standard boat. So out wide, you can see the different strokes are there. Inside of them is one of the crews, the Victorian crews, that we just can't quite get the pictures on now. But yeah, there we have. There's different strokes. Outside of them, they're going quite well in 5. Inside of them, whether it's Typhoon, is it in the middle there? Just sort of can't see in the orange hats. But yeah, the races, especially what going here, the repechage, Bryce, what we got to do is each team, so basically first from each repechage and the two fastest, if you're looking on board with the screen, it's got to be they've got to progress to the semi-final. So as these teams, you've got to be fast, but also you can't be complacent, because what the other heats, the other repechages that are coming up, you've got to try and get and beat their time to get into the semi-final. So it looks like Tonic are doing quite well here, and in the inner side of lanes, whether it's DSA here, yes, in two are coming back on them as well. But Tonic and also in the middle, they are doing quite well, as we're just trying to look up the streams here. Great footage coming through. DSA insider here. Tonic out wide in 4 coming through.
Yeah, in lane 3 you'll get through pretty comfortably here. They will qualify from this repechage, the first of 3 repechages.
Tonic outside of them. DSA coming in here.
And then it comes down to time, and the next 2 fastest crews across the 3 will get their opportunity and set the time and go through to that semi-final. Unfortunately, 11 crews will drop out of this repechage.
Rightio. Okay, we're just going to be back in a few seconds. Welcome, and we'll be back. Bye for now. So good morning. Yes, as we see Tawaka giving us a wave going past the crew coming up for the next race. It is again the Penrith City Council repechage Premier Mix, as we're just waiting for the crew list to come through as they're going past the tower. Again, we'd like to thank most of the sponsors. We've just got our hot cup of cacao, which was fantastic down there, Yasmin in the tent. So get up there, warm up. One of the sponsors, Fire Apparel, are also there. So we'll be back in just a few moments. Okay, welcome back. It is the Premier Mix Standard Boat Penrith City Council Race 12. In 1, we have Griffins, Tawaka in 2, Hunter in 3, Ice Dragons in 4, and Sloss Rebels in 5. This is the repechage. We're about to go. So again, first from each repechage go through. 2 fastest crews, so they will be battling out. They're in starters orders. Phil's got them all lined up. There's Bryce McGain and Robbie McKinlay with me, welcoming everyone back live to this start of race 12. So they're about to go. Just a few minor adjustments. It's great to see the crews also lining up. And they are away, Robbie, and it is Griffins in 1, Tawaka in 2, Hunter in 3, Ice Dragons from Canberra in 4, and the Sloths Rebels out wide that have taken off quite well. But as the foggy rain can be a little bit promiscuous sometimes at times, but it is 3. Hunter and Tawaka in 2 coming up inside of Griffins and the outside of the Ice Dragons. So you could throw a blanket across from 2 to 4. Griffins falling back just a tiny bit as they're coming past a lot of the other boats that are here, slowing down at the Penrith Regatta Centre. So yeah, pretty even start. Outside the Sloth Rebels doing well, but it is in 3. Hunter and Tawaka inside of them.
Yeah,
Robbie.
indeed, Hendo. It's so true. That was across the first 150 metres, very even. Just slipping back a little bit now, we've got Griffins in lane 1. Then if you go to lanes 2, Tawaka, Hunter in 3, and the Ice Dragons in 4. Bit of a lift from Griffins in 1, 2. So the 3 middle crews here are going to fight this one out at this stage. In lane 2, we've got Tawaka, Hunter in 3, who probably just lead the way ever so slightly, and the Ice Dragons there in 4. But this is set up here, Nick, for a big finish coming up, and both the outside and the inside lanes, their work rates improved too. But have a look at these middle 3.
Absolutely. With about 100 to go, you've got Hunter with a sneaky little Dragon's Head, but Ice Dragons are pushing them all away. And now Tawaka, as Bryce called before, they've got a big finish, but it is in the middle. Hunter going to come through there at the middle. Outside of them, the Ice Dragons, but here come Tawaka. Woggy started to call them up. Hunter, this is going to be a good finish for one of the big boat races, but it's going to be Hunter. Ice Dragons outside them. Tawaka coming for a second race. Hunter are going through, and it's going to be very, very close. Ooh, I think Ice Dragons got there just ahead of Tawaka. Out in 5, Sloss, Rebels, and inside of them, Griffins, just crossing off the line. So that was a great finish. Good to see some close finishes. Obviously, with the repechaging times for them to get in, it is very competitive. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, Tawaka just missed out on that second placing. So that was great racing.
Big finish there from the Ice Dragons, who made up a lot of ground over that last 50% of that course, the last 250 metres. They'll take a lot out of that. And, well, the first from each rep goes through. The next 2 fastest progress to the semi-final, but that was sensational. From a great win there from Tawaka, but goodness me, how about those Ice Dragons? They've got a bit there, and Tawaka, throw them in there. The Hunter crew, who got the chocolates there, there's a lot more to play out in that event.
Oh, that's right. There is, not so much they're playing in tactics, but you don't really want to go to repechages, but you want to keep your paddlers fresh. So we move on, obviously, to repechage 1. This is the Penrith City Council again, Premier Mix Small Boat this time. So got a free lane 1, Bluefins are in 2, Lakers are in 3, Tsunami in 4, and Zodiacs. Yeah, there it is, the Pacific. Oh, that's some previous heat results. They're just up on your live screen. So just catching up on some results there.
Yeah, they're the results that we saw up there briefly from the Repechage 1. The Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard boat. We're into the Repechage. The third Repechage is getting prepared.
And there, while you've got it, yeah, it was Hunter at 2:11.66 price. Ice Drag is at 2:12.91, 2:13.23 Tawaka, 2:19.82 Sloth Rebels, and coming in just over the line with Griffiths is another 2:22 as they're off in race 13. Freo in 1, Peninsula Dragons in 2, ACDC in 3, North Queensland Phoenix in 4, Different Strokes out in 5, and CYSM completing the field. But it is in 3. ACDC have got off to an absolute flyer, actually, Bryce. And outside of them, North Queensland Phoenix with that orange fluorescent cap, so we can make them out easily. So this is another Repechage for the mixed standard boat.
It is lane 4. We see North Queensland Phoenix going along really nicely in lane 4. In between them, Different Strokes, the Tonic Crew for them. But out wide, lane 6, CYSM. They're one of the slowest in the heats, but they look like they've really ramped things up. Maybe tuned up their boat in some respects.
Yeah, maybe reallocated a few heavy hitters in the engine room for things. But as we look at, it's about 300 to go, and it is in the middle. It is ACDC and North Queensland Phoenix. I know North Queensland might have a little touch outside, but as you said, CYSM also pushing them back inside. Freo and the Peninsula Dragons just falling back a little bit. But it is 3. It's Akadaka and North Queensland and fighting it out, Bryce. I think, are you going to call a big finish from out wide?
Well, we're into the last 100 metres, and ACDC have put the hammer down here. The middle stage has been absolutely superb in getting them right up to the finish here. North Queensland Phoenix in lane 4 are right with them. On the far side, CYSM just tightening up. They're tiring a little bit in lane 6, so we focus our attention into lane 3. I think North Queensland Phoenix are going to do it in lane 4.
Responding.
Oh, this is a great finish. I tell you what, I think North Queensland Phoenix have held on with ACDC in lane 3. On the far side, CYSM tightened up. Different Strokes, the Tonic Crew in lane 5 getting through. Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 2, and then Freo coming through at the back of the field. But that is a good go. I think it is boat number 4, North Queensland Phoenix.
Well,
your thoughts, Nick?
Well, look, again, I think at about 50 out, they've realised there's only one going through.
Yep.
But also, we'll have to look at the progressive times because the semi-finals. It'll be really interesting to see how this heat pans up with the next one, to see what the times of those small boats. But I don't know. We've had one dead heat, have we?
We have in some of the placings along the way, and well, it makes for such tight racing, competitive racing. It's a national champs. It's all on the line. You can't sit back and go, well, we'll wait for later in the year, or we'll get better from it. This is it. Put your chips in.
You know, and it's like all the coaches and the clubs are saying. You're sitting there in the boat, and if your head moves to the left just to have a look, there's a second gone. So you don't want to be that boat, the person that jeopardises it. And with a succinct crew, you want that dragon boat just flowing and gliding through the water. You don't want to be ploughing. You don't want to be bobbing up and down. And it's really interesting to see all different types of techniques, different coaching, different strategy, different ratings. Some of the bigger crews, bot flyers, for example, that long, strong rating, Tawaka. And then it's also, when do you pull your finish? You saw North Queensland, they went out early, 50 to go, and then I think ACDC tried to go with them. So it'll be really interesting to see the times and the results while we wait and we'll line up the Penrith City Council Repechage 1 Premier Mix small boat. So this is the Bluefins in 2, Lakers in 3, Tsunami in 4, and the Mighty Young Zodiacs out in 5.
Yeah, this is the Repechage. So first in each repechage goes through. The next two fastest progress to the semi-final. And then 5 crews drop out across these repechage. There's the times coming up for the previous 2:12.76 and 2:12.85, if you don't mind. So absolute thriller.
Just
No, that was heat 8.
Yeah, that's going back to ACDC and the Sea Dragons. Yep.
Yeah, just while we're waiting for those, it was really good with Gillian McCullum, the chair of the Dragon Boat New South Wales. She must be very proud of the team working in conjunction with the AusDBF here down in Penrith. So it is very exciting racing here, and there's not much wind around, but just a bit of drizzle. Hopefully we keep the heavy rain in the CBD.
so there's those times now. That's of the third repechage, the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard Boat, and North Queensland Phoenix getting it done in lane 4. 2:12.75, just a tenth of a second ahead of ACDC. So the time is important, and those times do match up. It is going to be a really tight thing with the other crews. So the winner of each of those repechage, they're through. That is Pacific Dragons, Hunter, and North Queensland Phoenix. Away you go. And then we're looking at times, the next two fastest crews, and it is even across them all. I can't call it from here. We'll have to wait for that official lineups for the semi-finals. So keep your eye on those results. It is tight racing.
That's it, as we're waiting for the Premier Mix Small Boat Race 14. Under starters' orders, we've got the Bluefins, Lakers, Tsunami, and the Zodiac. What Zodiac sign are you, Bryce?
I'm an Aries.
Robbie?
Gemini.
And I'm a Libran. Apparently I can't make decisive decisions. But it is okay, because all we have to do is call
Shoot from the hip a bit.
great racing. I do shoot from the hip.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Oh, Nick, Nick's just, Nick's going to get a present. Looks like we're not getting one, Bryce, but anyway, might be a holster for his hip.
So what we have is 2 repechage rounds here in the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Small Boat, and we do have a start. We are away. So it's actually, lane 1 is vacant. Lane 2, we have the Bluefins. Lane 3, the Lakers. Lane 4, Sydney Tsunami. And in lane 5, the Zodiac team. So 4 crew out there at the moment in this repechage 1, the mixed small boat. The first go through, plus the 2 fastest times go through. So 4 crews in all will get through out of these 2 repechage rounds.
So as you're looking here, Bryce, on the screen and viewers at home, you'll see the different ratings. Some of the people have their lower arm at the top, and then some of these guys here, they're really digging it in and setting it up. Some of the inverted paddles, so different styles, shorter sweeps, shorter pull, and then you've got some of the bigger people that have a bit more of a longer stroke out in one. Bit slower, but these small boats, it's not small boats, it's 10 people in the big boats, but it's called the small boat. So in, 3 and 4, going quite well, which is Tsunami. On the inside here, but I'd say for me it's Tsunami, just a touch ahead out in 4, and Lakers inside of them, Robbie.
Yeah, Tsunami just controlling the race at the moment. They will keep an eye on the Lakers, as you said, there in lane 3. The Zodiacs out there in lane 5. And this looks like they've got them held at bay, but improvement from the Bluefins. We're seeing them in lane 1. In fact, they have lifted their rating to a large extent after a slow start. They're coming through very strongly here, so that's a really promising signs for the Bluefins. But at the moment, in fact, this is really going to be a race of 3 now as we come across the last 100 metres here, Bryce.
Yeah, it is. Lane 3 is the Lakers. They look to have surged here. Sydney Tsunami caught flat-footed as they hit the last 100, and they've just been passed. They're looking for more, but I'm not sure they've got it. I think the Lakers are going to be able to do this. They'll put themselves through to a semi-final, although there's another big surge. Sydney Tsunami are lifting. The semi-final is on the line here. The Lakers, I think they'll get through by a dragon head. They will indeed. Great racing there, and well done to the Bluefins, who really stuck at the task. Now, if they are with a fast time, they can find themselves through to the semi. So they push themselves all the way through. Well done to the Zodiacs over in lane 5 as they finished off strongly as well. But terrific racing there. The Lakers caught Sydney Tsunami just a little flat-footed. They hit the 100 and they just lifted away from them, and it was gone before they blinked.
And it's amazing. Some of the tactics from Cruz, and whether it's a drummer, usually the sweep, sometimes you might be 150 out and you'll be close neck and neck with a race and you hear one boat go, finish! And then next minute people try and panic and they do their finish. So it's really tactical. You've got to trust your boat. You've got to trust your race program, what you're doing. But as you saw then, they pulled away a bit more than a dragon's head up to the drum. Mate, really good call, Robbie. And I'm liking what we're seeing.
Well, what we saw over the last 200, 250 metres of that race, the Bluefins were the quickest boat. They were a long way back after that start, and they've made up a lot of ground there. So if they can get through, I'm not sure if they'll get through there, Bryce. It goes on times.
It does. So the first one goes through. The Lakers, they head through to the semi, so no dramas there. But the times for Sydney Tsunami, who were just pipped, and the Bluefins, they may find themselves getting through anyway on good time. So let's take a note of these, because it's going to matter when we look at the times from the second repechage, which is coming up.
Okie dokie. So we've just gone through race 14, and we look ahead to the race 15. We've got the Premier Mixed Small Boat, repechage number 1. And the crews are out to the pontoon now with Southern Storm in 2, Northern Beaches in 3, YRD in 4, and Nav Matt in 5. But there's some of those times there. We're just looking at those, Bryce, from race 14. And it was Lakers at 2:28.67, Tsunami 2:29, and the Bluefins 2:31. Whether that will be enough time will tell. Pardon the pun.
Delivered the pun.
Yeah, no apologies here. So we're not too far away from a start from our next, which is repechage 1 of the Mixed Premier Small Boat. So the first in each of these reps, plus the next 2 fastest, total of 4 crews progress to the semi-final. 5 crews drop out from this repechage. Rain just eased a little bit, but it's just like a little sleety drizzle at the moment, and the way the atmosphere is structured this morning, Nick, it looks like we're just going to probably put up with a fair bit of this most of the day. But at the moment, it's not too heavy; it's just light and annoying.
Yes, it won't bother us up here as you're tucked away in Robbie's honey warming up. I've both given you a bit of a warm cacao there, so that'll give you a bit of a heart starter. I've just rocked up to the tent and with fire, and they've just given me my wet weather shorts for the medal presentations, which was fantastic. So as this race is underway,
we're off.
We've got no one in lane 1. Got a bit of a free lane there. So Southern Storm are in 2, Northern Beaches are in 3, YRD Yarra River Dragons in 4, and the navigational Navmats in 5. But as we look across the field, they've actually got off to quite a good start. I'd probably say 4. Yarra River Dragons and Navmat leading the way there. Yeah, this small boat, as again you see on screen there, they are hitting the catch, ripping that, getting the snap back, less air time, the better. You don't want your recovery being labouring. And then out wide, Navman, I think Bryce are just a touch ahead, if not equal with the other 2 boats. But over to you, Bryce.
Yeah, there was a close-up of Southern Storm there, the green team in lane 2. Just dropping off the pace a touch here. Northern Beaches and YRD, their times were very close in the heats, as was Navmat. So we've got a real racing 3. In lane 3, Northern Beaches. In lane 4, YRD and Navmat over in lane 5. Just feeling the pinch a bit, but it looks like they're lifting for this last 100. There's a spot in the semi-final. First go through, and then it's about the time. So a racing 3, they're going to push each other here.
Oh, yeah, Northern Beaches have just started to lift. The sweep's just gone. Let's go, because we want to get straight through there. And the other crews have responded outside wide with Yarra River Dragons. Navmac coming back at them again. But Northern Beaches are looking to go, slot their spot in it. And it is boat 4. Northern Beaches finishing strong.
Oh.
Out wide, Navman really
Look at
starting to
go.
go now. But it's Northern Beaches coming at it. Navmat are really coming out the middle. Yarra River Dragons, but I think it's in the middle lane. Northern Beaches are coming across the line. Out wide, Navmat in 2. And then third, Yarra River Dragons with Southern Storm just crossing the line now. Great racing, good to call. Our voices are starting to warm up a bit as we get these exciting finishes. Again, there's the replay. They're straight through there at this fabulous 2025 Australian Dragon Boat Championships out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes. From My Sport Live, wherever you're tuning in around the world, I'm sitting here with the great commentary team of Bryce and Robbie, and I'm about to have a bit of Robbie's honey to make sure that we don't let our voices grow. Just had a cacao. It went pa-pow.
Top it off with a Robbie's honey, and you are set for another couple of hours of some of your best. Here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, Penrith Lakes. Despite the misty rain, the conditions are fantastic. Not a lot of breeze around at all, which probably indicates the rain's not going to blow away in a hurry. But we're well ahead of time too, Bryce. So that's another thing to keep in mind if you're watching from home, and that we're probably around about 35 minutes ahead of the game here.
Yeah.
At the moment.
I was just wondering, how's the grandstand down there? Can everyone hear us down there? Bit of a cheer, bit of a wave. Oh yeah, they can hear
They're
us.
with you.
Nice, nice.
Nick will be down later to display his brand new shorts he's got from Fire Apparel, so we can something to look forward to.
Oh right, very colourful and high tech down there. Very colourful and high tech. And there we have it. It is
2:32 for Navmat. Oh, that's
no. Let's just wait. Well, the times are coming up.
yeah.
And I'd say they'd switch. Yeah, there we go. Times are coming up just a bit before. Trying to confuse us a bit here in the commentary team. But Bryce is too smart for that. Yeah, there it is, Bryce. 2:32.05. Navmat 2:33.25 in second. 2:33.74. Very close with Yarra River Dragons. And the Dragon Boat v Southern Storm Paddle Club 2:41.61. So that's it. Now we come to the Fire Apparel. Very, very, very fortuitous timing there, because they've just delivered, as Robbie said, some amazing shorts, and they are off. One in Joey's, Grammar in 2 that we saw at the hotel this morning, Joey's Blue in 3, and Sydney Zodiacs are in 5. So this is round 2, the under 18 mixed standard boat, after we had a very, very good race in the first round. Robbie.
Yeah, well, Nick, I can tell you in that first round of the progression, at the finish line, Zodiacs finished under half a second ahead of Joey's Red. So, and then the next two boats were not far behind that. So it is really, it's set up for probably, but the highlight race so far, this 18 and under progression, as we hit into the second round here, and you only have to look at those crews across the water now, just how close this is. It is set up superbly, this one. Remember, Zodiacs won the first heat. They were half a second ahead of the Joey's crew, and at the moment, on the outside, the Zodiacs would be holding sway. They're probably going pretty strong here, but all other boats finish strong.
Oh, absolutely. At about 2:20 to go. And this is also crew management. Are you putting your strongest crew in for this under 18 mixed standard boat? And it is a sight to see. So if you're looking from the foreshore, look at the young Zodiacs, Sydney Zodiacs out wide. Inside of them in 2, it is the Grammar crew. But Joey's Red absolutely trying to keep with the Zodiacs. As Robbie said, Zodiacs are out about a second and a half in the first round, but here come Joey's red on the inside. Canberra Grammar keeping with them. Joey's blue, but it is at the moment Sydney Zodiacs looking good. Very good timing from the Zodiacs. The boat's gliding. They've just started to pick their rating up because they want to finish, and so is Joey's red on the inside. Their finish as well. Grammar coming back at them. Joey's. It's Grammar versus Joey's, but out in lane 4, it is going to be the Zodiacs. Look at the snap back of their recovery. Beautiful to watch here from upstairs. And it is going to be Zodiacs coming through. They're probably going to extend a bit more than a couple of seconds this time. In one, Joey's red coming through. Grammar and Joey's blue are having a fight for third, and I think Grammar are going to pip them on the line.
They have got them on the line, did Grammar. They'll finish third in that progression round, but a significant win in that round 2 for the Sydney Zodiacs. They can build on what was a narrow lead after the first round. They'll probably increase that by maybe a couple of seconds, and that'll put them in a good position to take out this event when at the completion of round 3. So some hot racing again there in the round 2 of the 18s and under mixed boat.
Absolutely, yeah. Great footage from My Sport Live. The camera crew and the whole production are doing a fabulous job for all the people around the world, around the country, and possibly live streaming while they're flying above. You never know. So we'll be back just a few short moments. Welcome back. So we have race 17 on the list. It is the under 18 mixed small boat. In lane 1 we've got Joey's, 2 Beechworth Golden Serpents, Sydney Zodiacs in 3 and Ride in 4.
And we have a start. We are underway. And it's the all-powerful Beechworth Golden Serpent team in lane 2. Sydney Zodiacs in 3. Ride in lane 4. And the combined team, the Joeys, in lane 1. But gee, I was impressed with Beechworth in the first round of the under-18 mixed small boat.
Oh yeah, they were watching them down that lane 1 in the first round. They were very impressive. Great rhythm, great teamwork. But as we come up here, they've just gone through their first 80, gone through the start sequence. They'll hit that big transition stroke, settle in, concentrate on the technique, make sure they're all sitting. Everyone's head the same, paddle the same. These young crews in the under-18 fire apparel mixed small boat. And as you said, it looks like it is Beechworth just edging ahead of lane 1, Joeys, with the Sydney Zodiacs outside of them in 3, and Ride Dragon Boat Club in 4. But on the screen, it is Beechworth Golden Serpents that are narrowly ahead as they'll get into that rhythm. They've got quite a fast little rating there, so could be around 75 strokes per minute, rates per minute. There's some of the bigger crews, and depending on what your coach tells you to do, what's the maximum speed that your boat's going to go, what's the optimum stroke rate for your crew. But yeah, look at that. That's beautiful to watch. They've got a great recovery there, hitting the catch. Nice. And inside of them are Joeys. But it is Beechworth, Bryce, the Golden Serpents, that are probably going to take this one away. They're controlling the race. About 100 to go.
Yeah, a good running by, well, a good race here by the Joeys in lane 1. They were third in that first round, and I think they've just rejigged their boat a little bit here, and they're pushing their way through into second. It will be Beechworth in lane 2. The all-conquering Beechworth Golden Serpents as they put a boat length on the rest of the field. But I think the Joeys have improved here considerably. I think they're going to pip the Sydney Zodiacs in this round 2. Through go the Beechworth Golden Serpents. Lane 1, it is the Joeys. And in lane 3, Sydney Zodiacs. In lane 4, Ride not that far behind. And I think they've done a better time than what they achieved in that first round. So, again, some terrific racing in the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard Boat. Small boat, rather.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, it is the under-18 Mixed Small Boat. My apologies. So, Beechworth going through. The Joeys sliding up into second. They've picked up some time now, or taken some time out of the Sydney Zodiacs. And Ride, I think they've ticked off a better time in round 2.
Yeah, good to see some improvement. We're not surprised. They finished quite well in round 1, Ride, so that they got something to build on there. But the Serpents have done it again. It's a real Beechworthy sort of day too. Right, as we said, approach winter down in northeast Victoria. It's a type of day you can jag down in Beechworth. Beautiful part of the world. It's where a lot of the history of the Australian gold rush was all part of Beechworth.
Right.
Back in the day and it's got a great connection too to dragon boating too, with the Chinese connection in the gold rush in the mid 1800s,
50s?
1860s, 1860s.
Are they paddling? Are they in the ocean on a lake, or are they on the river estuary? Where are they paddling?
They're definitely not in
they
the ocean.
They are not on the ocean.
Oh,
They are-
is it? It's open
central.
ocean.
It's central.
There's a lot of creeks and little rivers and that around Beechworth, but they'd find their own way. They'd go in a local dam if required.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was seeing Mako. They're on the coast there, but beautiful paddling conditions in the bay there.
You don't
So
need to be on a
protected.
coast to have beauty.
You beauty.
Beechworth famous for its bakery, of course, and Ned Kelly. So
Dan Kelly, Steve Hart, and
the whole crew,
Joe Byrne.
Joey Byrne. So we move now into our race 18, which is the progression, the first semi-final of the Premier Mixed Standard Boat. And we've got the Typhoons will be in lane 1. They finished 13th in the heat. In lane 2, 7th overall in their heats is Aka Daka. First in the heats, Sloths Purple, how impressive were they?
Very.
We'll keep an eye on them in lane 3 there, Bryce. 6th in the heat was Komodo. 12th, they were out of 4. In lane 5, Different Strokes. And then the Ice Dragons, who were also very impressive, came storming home 5th overall in the reps there. So they were out of lane 6. Not too far away. The starters got them in pretty good nick there. Just across there in lane 4 at the moment. Looks like Komodo are just getting realigned. As racing, we're off to a flyer here on day 2.
We're about 40 minutes ahead of schedule, so for those tuning in, keep track of that. We're ahead of what the race schedule says online, so please note that we are well ahead. And just with the adverse weather, we're not sure whether there will be a break or those things. So that's the reason why we are ahead, is in case there's some lightning around. And of course, all racing stops there. So to ensure we get through the whole race program, which is an enormous day, as was day 1, we need to make sure that we keep ahead of schedule. So we're 40 minutes ahead of that schedule. And we have a race start.
That is it. It is Brisbane Typhoon out in 1, Aka Daka in 2, Sloths Purple in 3, Komodo in 4, Different Strokes in 5, Ice Dragons in 6. So this is the Penrith City Council semi-final 1. And Typhoon got off to a very, very quick start there in lane 1 with Akadaka, but also Komodo out wide in 4, Different Strokes in 5, and the Ice Dragons as they've just gone through the 80-metre markers. Probably Sloths Purple slightly ahead also with Komodo. And I tell you what, this is the first semi-final of the day, and the racing, Bryce, is pretty good. You could almost throw a blanket across all the field. They haven't even bookmarked it, but Typhoon are in 1, and Ice Dragons, if I were to bookmark it, are way out in 6.
Yeah, the Sloths Purple in the middle there, lane 3. They're looking strong. Akadaka going with them in lane 2. Komodo lane 4. They're sticking with those leaders as well. As you said, it's semi-final time. There's a spot. The first team go through to the grand final, and the next 3 fastest, you got to put all your chips in now. You can't wait for the next race. In lane 5, it's the Different Strokes, the Gin team. They're not to be outclassed up there. Canberra Ice Dragons just dropping off the pace in lane 6. Sloths Purple looking very strong. Akadaka going right with them, and Komodo through the middle. Brisbane Typhoon in lane 1 are lifting their rate. A bit of a surge through the middle of the race.
Yep, that's it. Taking over about 100 to go. It is Sloths inside of Akadaka, them, and out the back is Komodo coming with them. Different Strokes starting to put on their finish, but here comes Sloths, have just picked up the rating. Inside of them, Akadaka trying to go. Komodo are going to challenge for second, but it's going to be Sloths going to go straight through to the semi-final, and look at the recovery rate there, but a big finish from Akadaka trying to get second, but it's going to be Sloths Purple coming across the line, and a great finish from Akadaka. I think they're going to pick Komodo, and they have. They pipped Komodo for third. Outside of them, Different Strokes. Inside, Typhoon coming through across the line, and Ice Dragons from Canberra out 1. Well, that was a great first semi-final, and good viewing as you're all tucked in at home at MySport Live. And under the grandstand, yeah, there we have it, Sloths Purple going through.
Straight through to the grand final for Sloths Purple, and the time for Akadaka is going to be important along with Komodo. They pushed themselves all the way through, and Different Strokes Gin, if it's a fast semi-final, the first of 3 semi-finals, if they're going quick, they may find themselves through to that grand final. Time's all important, but Sloths Purple, the standout in that one, Robbie.
Yeah, absolutely, Bryce. They continue to impress, but in a super competitive event, probably our most competitive for the morning we've had so far. So that sets up. Times will be crucial, as you said, as we look ahead to the semi-final number 2. And in lane 1, we'll have the Pacific Dragons. Ride Black will be out of lane 2. Yarra River Dragons, who finished second fastest overall in the heats. They are in lane 3. Keep an eye on them. Mako, 5th in the heats out of lane 4. Then we've got the Melbourne Flames. They were 11th in the heats. And then 4th in the repechage, ACDC out there in lane 6. So most of the boats there are at the pontoon.
Melbourne Flames in lane 5. As you said, they were 11th in the heats. They were the bronze medalists in last year's national championship. So we'll see if they rejig their crew, which they can do as they go the way through. They can change some personnel. Crew management, as Nick has pointed out, is all important in a national champs.
That's right, as DSA go past the tower. And there we have it. Results. Sloss 205.79. You'll write them down, boys. 207 for Akadaka 11. 207.66 for Komodo. 209.40 different strokes. Typhoon at 212.19 and 213.83 for Ice Dragons as we prepare for this next Premier Mix Standard Boat Penrith City Council. And they're under starters' orders.
Yarra River Dragons in 3, the crew to watch. Second fastest in the heats, Mako with a tight time with them. And coming via the repechage in lane 1, the Pacific Dragons often, and we saw it over the 200s, often the repechage can tune up your boat. It's not all about the fatigue, it's about getting the boat running well, and that can build some confidence as you head towards a semi-final like this. So have a look for lane 1, the Pacific Dragons.
That's right, and we'd like to welcome you all again to the 2025 Australian Dragon Boat Championships at the Sydney National Regatta Centre here in Penrith, and we are underway. It is, as Bryce mentioned, Pacific Dragons in 1, Ride in 2, Yarra River Dragons in 3, Mako Sharks out in 4, Melbourne Flames in 5, and ACDC out in lane 6. As they've come through, it looks like a pretty good start from all round, but you would be looking in to the centre lines, Bryce, for YRD, Yarra River Dragons, and Mako. But I'm pretty sure Flames don't want to fall too far behind here, and they could have a strong finish. But to me, from here, looking outside, it's Yarra River Dragons just over Mako.
Yeah, I think you're right there. We had a close-up there of the Mako and the Melbourne Flames crews in lane 3. That's the Yarra River Dragons. Just dropping off the pace, Ride Black in lane 2. Pacific Dragons, well, they're keeping up with them. So you were having a close look on lane 3 here. Yarra River Dragons. Lane 4 is Mako. Melbourne Flames, a bit off the pace in lane 5. The bronze medalist from last year. Lane 6, ACDC, are going along with the Flames. But have a look at the Yarra River Dragons in lane 3. They look to be putting a bit of a gap on the field.
Well, first and second, Flames have just sort of said, hey, let's get second in this so we go straight through to the grand final, is it?
No,
no, it's only the
times.
first.
You need
it
times.
It is the first, so yes. Well, look, Bryce and Robbie, mate, this is going to be cool. Robbie, where are you seeing it from your way?
Yeah, Yarra River Dragon still holds sway out of lane 3. There's a bit of pressure coming out in lane 5 from the Flames. We expected this, but it's the Yarra River Dragons. They're driving through hard. The Flames into Ride are showing a lot too, and in 4 as well we've got Mako, but it's going to be the Yarra River Dragons. Hanging on out there in lane 5 will be the Flames from a big finish there from the Mako crew, but that is some great racing there. Strong finish too from the Ride crew. But yeah, wowee, how about that for a run home?
Well, I'll tell you what, you're looking at the Melbourne Flames. They're only running with 18. So that's really interesting. Sometimes you want to run with a lighter boat. There's a bit of strategy there. Or yet they left it out. Seat 1 they left out. So
no one's
very
stroking.
interesting. No, mate.
Interesting.
But my little old club team diggers, I'd always race with 18 for many. I'd have the first 4 seats, big gap in seat 5, so the big 6'2" guys have a big stretch seat 6, and then rip it home.
There you go.
But that was a great race from Yarra River Dragons.
Was indeed. They look to be
Strong
one
throughout.
of the form crews, along with the Sloss Purple, who won that first semi-final, gone straight through to the grand final. Yarra River Dragons getting it done in that second semi. The third semi coming up in
That
the
is.
Premier Mixed Standard Boat. As the crews get themselves prepared down there. I've got an eager eye on the times that'll come up on the screen now, because as we know, it's just one boat that goes through and then we're checking times for the remaining 3 participants for the grand final.
Bryce, what was the time in that first heat? If we just reflect back on that one.
It was at 2:05.
Yep.
Which is certainly comparable to the championship time at Champion Lakes in WA last year. They're certainly going under those times here at Penrith. So Sloss Purple 2:05. In second place there, Akadaka with 2:07. And Komodo at 2:07 as well, plus a little bit of loose change.
Yeah, I reckon that was a pretty fast heat, this one.
It was. It was a big run home over that last 150. So Yarra River Dragons took out Heat 2, and we eagerly await.
What are you thinking?
time.
2:04?
I reckon it's going to be pretty close to that first heat. Not a lot between it. I reckon, yeah, maybe 2:05. Not much in it.
There we go. Robbie's got his binoculars out.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good up there at the pontoon.
He's seeing the sweeps changing
Cheers,
their
mate.
minds yesterday.
Yeah, in lane 1 there, just got Hunter at the moment. They're the last to the pontoon, so they'll be last to get settled.
Oh, group of crews going past the tower. We got Flames. Big wave from Flames.
They're too busy stroking.
She turned around.
Ha!
We don't want to confuse them too much.
That old trick, eh, Nick?
I reckon they should be coming up here. We're almost ready for a start as Phil Reeder and his experienced team set every boat. And there's going to be a few nerves sitting in the boat there, Bryce.
Yeah, CYL Black, the crew there. They were runners-up. They are sitting in lane 3. They were runners-up last year at the National Champs. They want to go one better here.
Here they
Another
go.
one to watch, Bop in lane 4.
Okay, and they're off. This is the Premier Mix semi-final. We have Hunter in 1, Coomera in 2, CYL in 3, the Bop, Bay of Plenty Flyers out in 4, DSA in 5, and North Queensland Phoenix are out in 6. But it is a great start from all crews, and as you said, Bryce, in 4 it is Bop that are going with CYL. Coomera had a really good strong finish there in 2. Hunter just dropping off back as North Queensland are on the outside, but it is in lane 4. The Kiwis have gone off to quite a quick start. Inside of them, Coomera and CYL with DSA out in 3.
Well, there you get a good look at that Bay of Plenty Flyers in lane 4. A close-up on those on the screen. DSA just on the other side of them, maybe half a boat length behind. North Queensland Phoenix in lane 6. But look at lane 3. Moving along really well are the CYL Black. Runners-up in the championship last year, and they mean business this year as well. Bop Flyers aren't to be outdone. They're going right with them. In lane 2, Coomera had a massive finish. Keep an eye on them. Lane 1, Hunter River Dragons. This is going to go right down to the wire. It is lane 3 at the moment, CYL Black. Can they hold on?
Robbie.
Yeah, well, CYL were 3rd in the heat, Bop were 4th in the heat, and they're going head-to-head here in the semi-final. It is at the moment, though, I reckon CYL have just got their head in front, powering really hard. Bop have got a lift here, but I think CYL are going to really take this home strong, although the Bay of Plenty crew, they're going to have one last crack at them here, around about 40 metres to go. Holding steady, though, CYL, they're maybe 5 metres in front. Bay of Plenty coming home hard, but it'll be CYL will take out the semi-final ahead of the Bay of Plenty crew, and a good go for third. Just coming in here was Coomera ahead of DSA. Wow, what a finish there. But CYL, power personified.
Oh, yeah, and they actually extended the lead right at the front. They took it up as we're coming across, almost arrow formation. I love seeing that in Dragon Boat. Just love seeing it. Look at that.
So there we go.
Fantastic. The Bop Flyers, they responded, and CYL went, let's roll.
It followed the times in the heat, that event there. As I said, CYL finished 1 place faster in the heats than Bop, and they got them by that. So if we go back to that other time, guys, from the previous race, Yarra River Dragons 2:05.3. That one has come through. And then we have the Melbourne Flames 208.50 and Mako 208.82. So those times are critical. Whether it's enough, I'm not sure. That looked to be a pretty fast semi, that previous one, Bryce.
It did indeed. Some terrific racing.
So we'll await the times of race 20, which was the third semi. We know that the first from each of these semis go through, and then it's just quite simply the three fastest times from there across the three heats. Brilliant racing we're seeing here. In the drizzly conditions continue, not affecting us up here in our magnificent tower position in commentary. But a bit of a wave there from a few of the crews going out. The ACCA crew heading out there. Yeah, just kisses to the crowd. Don't you love that? A few waves here and a signal to you, Nick. I'm not sure what that was about, but
Oh,
it was a
safe.
cheerio to you, Nick. As the next up, you see, as we do wait for that final time to come through from the third heat, the next phase is going to be the semi-final of the Premier Mixed Small Boat.
There goes Te Waka through. Well, there we have it. It is, we've got the times, so they're just adjusting here. It is CYL 205.65, Bryce.
Just 0.3 of a second slower than YRD.
Wow. Bot flyers at 207.17.
That holds up well. That may get them through, Bryce. The Bot Flyers.
No doubt.
Yep.
The Bot Flyers will get through with their 207. And we go back to heat number, or the semi-final number 1 there, where Akadaka were second with a 207 and Komodo with a 207. But effectively in that second semi-final, it may knock out Melbourne Flames and Mako to getting through to the grand final.
Oh,
Interesting
wow.
stuff.
I think it will.
Well, from one semi-final to another, we've got the semi-final of the small boats in 1. Lakers Zodiacs in 2. Flame on Flames in 3. And the Chinese youth CYSM from Sydney out in 4. As they are off, Robbie, in this race.
We've got a start. Indeed we have too. So Lakers in 1, the Zodiacs across there in 2, Flames in 3, and 4th there in lane 4 of the CYSM crew. So it's the semi-final. First and second from each semi will go through to the grand final. So that is important. And then again, gets down to time. So we look across here now. And the fastest of these crews, so the Flames were the first in the heats. So we expect them to be right up amongst them. They're in lane 3, and they're showing that now. They've probably just edged ahead of CYSM on the outside there. So, Bryce, this is the Flames' chance to really stamp their authority here. They were the fastest in the heats, and they've made a brilliant start to this semi-final.
Well, they've won the last 3 championships, and they're looking for a 4-peat, if you like, at the national champs, and they are leading out in lane 3. The Melbourne Flames in lane 4. CYSM are going with them. Back in lane 2, Sydney Zodiacs feeling the pinch of the pace up the front, and the Lakers first in the reps. They're going through nicely in lane 1. Over in lane 5, the Melbourne Uni team are going along nicely, and also the Northern Beaches in lane 6, but the Melbourne Flames really extending out their lead now. Probably got a boat length with 100 to go over CYSM.
Well, they are doing it in fine style indeed. The Melbourne Flames in 3, lead it by around about a half a boat length from CYSM in 4. It's a bit of a good go for the Miners. Coming through in the Lakers in lane 1 have picked up their rating, but gee whiz, have a look at the Melbourne Flame go here, Nick. Outside of them CYSM, but Flames for mine.
Yeah, they've got a nice control rating there. They're just maintaining their boat speed there. Look at the little bow wave. Very, very powerful here in the mixed Premier small boat. So we're going to have the Flames going through. Outside of them is CYSM. And inside the Lakers. So it's a very good finish. A very good finish from the Flames.
Yeah, they do it with a lot of style. They just cruise to the line in the end.
In for CYM. Zodiac's coming in. Is it?
Third, I reckon, for the Zodiacs in lane 2. But wow, well they were the fastest in the heats, Bryce, and they have stamped their authority
Flames?
on this event. Absolutely.
Oh, no doubt. And look, first and second from this semi-final go through, plus the next two fastest crews. So it's a little different to what it was with the standard boat, the small boat qualification. So Melbourne Flames, look, they look like they just washed off the last 100. They controlled the race from the front. They didn't really put the hammer down. They've got more in the tank there, as did CYSM. They just controlled, okay, we're going to finish second. We'll go through. We'll be there for the grand final to challenge the Melbourne Flames, the reigning champions.
Is this the four-peat that the Panthers can do it?
That's what
the
they're
Flames
looking
can
for.
do it.
Yeah. Now, the times of the next two fastest are Sydney Zodiacs, as you said, as they come through the line now in lane 2. Their time's going to matter. And maybe even lane 1, getting through this. The Lakers may have put a surprise on the Melbourne Uni crew.
Well, their last 200 metres was as quick as anyone on the course, but it was all about the Flames. They've, it was almost an arrogant performance, Nick, the way they won that.
Ooh, goodness me. Controlled aggression.
Okay, that's probably a
There,
better term.
there we go.
Certainly a dominant performance. Stamp their authority. So they're in to the second semi-final. As we're not too far away from a start up there, we'll have Sydney Tsunami in 1. In lane 2, we've got the Power Blades. Now, second in the heats overall, Tiwaka. They are in lane 3. Akka with third in the heats in 4. Sea Dragons Black in 5. And then the Bluefins, who qualified third out of the reps.
Look at that.
There's that time coming through now.
2 for 22 again.
2 for 22. You're enjoying that number. That is the Melbourne Flames, 2.22. They had almost a 7-second margin over the second placed CYSM Sea Dragons at 2.29. So,
yeah, well, up next is the Premier Small Bigs. This is race 22. Tsunami in 1. Power Blades. Hi, Sharon in 2. Tewaka in 3. Akka in 4. Sea Dragons in 5. And the Mighty Bluefins out in 6.
Now, Nick, we are 44 minutes ahead of schedule. So for those online, it might be a bit of a scramble and you're a bit confused with what is going ahead. But because of the weather, we need to keep well up ahead of it. There could be some lightning around later. They want to keep the schedule on to get through all the racing.
This inclement weather. But it also makes good viewing because you can just sort of scroll back a bit and at your own leisure repeat. But we are underway in race 2022.
22 has been prominent today. We are away. So in 1, it was Sydney Tsunami. 2, we've got the Power Blades. Lane 3, Tiwaka. Keep an eye on them. They'll go into this heat as a favourite. They were second overall. Alongside them, on the outside of them, we've got Akka in 4. The Sea Dragons Black are in 5. And the Bluefins are in 6. As we look at the early part, and probably we've seen a bit of a move here from Akka, who are taking it right up to the Tiwaka crew as we go past the 150.
Well, some sensational crews in here, as you say. Tiwaka in lane 3. They were second in the heats. Akka, they were in lane 4. They were third in the heats. But importantly, the Black Sea Dragons, they were runner-up in last year's championship. They're out in lane 5. And the third place, the bronze medalists from last year's championship, are in lane 2, the Power Blades. This is set up for an amazing finish.
It is indeed. Woggy's on the back of there with Tiwaka, and it's going to be a great finish as they're coming up to the 250. But Tiwaka battling it out with Akka at the moment. Out wide of them, Sea Dragons. Power Blades in 2 doing well, and Tsunami closest to the shore as they're going past the other boats, paddling up for the next heat as they should be slowing down. But as we're in the middle of the field, it is 3. Tewaka with a nostril ahead outside of Akka. Don't discount the Sea Serpents. They're coming back at them. Power Blades in there. But I'd say, Bryce, you're looking at Tewaka and Akka coming straight in with about 115 metres to go.
Yeah, it is. So the first 2 will go through, and then we're looking at times. So over the Black Sea Dragons in lane 5, there's a grand final on the line for you, and the Power Blades in lane 2 need to finish strongly. So it looks like Tiwaka are maybe just getting over and pressed here by Akka in lane 4. Tiwaka in lane 3. Lane 4, it's Akka. Have a look at lane 2, the Power Blades, and then lane 5, the Sea Dragons. But I think it's going to be Tiwaka in lane 3, just holding on as as they get to the finish now, and they do. They get through. They qualify through to that grand final. Akka, you've booked a place as well. Black Sea Dragons in lane 5. We'll check your time, as we will the Power Blades in lane 2. Lane 1 getting through Sydney Tsunami, and on the far side, the Bluefins in lane 6.
Yeah, looked quite a quick time. I don't know, Bryce, what was it?
Very. And look, unofficial, I had a little bit of a crack at it myself, and it could be around about 2 or 3 seconds quicker than the time set by the Flames in the first semi-final. So they absolutely flew those first couple of crews.
Hand timed, good thinking, Robbie, keeping on top of it.
Unofficially, yep.
Unofficial hand timing from the commentary box.
That's what it means to us here. We just like to keep you above, but so that just shows there's and the second and third place getters there too. They are, I think you can lock them in almost into a final.
Well, mate,
that was red hot.
It was hot, but I saw you counting with your hands. I'm going, what are you counting there, Robbie? You know, and mate, if you get that right, that's phenomenal. That's old school. That's old school timing.
Well, you never know. You just never know. If something breaks down, and they might come up and say, "What do you reckon, Robbie?" And I say, "Well, this is how I saw it." And that's when the disputes start.
Never know your luck in a big city.
That's
and
right.
we are in a big little city. We're out at Penrith. We're out at the Sydney International Regatta Centre for Penrith Lakes for the Australian Dragon Boats 2025. And we would like to thank many, many sponsors from also the Australian Government of Sport, Bendigo Bank, Regatta Sport, Canoe Connection, Safe 365, the Insurance, the Sports Integrity Unit of Australia, Great Museum Fire, Cacao Collective out the back there, My Sport Live, Hong Kong Trade and Economic, and also the Lakeside, up above the grandstand there, serving your beautiful food and refreshments for all the commentary team.
It was delightful there last night, wasn't it?
It was, it is. And just look, just us looking down at HQ there, HQ. Janelle's there, working tirelessly with the team. We've got the second stopwatches there. You just can't go wrong.
Well,
mate, let's see your timing.
You don't go down there with a dumb question, I can assure you. You're just going to be on the boat, on the ball there. But we're still waiting on this timing. So unofficially, we thought that second heat could have been, at least a couple of seconds quicker. And here we go here. We're looking at that, of course, the Tiwaka's time, and it is almost identical to the Flames. So that is
222.
222 again, 0.58, and not much in the differentials. Bryce will do his numbers. It'll be unofficial, but that time is about 0.2 of a second quicker than the first heat. That is remarkable. Doesn't that set up a big grand final?
Absolute cracker.
So the first two getting through from the first semi-final there in the small boat, the Melbourne Flames and CYSM, they go through. Tiwaka and Akka, they go through as well. Similar times all up. But it's the next two times that are going to be critical. The Black Sea Dragons, book yourself in. You've made it. Well, very, very well done. The Black Sea Dragons, of course, runners-up in last year's national champs in the small boat, the Premier Mixed small boat. They get through to that grand final. And I think the Power Blades, their surge at the end in that second semi-final may find themselves through as well. We wait for the official, but unofficially, with our timing up here, I think that second semi-final was a bit quicker as you predicted, Robbie.
Yeah, good summary, Bryce. And as you said, we'll wait for those official positions. But I just cannot help but to look forward to the grand final of that one when you've got 0.2 of a second between those semi-final times, and a couple others right behind them. We could have a blanket finish as we have a start in the next race 23 of the morning. It's the third round of the progression, and speaking of good contests, we've seen a ripper here, I think, between the Sydney Zodiacs and the Joey's Red crew. So in one, expect they've been the fastest so far across the first two rounds, Sydney Zodiacs. Look across to Joey's Red in 2. The Grammar School from Canberra are in 3, and then Joey's Blue outside. So these two crews, Bryce, in 1 and 2, they've gone hammer and tong across the first two rounds, and the third one they're going to get a good look at each other here. But there would have to be a significant turnaround. The Red would probably have to try to pull 2 or 3 seconds on them.
Yeah, they would. They just dropped off in that second round. This is the third round now of the times, and they all added together. Sydney Zodiacs really put them to the sword in that second round and gained a few seconds on the Joey's Red and the rest of the crews as well. Canberra Grammar in lane 3, and also Joey's Blue in lane 4. But the important part here is getting your progression as a crew and just beating your time from the previous rounds. It looks like the Sydney Zodiacs have just put a little lead on the rest of the boats now in lane 1. Joey's Red in lane 2.
They have, Bryce, and that's it. What we have seen, though, we've seen the Joey's Red crew do finish very strongly. And I tell you what, we've seen a massive improvement and move there from Canberra and the Blue team on the outside lanes. This is a really good go, but the Zodiacs, they're not taking any chances. They are not resting on their laurels. They're saving their best here for the third round, and they are at this point in time with around about 50 metres to go in round 3. They're going to come through. They're going to take a strong win, a commanding win. The Joey's Red crew are finishing strongly. They'll come across in second, and there's a really good go for the Miners out there. It might be the Joey's Blue. They'll get into the third place, but it's over the line. It's the Zodiacs, the Red second, and almost a dead heat there for third between Grammar and Blue. But the Zodiacs, they've assured themselves a gold medal performance with almost a boat length over a very, very impressive Joey's Red crew.
Yeah, they have, Robbie. Congratulations to the Sydney Zodiacs, gold medalists at the National Championships. They've taken out all 3 rounds of the Fire Apparel Under-18 Mixed Standard Boat. They are your champions. Joey's Red were second, and a very good go by the Grammar, Canberra Grammar, who finished third, and Joey's Blue in fourth. But a terrific round, terrific competition. So we're back here with the Under-18 Mixed Small Boat this time around, and we know the field there. Lane 1 Ride, Lane 2 Sydney Zodiacs, Beechworth Golden Serpents in Lane 3, and the Joeys in Lane 4. Importantly, what we have scheduled is its grand final time. The next race after that, so we're at race 24 here. Race 25 will be the grand final, the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard Boat, followed by race 26, the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Small Boat. So the premium events from this morning's racing will be coming up. And importantly to note, we are well ahead of schedule. So those are scheduled for about 11:15, but they will be raced a long time ahead. We are about an hour ahead of schedule. So importantly, keep note of that. Particularly on the live stream, you'll want to watch the grand final. Don't go anywhere. Those grand finals are coming up. We're an hour ahead of schedule, and we've had to do that because of the weather, ensuring that we can get through just in case there is some lightning, some thunderstorm activity scheduled and forecast for this afternoon. That is why we are an hour ahead now. Well done to all the paddlers, the crews, the teams to get to this stage to give us some flexibility with the weather.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Just going so smooth out there today, which is terrific. And well, next up, we are moving into the 18 and under, the mixed small boat. And this is the third round of the progression. And we've seen, well, the Beechworth Golden Serpents have certainly been the dominant force as we get a start now over the first two rounds. And we'll just go through the rounds, the lanes for you now as we start. Ride, DBC, they're in one. The Zodiacs from Sydney in 2, Beechworth in 3, and the Joeys in 4. So, as we see, pretty good start here too. A bit of a blanket start. Beechworth taking up the early running there in lane 3. They have been very strong starters throughout what we've seen across the first 1.5 days of racing here. And they're getting some really good opposition here from the Joeys on the outside of them, Bryce. And on the inside, we look back at the Sydney Zodiacs and Ride, probably around about half a boat length behind. But just across the first 150 metres, the Beechworth, the crew from northeast Victoria, are making another strong start.
They are indeed, Robbie, and they have been really impressive all the way. Every time they've hit the water, their crew, they're well organised, and they're certainly continuing on in this, the third round for the Fire Apparel under-18 mixed small boat. The racing now. They've got seconds on the rest of the field, and it looks like they're putting a little gap on them now. Lane 3, it's Beechworth. Lane 4, it's the Joeys. And lane 2, the Sydney Zodiacs with Ride in lane 1.
Yeah, as the rain stops and gives us a bit of a breathing space as the fresh water is coming with a few little ripples only from the boats coming down for the next heat. But as you know, it is Beechworth Golden Serpents out in front. With clear water on the field, Sydney Zodiacs into an outside Joeys, who had a pretty good finish in the first one, Robbie, to pip them, I think. And just falling back a tiny bit was Ride, DBC.
Yeah, well, what we're seeing from Beechworth, quite often we often tend to look for the crews that finished behind them in the first couple of rounds for improvement. But what we're seeing here from Beechworth, we're seeing significant improvement from that crew. And that's what's making them so dominant here as they come up with around about 80 metres to go in the third round. So they'll cruise home here. They'll take out the gold. There's a good run, though, here for second and third placings. At the moment, it's Ride, who have been big improvers across these 3 rounds. And the Zodiac across there and the Joeys in 4. But just let's have a look at the Beechworth crew. Give them a bit of a round of applause here. They finish in good style. They take it a couple of boat lengths ahead. As we look for this finish here, Zodiacs in 2. They're going to hold the sway. They do. They'll get through. They beat the Joeys in 4 in some strong racing. And then in lane 1, we've got the crew from Ride. They'll come through there. But the Beechworth Golden Serpents, they're having a great regatta here. Their first day and a half have been super impressive, Nick.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got a PB. They're probably racing against their time to see if they can improve their time from round to round. Also, which puts them in good stead if some of them are going across to represent Australia over in the Worlds. You know, you always want to try and see if you can beat the previous time running your own grand final.
Well, it's certainly one thing to pip your opposition, but they are driven by more than that and improving themselves over and over again. It's a well-drilled crew, and you can see the excitement there, the sweep, the drummer, the crew patting each other on the back. That is a real cohesive club, and congratulations to Beechworth. They are the national champs.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see if there's a bit of local media about that down our way, on across Albury-Wodonga and whatnot. But what a place to win a gold medal at an Olympic venue, a venue like this. It's that, you know, and let it be talked about, let it be put out there, that promoted and recognised. It's so important to inspire the next crop, the next group. So the future of Dragon Boat racing right there, right now.
It is indeed, Robbie, and right here, right now, it's grand final time. The boats are preparing themselves up with the start at the 500 metre mark. It's a Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard boat to start with. And we have a crack field here of sensational clubs. In lane 1, Komodo. lane 2, the Sloths Purple. In lane 3, the Yarra River Dragons. Lane 4, CYL Black. They were runners-up in this event last year at Champion Lakes. They want to go one better. Akadaka in lane 5. And in lane 6, the Melbourne Flames, who were the bronze medalists from last year's championship.
Yeah, we're set, aren't we? It's it. This is the one we've been waiting for. The Yarra River Dragons first in the semi-final.
You've got to go back for the Yarra River Dragons. You're back to 2019 where they were silver medalists in this event. So they have a real opportunity for the first time in their history. No, until 2017 at Albury Wodonga where they did win gold. So it's a long time between drinks. They get another opportunity here. They're the number 1 seed.
Yeah, absolutely.
CYL Black second in their semi-final.
Be a few nerves, bit of anxiety, get the tingles. They'll be putting big deep breaths as team.
And that's just in the commentary box. The paddlers will be getting nervous as well, Nick.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, you know, tapping yourselves on the back in the commentary is a bit different than tapping yourselves on the back in the boat. But this is going to be a very exciting race as Phil has them under starters orders. All the boats are set. Yep.
All right, we are away. And here at grand final action, the mixed Premier Mixed. Komodo in 1, Sloths Purple in 2, YRD in 3, CYL in 4, Akadaka in 5, and we've got the Flames out there in lane 6, and it looks like the Flames have started pretty well. So have Akadaka in 5. This is set up for a great contest. CYL Black probably taking up the early running over Yarra River Dragons. So CYL in 4, the Dragons in 3, and then alongside in 1, a really good start from Komodo and Sloth Purple. It's been a good start by every crew here at the moment. You could throw a blanket over them. I'm not sure where we're looking at it. It could even be in lane 2. Sloth Purple have started very well.
Yeah, Sloths Purple are going up. Also with Yarra River Dragons in 3, CYL out in black. Outside of them, Flames just falling off the pace a bit at Komodo in 1, and Sloths Purple are starting to do it. That's about coming up to the 200 metre. Sloths and Yarra River Dragons are doing well. CYL in black maintaining a very good rating, and they're hit and they're driving. But to me, it's Sloths Purple in 2. We're coming up to the 200 metre mark. Inside of them, Komodo out wide. Flames starting to get a bit more pace. And here comes CYL with Yarra River Dragons in the middle. We're coming about 120 to go. Sloths Purple starting to pull away. Are they going to do it against Yarra River Dragons with CYL? Bryce.
This is quite extraordinary. The Sloths Purple are putting it to the Yarra River Dragons, the number 1 seeds from the semi-final. What a surge they've put through the middle. They're not going to wait. Can they hang on? Lane 4, CYL Black. They're finishing strong. Akadaka in lane 5. They are lifting as well. Melbourne Flames a little off the pace in lane 6, and Komodo, they're feeling the pinch as well. But at the front, it's the Sloths Purple. They've got a good quarter of a boat length. This is extraordinary in lane 1. In lane 2, CYL Black are pushing through in lane 4, Yarra River Dragons in lane 3, and in lane 5, Akadaka. But it is your champions, the Sloths Purple in lane 2. Through they go, and boy, what a close finish it was. Yarra River Dragons pushed them all the way in lane 3. Lane 4, CYL Black, and Akadaka in lane 5. We'll have to look at the replay to see what it is, but your national champions there are the Sloths Purple in lane 2.
Oh, yes. Chris Alexander would be happy with that result. Fantastic.
I
Yeah,
reckon
great.
lane
3
have got third.
Yeah, great. Sloths with a fantastic finish there. At about 100 out, they put it on. Whoa. And they brought the rating up. The boat speed came up. And they maintained it.
It was interesting because in the semi-finals, a lot of the boats had left their surge towards the finish a little later. They really lifted up, and then it was just a matter of holding on. They went a little earlier, and the other crews maybe got caught a bit flat-footed.
Yeah, no, that was a great race. Interesting to see the time too. especially in these big boats. But
Well, at one point there, it looked like Yarra River Dragons may have even missed the podium, but they fought back and they grabbed second.
yeah, and CYL were pushing them.
They were, yeah.
Just
They grabbed third.
Great.
Unofficially.
Unofficially. Yeah, great competitive racing there. Well done, Zeus and his team with the sloths that paddle underneath, as a lot of the teams in New South Wales underneath that Piedmont Bridge. So could have been a bit of local knowledge coming out here to train. You never know, Bryce.
Well, the Sloss Purple, they are the champions. It's back to 2022 West Lakes in Adelaide, where they got a bronze medal. Now they have gone a couple better. Yarra River Dragons with the silver, CYL Black with the bronze, unofficially. But what a tremendous finish that was. It is grand final time. What a great way to start the day. With the mixed boats, the great thing about dragon boating is, of course, the mixed events, and day 2 starts with the grand finals of the Premier Mixed Standard Boat. Sloss Purple, your champions, and the next race we have is race 26.
Another grand final.
Look at those times
Wow.
that we have
Yeah.
there. It's a
Wow.
It's a 2:02, and seriously, it's 4 seconds quicker than what they were going last year. That they put them to the sword. That was amazing, and the fact that they took off from about 150 to go and held on was most impressive.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. That they have really nailed it there. Absolutely brilliant. Sloss Purple. Didn't they have a little bit in the bank? But look at the margins there for the minor placings. As I said, at one stage it looked like the fastest in the semi-final throughout the heats, the Yarra River Dragons may miss being presented the medal. But they fought back well.
Yeah, and talking about presenting medals, guys, just after these grand finals, if you are first, second or third, we will be doing the medal presentation, not down in the rain,
Aw.
just up behind the Lakers, in between the Fire and Cacao stand up there. So maybe go grab a hot cup of cacao, buy some Fire apparel. But that's where, as soon as the Minister of Dragon Boating tells us when the medal presentations are, make your way up there.
So I've got my field binoculars out at the pontoon there, and it's a foggy, misty style of weather that's come across Penrith Lakes.
So this is the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Small Boat, despite what's on the screen there, race 26. We are an hour ahead of time, and we are away. Robbie.
We are indeed. So let's go across them. In lane 1, we have the Power Blades. Akka in 2. Flames, who were first in the semi-finals. They're out of lane 3. Tiwaka, second in the semi-finals. And there was hardly anything between them. I think it was 0.2 of a second between those two crews. The Sea Dragons are in lane 5. CYSM are in 6. But keep an eye out on lanes 3, which is the Flames. They've started well, but right outside them, on their left, Tiwaka are right with them, and it looks like a good start there from the Sea Dragons and go right out to 6. CYSM have been as quick as they have so far. But as I leave you now with it, it's Flames in 3, just ahead of Tiwaka.
It is indeed Tiwaka starting off very strongly in lane 4. Melbourne Flames maybe have a little bit of a lead on them. The Black Sea Dragons, lane 5. CYSM in lane 6. The Melbourne Flames in lane 3 are going for a 4-peat here. They have won the championship the last 3 times. This is their opportunity to set a record in dragon boating, the Premier Mixed Small Boat. In lane 2, it is Akka. In lane 1, it's the Power Blades. It is some really good racing here, I think. Looking into the middle there, the Melbourne Flames in lane 3. Have a look over at CYSM, who have lifted over in lane 6. They've surged through the middle part here, and the Melbourne Flames are going to be challenged with Tiwaka in lane 4, Black Sea Dragons in lane 5. It's going to be a great finish.
Speaking of a surge, he's probably looking back at his Flames going for the 4-peat. They're in lane 3, Akadaka in 2. Outside of them, Tiwaka from Brisbane are coming at them, and CYSM are coming into contention possibly for a medal. Powerblades falling back, Akka, but it looks like the Flames, they've started to pick their race up. Tiwaka in the inside of them. Outside outside of Sea Dragons. CYSM are flying on the outside, but it is going to be the Flames. Flames are coming up. It's going to be the 4-Pete. They are surging ahead outside, but it's going to be a fantastic rate for second outside of CYM and Te Waka. And as Flames go across for their 4-Beat, they're national champions again. But look at the race too. Oh, Te Waka's come back at them. Te Waka's got second outside of CYSM. Third coming in is the Sea Dragons. Power Blades over the line and Acker coming in for what a race. Oh, bit of rain, bit of high frequency up here in the box.
Great call, Nick, and what a great finish. Flames get it. They were powerful. What about Te Waka? Have a look at the finish. They were no chance of grabbing the silver here, but I reckon they might have got there.
Oh, yeah.
They have.
question.
What a finish. They were brave, CYSM on the outside, but they just ran out of tickets in the end, and Te Waka got them. But you can't deny the Flames. A 4-Pete in Penrith.
Absolutely outstanding. CYSM, what a great race, a strategic race by them. They went out to push the Melbourne Flames to try and win the gold, and I think they just ran out of tickets in the end. It just hurt them in the end, but you've got to put all your chips in. It's a national championship. To beat the best, you've got to really try something a bit different.
Yep.
They went hard from a long way out, and they just felt the pinch, and that's where Te Waka jumped on them right at the finish line. What a tremendous finish that was.
They did there, and as you can see on the screen, people are waving because we've got the big screen behind. We can't actually see it through here, but we've got the big scoreboard with the trend. There's the way they're waving at us because they can see themselves on the screen. Hello, people in the grandstand there. I think is that Acker? That's Acker. Put your hands up, Acker. Oh, there we go. Acker Daka.
Up and about.
They are.
And what a finish, eh? Why wouldn't you be excited watching this? The rain is absolutely hammering down, but the atmosphere is electric. The racing is brilliant. And, well, we've got some presentations coming up for you, Nick. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be kicking into race 27 on the card this morning, which is the 18 and under women's small boat. We look forward to bringing that to you very soon.
Bye for now.
That's good, Liam. Just keep doing what you're doing. I'm just gonna cut to a sponsor video while we have a little break.
Out the streets, locked in a cage, I'ma let out the shoes, check out the crease. Low like a weak foot, step on the beat. Nigga man's runs, let me step out the case. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the
Hello. And great racing
Oh, there we have it. It's on the screen. 2:18. Just got a message from Serge. He's waiting in surgery. Well done, four-peat from the Flames. Te Waka 2:21.39. 2:21 Sea Dragons. Now, if you are in the stands and you've won a medal, just be prepared to come up soon, as we are going to have the medal presentations up just behind Kumra there. So that'll be good. So, just as we prepare for the next couple of races, I'd like to get at the medal presentation up the back, up near Fire and Cacao. We need Joey's, we need Sydney Zodiac, we need Beechworth, we need Joey's Blue, we need Joey's Red, Sydney Zodiacs, we need CY Siam, Te Waka, Melbourne Flames, CYL Black, Yarra River Dragons and Sloss Purple, all up behind Coomera, up near Lakeside for the medal presentations, please. As the rain is coming in, if you're from Melbourne, you're used to this. There's Coomera. Oh, look at the bomb.
Okay, great to have you back at the Oz Champs. And we are about to roll into race number 27 this morning. And that is the round 1 progression of the 18 and under women's small boat. Just the 3 in it. Joey's in lane 1, Grammar School from Canberra in 2, and Scholes in 3. And Bryce McGain is back with me, and it is absolutely hosing down here.
It is indeed. We're going to have some heavy rain for certainly the next half hour, but the good news is it'll ease up after that, so that's something to look forward to. But heavy for the next half hour, and the under-18 women's standard boat, they are into it now.
They're underway. They are indeed, Bryce. So just repeating that, in lane 1, you can see on the left of the screen there, that's the Joeys. Canberra Grammar in 2, and the Scholes in 3, who have got out really well, very quickly out of the blocks, and they certainly have taken up the early running as they head into driving rain here at Penrith Lakes at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. It is absolutely hammering down, and so are these paddlers. That the Scholes crew, they have got away to an absolute flyer here. Grammar in second in lane 2, and on the inside there, Joey's. But Bryce, gee whiz, how about the Scholes? Haven't they got out and made a statement?
They have indeed, and this is a 3-round event. Times matter. From rounds 1, 2 and 3, they're added together for the final placings. And as you can see, the keen eye, the dragon boating community would know that despite what was up on the screen, this is the small boat, the women's small boat, under 18. And you can see the Scholes team continuing on their merry way from what they did yesterday. They are very impressive in lane 3. Canberra Grammar are holding their own in lane 2, and the Joeys are pushing them along. So it's a race for that silver medal, as it is streets ahead are the Scholes team.
Yeah, they're absolutely flying here, and they're in pretty adverse conditions. We're seeing a little bit of improvement there on the outer lane 1 from the Joeys. They've probably taken it right up now to Canberra, so that's going to be a really good battle for second and third. But at the moment, they are just powering away. They've been super impressive here, the Scholes. They've got around probably about 150 metres to go to complete the first round. What we are seeing, though, is the Joeys are making a big move on the inside lane outside of the Canberra Grammar side. But Bryce, to bring them home, and I think you've been bringing home the Scholes, they're set for a commanding win in round 1.
Oh, they are indeed. And just the way they're going about their paddling here, a very cohesive group, the young under 18 girls, as they strive through. They've got about 50 metres to go. They've put about 3 boat lengths on the field, which is most impressive. In lane 2, that's Canberra Grammar, and it's a good race with the Joeys for that silver medal. Times matter, so they'll put it in, but across in lane 3, the Scholes, very impressive first time for the under 18 women on the water today through adverse conditions. And well done to the Canberra Grammar group. They've been able to hold on in that second spot. The Joeys very, very brave in pushing them all the way.
Yeah, and I guess the encouraging signs there for, sorry, we're just breaking, see the amount of water there. It's just washing down in front of the grandstand, and what's so lucky at this facility to have so much undercover viewing. And even these people have said, no, enough's enough, we're going to head up there too. But it's pouring down. But very encouraging signs from the minor placings there. Canberra and the Joeys probably didn't lose too much ground over the last 250 metres of that race, but it was the Scholes who went out so hard and so quick, and they've set themselves up to be a firm fave to be the gold medalists in the 18 and under women's small boat.
Yeah, and that'll be backed up. Scholes have brought up multiple crews across, so that'll be backed up in race 28. We see the final there, tight going. That's Canberra Grammar getting through just ahead of the Joeys, and it is heavy rain. As I said, it will go down, so those listening locally here understand it's going to be half hour. You're going to get it heavy for half an hour, and then it should ease off. There's a bit of a gap in the weather after that, so hang tough. We'll get through till then, and those at home are going to see that the start is underway. This is the Fire Apparel under 18 women's standard boat. In lane 1, the Scholes Fire. In lane 2, the Scholes Fury. and in lane 3, the Sydney Zodiacs, and in the 200 metres, this was the most competitive group. It was outstanding racing yesterday morning.
Yeah, they were, Bryce, and I'm expecting we'll see very similar follow-up today, and already probably taking up the early running there, you'd say it is the Sydney Zodiacs, who were very fast to start yesterday in the 200, and they've been able to replicate that in the start here in the 500. But as we found throughout the course here, you can see this one's going to really tighten up, and immediately you can see the Skulls Fire in lane 1 are starting to pull back a lot of ground there on the Zodiacs, and the Fury in lane 2 are coming along for the ride. So this is going to be this has got a really nice beat about it, this race here in driving rain. It is absolutely hammering down here on the Penrith Lakes, but the action's solid and it won't distract them. Zodiacs, Bryce, they're still just in front ahead of the Skulls Fire.
Yeah, the Skulls Fire are the older girls, if you like. The Skulls Fury, the younger ones, learning the craft, and they're hanging on to that boat, the Skulls Fire. I'm sure in training they've done similar things where they've just tried to hold on as long as they could to those older girls. Sydney Zodiacs, well, they've put a bit of a space out in the middle there, but they got a little wayward, and they got across to the boys on the far side of their lane in lane 3. So they've just straightened up a bit now. They're back on track and, well, in sync. You can see how well they are moving that boat with about 100 metres to go. They are lifting now with their finish. The Sydney Zodiacs in lane 3. Skulls Fire are out to chase them in lane 1. They're not going to have it all their own way. In actual fact, Skulls Fire are really lifting here, the girls. This is a great finish. Don't be resting on your laurels out on the other side. The Zodiacs, you're going to have to lift your game, because in lane 1, the Skulls Fire are coming. Skulls Fury are holding on strong. Take it home, Robbie.
Wow, look at that. Zodiacs, they're going to win it, but what a finish here from the Skulls Fire, and they've dragged it back to around about a fifth of a boat length. They had a huge last 200 metres across the course. The Zodiacs get the chockies, but goodness me, don't be surprised if we see a turnaround in results. It come at the second round as we see the Fury come through, and they lifted their rating too across the second half of that race. But yeah, good racing, something to certainly to look forward to in that one. The Fire really lit it up in that last part of that race, but well done to the Zodiacs. They get the early money.
They did indeed, and just seeing the Fury go across the line, the younger girls, just when the hammer went down, the two more experienced boats pulled away from them, but the camaraderie in that crew, because they kept on doing their absolute best, patting each other on the back, a real acknowledgement within the team of that Skulls Fury, that younger group. This is where the race really came on, where the Zodiacs were going about their business lifting, but it was the Skulls Fire that really took it to them in lane 1. The Fury got a little bit left behind, but as I say, they were very, very proudly acknowledging the efforts as they stuck at the task. But tremendous racing there on the replay. Outstanding. Now we head off to the Heat 1 of the Premier Women's Small Boat. And all the boats are lined up there. It is a 5-crew field. Fremantle in lane 1. Brisbane Typhoon in lane 2. Lane 3, the Pacific Dragons. Lane 4, ACDC. And lane 5, the Yarra River Dragons. So we have the results going up there, and times will slot in as we have our eyes to the start of the next event. It is race 29, heat number 1 of 3 heats in the Women's Premier Small Boat. That field again: Fremantle, Brisbane Typhoon, Pacific Dragons, ACDC and Yarra River Dragons, as we go from lane 1 out to lane 5.
Yeah, and Bryce, just before that one starts, we just had a message from the presentation. If you could go to the back of the grandstand where they're going to be doing that. So all those who have for medal presentations from the previous races, if you could make your way out to the back of the grandstand now, as we have a start in race 29. Here the Cacao Collective. We've just tried a bit of that cacao coffee this morning. It was absolutely sensational. That's what's got us up and about. But to start here in the Premier Women's Small Boat, and in lane 1, Fremantle. In lane 2, the Typhoons, Pacific Dragons in 3, ACDC in 4, and the Yarra River Dragons in 5. And early doors, we'd say it's probably on the outside there. The Yarra River Dragons, hey, they have taken up the running. Gee, they're off to a flyer on the outside. Coming out in lane 4 would be ACDC. And then through the middle part of the ground, there's not a lot between them. But on the outside there, Bryce, they are away to an absolute flyer is YRD.
Yeah, good observation. Lane 5, the Yarra River Dragons. Lane 3, the Pacific Dragons. They were runners-up in the championship back in Champion Lakes in Western Australia. So they've been silver medalists last year. They're onto the water now in lane 3. Brisbane Typhoon in lane 2 are right up there as well. Fremantle in lane 1. ACDC in lane 4 are going about their business, but it is the Yarra River Dragons out in lane 5 have put a bit of a gap on the field. They've snuck away as they just have got into their work. They've got to about the halfway point now, and through that halfway, the Yarra River Dragons are certainly lifting away from ACDC in lane 4, Pacific Dragons in lane 3, and Brisbane Typhoon lane 2, and Fremantle back in lane 1.
Yeah, nice little bit of synergy as we look across the lanes there from the outside into the in, and that is how it's running at the moment. There's no sign here of the Yarra River Dragons slowing down at all. In fact, what we are seeing is a little bit of a push up from the middle crews there for the second place. But Yarra River Dragons now, maybe they might just pull it back a bit now. First and second from each heat. They move into the semi-finals, so that'll be them. The interesting one is here, who can grab second, get that direct entry into the semi-final. At the moment, you'd say it's a big chance for ACDC, but the Pacific Dragons want to have a little say in that. Yarra River Dragons, they go across the line. They're in first place, but have a look at the Pacific Dragons. They're coming through. They're going to challenge ACDC. It will be all a little bit too late. Gee, they made up some ground. They'll finish third. Coming through in fourth is the Typhoons. And Fremantle here in lane 1. They made up some ground themselves. So some fantastic racing there, but all credit goes to the Yarra River Dragons, who have progressed straight through to the semi-final.
Well, they've laid down the gauntlet there, Robbie. That was really impressive. The Yarra River Dragons out in lane 5 have just gone bang. Challenging the Pacific Dragons, who were the silver medalists from last year. They finished third, so they'll go via the repechage. The first two go through. The Yarra River Dragons go through. ACDC will go through to the semi-final. Repechage for Pacific Dragons, Brisbane Typhoon and Fremantle as well. But terrific racing there. Yarra River Dragons, outstanding. And there we see the live pictures from the Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes, and it is hammering down. So accordingly, and with this forecast coming up, there is no thunder and lightning around, which is positive. So that is good, but they have decided to pause racing for now. So that's a big reason why we are so far ahead in the schedule, because of the weather forecast today. So we're still 40 minutes ahead of schedule. We have had one heat of the Keiko Collective Premier Women's Small Boat, and an impressive heat it was for the Yarra River Dragons. There are 2 more heats in this category, but they have paused racing for now, knowing that in about 15 or 20 minutes everything will subside. So racing will be paused for about that time, 15 to 20 minutes. We will check back in with you. In the meantime, we're dancing in the stands. It is pouring rain. They're still having a whole lot of fun.
Yeah.
We'll see you very shortly.
They're ready, they're away, and it's a good start by the boat in, I think, Melbourne Flame. That's who it is, and they're doing what they normally do, is jump out as hard as they can at the start. They're closely followed by the Yarra River Dragons, who are also travelling well with Wairo in the between them, but we'll start off going across and looking at lane 1 with CYL Yellow. In lane 2 we've got Yarra River Dragons, we've got Wairo in 3, and we've got Melbourne Flames. Then we've got Komodo and Coomera. Now Coomera's dropped off a bit. Melbourne Flame, Wairo and the Yarra River Dragons are really all vying for a position here. Look, you can see the 3 of them have right across the line, but Wairo's just making up a little bit there. They were a very strong team from New Zealand, and they're just starting to just pull back a little bit of. They were slightly behind those 2 Melbourne teams. That's the Melbourne Flame and the Yarra River Dragons, but they've moved themselves up now to just be a dragon head in front, and I think that's just to make sure that everyone knows they're there, and they're he's given them a bit of a hurry up, hoping they'll just leap a bit and burn themselves out. But we've got 200 metres to go, and it's looking like it's going to be a good finish. Wairo, though, is starting to pull away from the Melbourne Flame, and also from the Yarra River Dragons. They're travelling well. Melbourne Flame trying to make a comeback here. They're going hard at it. The other boats have all dropped off, but Wairo and Melbourne Flames is really working hard. Wairo's coming back at them. But Melbourne Flames, they're really sticking to it, and gee whiz, it might have been Melbourne Flame that just pipped Wairo. I wouldn't bet on it. Next up was Yarra River Dragons in 3rd. Then we had Komodo in 4th. Well, they're away now, and certainly a good even start there, and first out of the blocks. Boy, they're all out of the blocks pretty even there, but we'll just run through. Lane 1, we've got the Ride Green, we've got Different Strokes in 2, we've got Sloths Purple in 3, and they're already staking the claim for first on the race. Sunshine Coast in lane 4 next to Walker, and then for Forza in the last lane. But Sloths Purple, look at them go. They stretching out their lead there, and between them, I think Different Strokes in lane 2 are travelling very well indeed, as is the Sunshine Coast. Tawaka and Forza are there on the outside, but we're in about the first third of the race. Ride Green in lane 1 is dropping back, but Different Strokes in Different Strokes Gin is going pretty well there, with Sloths Purple, who are slightly in front, and Sunshine Coast also travelling well. Tawaka a little bit back, and Forza way back behind, about level pegging with Ride Green. But we see now that Sloss Purple certainly leading the way by about half a boat against the Sunshine Coast. Different Strokes Gin is in third position, and the Sloss Purple really travelling very well. We've got about 200 metres to go, and the Sloss Purple is working as hard as they can, and they're doing reasonably well, but I think we've got to look at what's happening with the Sunshine Coast. They're coming in hard. They're trying to sort of make some ground on the Sloths, but the Sloths are holding on. They're certainly going very strong there. I think in second place is Sunshine Coast, but they're being challenged for second by Different Strokes Gin. Different Strokes Gin not going to make it. We've got Sloths over the line, Sunshine Coast second, and then third is Gin. Yep, they're away now, and good start by all of them, but I think that Sydney Zodiacs looked pretty quick off the line. CYSM did as well, but in lane 1 we've got ACDC, lane 2 Pacific Dragons, lane 3 Akadaka, who are travelling well, CYL Black, who have moved out a little bit of a lead there, CYSM in 5, and then the Sydney Zodiacs, and we've travelled about they're on 100 metres now, and we see that lane 4 should I say, CYL Black is pulling away from the rest of the boats, but we're in short, still got a fair way to go, but CYL Black going well with the CYSM closely behind them, and Akadaka also holding place next to them. So CYL in the middle and Akadaka on both sides, and they are leading by quite a strong margin now. I think Pacific Dragons is the next best, and then we've got the ACDC in lane 1, and then Sydney Zodiacs across in lane 6. They're coming up to the halfway mark now, and the CYL Black is still travelling very well in lane 4. They're leading, and they're leading very well indeed. Akadaka and Pacific Dragon starting to try and move up on them, but they're not haven't got a lot of room to do so. We've got the CYL Black really powering home in lane 4. The Akadaka crew working hard. There's Pacific Dragons. They're not making any ground on CYL. CYL coming home very, very strongly over in lane 5. CYSM also travelling pretty well, but we've got the CYL Black coming over the line now in first place, well and truly. Then we've got Akadaka in second, and I think in third place CYSM. The mixed Premier Small, and they're away. Very good start, and I think, again, you look at lane 4 there, and that's Melbourne University. They're moved pretty well, but the Melbourne Flames, as their normal fashion goes, they certainly didn't let them do it by themselves, and they're now moved into first place. Only slightly in front of the University, but they're there. Black Sea Dragons also travelling well in lane 2. We look at lane 1 with the Fremantle Swans, and Navmat across in lane 5, and the Lakers in lane 6. But we've gone about 100 metres, and we've got Melbourne Flames slightly in front of the Melbourne University. Then next up, I think Black Sea Dragons also doing very well, and then we've got in lane 1 Fremantle Swans and the Lakers across in lane 6. But Melbourne Flames continue to lead, and they're showing I guess a pretty good style of paddling. Their clubs are very, very strong, and they're holding off the Melbourne University and the Black Sea Dragons. But also Navmat, Lakers and Fremantle Swan haven't given up hope, and they're in a pretty fair line across, although Lakers and Fremantle Swan is now at the halfway mark, starting to get a bit weary and dropping off. But we've got the Melbourne Flame certainly going very well in lane 3. Black Sea Dragons, are keeping with them. I think the Melbourne University seems to have dropped off the pace a little bit, but Melbourne Flame definitely in a strong position. We've just got about 150 metres to go. Melbourne Flame still leading. It's obvious that unless something goes wrong, they're going to be first over the line. But we've got a real challenge by the Black Sea Dragons, trying to pull them back. They're moved into second place very clearly now, but they're not going to make it to the Flame, but they're going to get close because they are running harder now than Melbourne Flames, and they're back up to about halfway, half a boat length. They're not going to make it, but Melbourne Flames is first. But next over the line is the Black Sea Dragons, doing well. Then Melbourne University. Then we had Fremantle Swans, followed by Navmat. They're going to start now in race 21, the Premier Mixed Small. This is semi-final 2. This is race 21, and good start by all the boats, which is good to see. And in lane 1 we have DSA, lane 2 Beechworth, 3 is Mandurah, Powerblades in 4, Tawaka in 5, and Akasnaka is in lane 6. Just looking down the field, they look pretty much even Steven as they meet the first 100 metres. There's a good picture there on the screen, right across along the crest. I think slightly in front of this stage would be in lane 3, Mandurah, and Powerblades in lane 4. Now we look up, we've got the whole field's they're travelling pretty well there. It's going to be a close finish if they stick like that, but there's always one or two that are just able to power away at the end. But as we move into the third of the course done, we've got the teams of Mandurah and Powerblades are still running very strongly. We've got Beechworth and Tawaka in following, and then DSA and Akasnaka are just a little bit behind. But we're coming up to the 200 metre mark now, and Mandurah is slightly in front of Powerblades, but Tawaka and Beechworth are also there in the hunt, and we'll see how it finishes. We've got 200 metres to go, and the action's starting to speed up here. We've got a good run there by Mandurah, who are travelling very well in lane 3. But Powerblades are pulling back in lane 4. Tawaka's starting to wind up in 5. And we've also got Beechworth pulling hard in 2. But at this stage, Mandurah is probably in second place to Powerblades. Powerblades is really pulling hard. Mandurah is trying to keep with them. They're dropping off a bit in 5. Tawaka's coming home strongly too. But Mandurah is not going to make it. Powerblades is doing really well, and Tawaka is second. Third would have to be Mandurah as they cross the line. We had Beechworth, and then I think it would have been Akasnaka, and last but not least DSA in this one. And it's a mixed standard boat, under 18. Lane 2 is the Joeys, lane 3 Sydney Zodiac, and lane 4 Canberra Grammar. And as they move out, the Sydney Zodiacs have started to take up the lead, but they're very closely challenged by the Joeys, who aren't far behind at all. And that's certainly been the style of that particular mixed standard boat in the past today, and the Joeys and the Sydney Zodiacs are vying for honours, and the Zodiacs just seem to have a little bit on the Joeys at the moment, but they're got about 100 metres through the race, so they've still got a way to go. And this is event 22, under 18 mixed standard boat, and we're about a third of the way through the race now, and we find that the Sydney Zodiac slightly in front. The Joeys in lane 2 are pushing hard to stay with them. Canberra Grammar School has dropped off a bit, but the Zodiacs are certainly pulling very strongly. Joeys can't stay with them. but they're not that far behind. And I've got to say, Canberra Grabber's travelling pretty well this time too. They're about even Steven with the Joeys. They're coming up 200 metre mark, so they've got 200 to go, and the Zodiacs are certainly going to lead the race home in the last 200, but the Joeys and Canberra Grammar, they are pretty much even Steven there, and it's a bit of a battle here for second place. The Sydney Zodiacs are clearly running very well, but when we get closer to the line, we've got about 80, 90 metres to go. Sydney Zodiacs is there, but Canberra Grammar is slightly blowing the Joeys away here. They're Canberra Grammar's coming in second place. The Joeys can't keep with them. Over the line first, we had Sydney Zodiacs, then Canberra Grammar School, and then the Joeys in third place. But a good run by all those young paddlers.
Okay, we're underway with race 23, which is the under 18 mixed small boat. In lane 2, ACDC. In lane 3, Lakers. In lane 4, Coomera. And lane 5 at the Joeys. So getting away very, very well there in lane 3 is the Lakers, and going with them is the Joeys out in lane 5. So these are our junior paddlers, all under 18. And this is the future of our dragon boating, of course. So here we are at the moment. We're in lane 3 and lane 5 are sort of level pegging a wee bit. And Coomera have just dropped back a fraction, as have ACDC. But they've gone around about 150 metres, and we're looking at Joeys on the far side. They're the crew that's certainly putting the effort in at the moment. And you can see they've taken about a half a boat length lead over the Lakers in lane 3. Coomera on the inside between those two crews, and on the very, very inside here, closest to what we see now as the shore, is the ACDC crew. So they've gone around about 200 metres, and certainly the Joeys are now starting to pull away with just a fraction from the Lakers crew, Coomera and ACDC. Now we talk about these guys and girls. They're certainly very well trained, and they're certainly putting a lot of power in this over this 500 metre mark. Now just at the moment we can see the Lakers are starting to make a bit of a move and trying to catch up with the Joeys out there in lane 5. But no, the Joeys have still got that half a boat to 3/4 of boat lead over the Lakers. Then it's Coomera, and also fighting there with them is the ACDC crew. So it's very, very close for third and fourth, but there's certainly the Joeys, and we see them on screen in lane 5 at the moment. Very, very good technique, and going away just a fraction now from the Lakers crew. They're down with just about 150 metres to run, and Lakers are now starting to put some effort in. You can see the coach and the sweeper Vanity's asked them for some effort now, but Joeys still are out in lead, and they are certainly going away at the moment. So Joeys are going to go through and win this one. So here we go, coming down towards the line in lane 5. Joeys have won that heat. Coming now with the Lakers, putting a lot of effort in, but they're second. Now look at this, the crew from ACDC have come through and got third, followed by the Coomera crew. So they're our young under 18s, junior paddlers, and as we say, they're the future of dragon boating.
They're away. We've got to start, and we're out of the blocks first is Melbourne Flame. Gee whiz, they're quicker when they get going to start, and you've got to chase them down. But next to them we've got CYL Black, and they are also running very well. Of course, Wairo is in the race. They're not quite though, because Sloths Purple have pulled out in front of them. Then in lane 1 we see Yarra River Dragons also travelling very well, and Sunshine Coast in the outside. But the Melbourne Flame and CYL Black seem to be working hard to try and get a bit of a jump on the others. But I think Wairo will just be happy to sit in third or fourth, just keeping in tab with them for a while, and that's what's happening now. Melbourne Flames slightly in front of CYL, but you've got Wairo just starting to look like picking up the pace a bit. They're power paddlers. They're not super fast in their technique, and that power they lay in really seems to make their boats go pretty well. So you can see now the blue boat in lane 3 there, Wairo, they are just a little bit slower, a little bit more powerful than the boat next to them, which is the CYL Black, who are paddling and rating a lot faster. But we're halfway, we've got 200 metres to go, and it's looking very, very close for a number of boats here. We've got the Wairo boat starting to make ground there. The CYL has dropped back. Melbourne Flames still working very, very hard, and Stoke Sloths Purple going well. Yarra River Dragons in lane 1 is also travelling well. But in lane 4 we've got CYL Black, but Wairo in 3. Wairo is starting to put their head in front, but we've got Melbourne Flames also. Oh, Wairo, Melbourne Flames and CYL Black, I think. Dragon ahead.
Marshalling
Here
area.
they come. There they go. We can just see them. But anyway, we've got to start in the next event, which is the Melbourne Flames in 1 on the right of your screen there in the middle. That's the Melbourne University crew. And then the locals from Albury Wodonga, the Bravehearts over there in 3, who have just got a little bit off track there too. And they're going to have to realign here and swing it around. But it is the Melbourne Flames who've started strong. So what do Bravehearts do from here, Bryce?
Well, the Bravehearts will just realign. They'll use it as a bit of a practice run. Again, it often happens in these races. These power crews can really get going. So the Melbourne Flames on the right of the screen there, Melbourne Uni on the left-hand side, or in the foreground now as we swing around with the drone. But it is Melbourne Flames going along nicely in lane 1. In lane 2, it's Melbourne Uni. But you get the wash of some of these boats. It gets to the back of your boat and swings you around. And the Bravehearts just backed out of that one. And looks like they're just working their way off the course. It's a bit out of shot. So we'll just see what's happening there. I'm not sure they're continuing to paddle or not. I hope that everything is all okay there. So I think they're just realigning now and just having a bit of a run as they go down. It's the Melbourne Flames, however, in the second of the Premier Heats. And they've extended now out to a bit of a boat length over Melbourne Uni, who are fast starting. They have a really rapid speed in their stroke rate to get things up and going, but the Melbourne Flames dominate out in front. Everything will all come together, of course, times that matter here. You'd expect, of course, the Melbourne Flames to make it through to that grand final under times. Very strong, powerful club and crews, but Melbourne Uni aren't going to be denied, and it's important that they do log a good time here, not worry about the match play racing, if you like. It's not about where they finish in this race and how far behind the Melbourne Flames. It's about their time, and there go the Flames across the finish line now in a pretty comfortable and controlled method, but here are Uni finishing off strongly. The Dragon Masters were a bit comfortable. Combo Dragons and Southern Waratahs and Dragonflies, we do have a start at the top of the course. So once again, those lanes. Lane 1, the Southern Waratahs. Lane 2, the Dragonflyers. Lane 3, the Dragon Masters. Just putting a bit of space on them there. And the Combo Dragons are going with them, however.
Yeah, of course, the Southern Waratahs, we touched on it before. A crew from the Merimbula Water Dragons Club and the Nature Coast Dragon Boat Club. The Combo Dragons, they've been super competitive right across the first 2 days. Now, they're from the central west part of New South Wales. Bathurst Pan Dragons, the Orange Colour City Dragons, Forbes Dragon Boat Club, and the Dubbo, beautifully named, the Outback Dragons. And then, of course, we've got our middle crews there. The Dragon Flyers, ACT based, only formed in this season, 2023, so it's fantastic to have them down here for the first time. And then, of course, we've got the Dragon Masters, who are out of the Community Boat Hub at the Docklands in Melbourne. So we've got Central Melbourne, City, Suburbia, and then we've got Outback Australia. It's a classic mixture here, which is absolutely fantastic. So as we see them come down the stream. Looks like the outside crew here, the Combo Dragons, have made a really good start.
Well, they have indeed. They're keeping it right up to the Dragon Masters. They're the national champions in lane 3, and this is the start of the season in dragon boating, so they've carried their form forward. Wonder how many were training over the winter in Melbourne. Always very brisk, but the Combo Dragons are right up there with them. And in lane 1, keep an eye on the Southern Waratahs, who are extending out. 100 metres to go now. It is a really good race on that far side. We see the Dragon Masters in lane 3. The Combo Dragons are right with them in lane 4. This is for a final. Times are the essence. Southern Waratahs are keeping at their work, and the Dragon Flyers in lane 2, just a little bit off the pace, but pushing forward for the end of the race. It is in lane 3. It is the Dragon Masters who lift up for the final finish, pushed all the way by the Combo Dragons in lane 4. Lane 1 coming through now, the Southern Waratahs, and we'll see the Dragon Flyers come into shot very shortly, finishing off their race. But a very, very competitive race. Those Combo Dragons did everything and pushed the national champs, the Dragon Masters, all the way.
True performance from them, and we've got to start, and they've started well. Bravehearts in the middle lane there. A real powerful start. On either side of them, they've got two very strong boats. In Melbourne Uni in 1 on their right, as you can see, and then on the outside lane in 3, the Melbourne Flames. So for the early part of the race, the Flames are just taking it up now. They've got working along nicely, but the most impressive thing here has been the Bravehearts in the middle there, who are really hanging on in great fashion. They had a few struggles in that first heat, but they're putting it together nicely here because there's a real good battle going on between the Flames in 3 and the Melbourne Uni in 1. But Bryce, gee, how impressive, the Bravehearts. That is a comeback for the ages, that one.
It is, and it affects your confidence as a crew, and even the sweep, just getting caught up in the wash that they did in that previous heat. But they're right up there competing. They are pushing hard. The local team, the Bravehearts, they're right in the mix here. We see the Melbourne Flames just extending away a little bit. They're not getting it all their own way in lane 3. Lane 1 is Melbourne Uni, and they are a developing crew, a developing club. They're doing exceptionally well. And look at the Bravehearts.
Oh.
They're not going to get dropped off.
This is a fantastic answer by the Bravehearts. They're still, look, just holding on only a boat length behind the Flames. They're about half a boat length behind Melbourne Uni, and a terrific performance, but it's going to take a lot of stopping here, the Melbourne Flames. They're a good outfit. Melbourne Uni, they're hanging in there, and the Flames through the middle part. It's so impressive from them, but Bryce, it's going to be the Melbourne Flames. They'll come through and take it, but gee, that is one of the great performs from the Bravehearts we've seen so far this morning.
It is indeed. Coming back from getting caught out in the wash of the previous heat. There it is, the Melbourne Flames, as they extend through to the finish. Melbourne Uni finishing their work off as well. And the Bravehearts are really pushing them all the way. That's the Melbourne Flames coming through now. Melbourne Uni in lane 1, or boat number 1, and boat number 2 there, the Bravehearts. Terrific. On their home waterway cruise, they'll get better for their runs. And we do have a start.
It's a good start too, very even, and even on the outside there, the Barbarians have started as good as anyone. As a flat, as we come across the first 50 metres, there's only probably 5 metres between all 4 crews. On the inside now, the Yarra River Dragons are starting to work into it, and they've taken up the early lead. The Barbarians, very impressive starters on the outside. CYSM a little bit slow in that get-go, and Komodo now is strong, but the as you can see now, after a blazing start there, the Barbarians have just fallen off the pace. And it's in order of the lane order at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the Yarra River Dragons, CYSM,
We're going live.
Gateway Lakes in Albury Wodonga. A little bit different colour there. Now we're back here at the Penrith Lakes. This is 2025. Robbie McKinlay and Bryce McGain, we're back. Ready. We're going to have a restart after a little bit of a pause in the action. We'll be up to race 30. The boat's heading out to marshalling. But Bryce, joining us for a bit of a chat and catch up over the next 10 or 15 minutes. We've no Nick Ando. We found a better man than that. We've got Adam
from Sport Integrity Australia, one of the assistant directors, and a strong partner, Adam, of the Australian Dragon Boat Federation. Great to have you on comms, mate.
Oh, look, thank you so much for having me up here in the box. It's wonderful to see. You know, what an amazing community you have here. You know, it's great. One of the first things I noticed is a lot of families here. You got parents participating with their children. There's not many sports where you can do that easily and regularly, and at a national level, which is pretty cool too.
Adam, tell us about what your main focus and your partnership with Australian Dragon Boat. What is your particular focus with them as in a partnership?
Yeah, sure. So look, our focus is making sport safe, fair and clean. So anti-doping is one part. So, you know, anti-doping in Dragon Boat, not as much of a feature for our relationship, but it is around making sport safe, fair, and particularly around safeguarding, member protection, making sure people know what being safe in sport is, what can and can't happen, what behaviours are okay and what ones aren't, and also how they can raise a complaint and who to raise it with if they have an issue.
And I was speaking to Lockie Margerson from ODF, and he was saying that there's also, you've got great support, in a way of financial sponsoring them in several areas. Can you just explain what that's all about?
Yeah, sure. So we have a program called the National Integrity Manager Program, and we fund a position with AusDBF. So that's the fantastic Deb Begg. Some of you would know Deb pretty well. She's been in the role now for a period of time. We also before that had Liam Burke, who moved on to Europe, and Deb's really hit the ground running. She's focused purely on AusDBF. She's done a great campaign recently around respect in the sport.
Yep.
So you know, how you should treat each other, what to do if you're feeling frustrated or you've got an issue or someone's bumped into you or ruined your day. So, you know, she deals with all sorts of complex issues from minor personal grievances right up to more the complex stuff about, where things might go wrong.
Adam, it's superb, and what we've certainly seen from a commentary perspective coming in at the national titles is this incredible camaraderie in the Dragon Boat community. And what's been your experience in dealing with the Dragon Boat Australia?
Yeah, look, I've really noticed that they're a sport who are performing at a really good level, and certainly above their capabilities. So, you know, obviously they're a reasonably small sport in an organisational or staff sense compared to some of the bigger sports that you may see. But they're really putting their members first. I'm seeing a really big focus on the member experience. So they want their members to be safe, happy. They want them coming back. They want them to really love their sport and have a good time here doing it. So it's really good to see an organisation that is member focused.
Yeah. Adam, it's tremendous to hear that relationship between your organisation, Sport Integrity Australia, and the AusDBF, and as you say, they certainly punch above their weight for a small staff body to be able to service such a wide community right across the country. It's absolutely outstanding. Just casting my eye across to the start there, we'll just set the situation. We have had a heat. This is the Keiko Collective Premier Women's Small Boat Races. We have had one heat run and done. The Yarra River Dragons were impressive. It seems like about a day ago, but we had the weather break. Heavy rain came. We have the second of 3 heats to come in this category as the boats get themselves ready there and align themselves. I'll quickly go through the lanes.
Yeah. We won't ask Adam to call the race, but we'll get him to stay with us a little bit longer.
We will indeed, and continue the conversation. Lane 1, the Peninsula Dragonflies. Lane 2, we have Canberra Ice Dragons. Lane 3, the Sydney Zodiacs. Lane 4, the Melbourne Flames. Lane 5, the Lakers from WA. So they are the field that's coming up for race number 30. So our timings, and this is why we have got ahead in the timings. We're still about half an hour ahead of the schedule there. 11:48, this is scheduled to be run. Local time now, 11:23. So things are moving along quite nicely, despite the fact that we've had a rain interruption.
What are the biggest challenges you're finding? Probably at a junior level, and I guess it's all around about education. But what do you find? Is it more around parental? Is it in schools? How do you go about it, Adam?
Yeah, sure. So a big change we've seen is how sport's delivered. You both may recognise from your own time in sport. You know, you might go on a tour and you might bill it in a local house. That's something that we wouldn't see happen anymore.
Yeah.
You know, obviously you can't have kids unsupervised in new environments, things like that. So we're trying to build a national standard and then roll out education around what the current legislation and practices are around that type of thing. So you wouldn't see billeting anymore. You know, I did it in my early sport days, and you may have all done it too. And look, and when it works well, great memories, but it's a high-risk activity. So we help sports plan and deliver sport in a way that's safer than what we may have experienced ourselves.
And we
well,
have
stay
a race
with us,
start.
Adam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
stay with us, Adam. We've got a race start here, and we're just having a close eye on what is going ahead. We've got the drone out there now, and what about these great race shots? We see a few of the boats just finding their way through the lanes. The Lakers in WA closest to the screen, they're in lane 5. The Melbourne Flames in lane 4. Lane 3, the Sydney Zodiacs just dropping back from where the Melbourne Flames are there. The Canberra Ice Dragons in lane 2. And over in lane 1, Peninsula Dragonflies going about their business quite nicely as well.
Yeah, they have indeed, Bryce. In fact, the Peninsula Dragonflies on that inside lane, they're probably taking up the running. Inside of those, we have the Ice Dragons, and then you start looking at where there's a little bit of action happening. The Zodiacs have just dropped back a little bit, but the Melbourne Flames appear to be the crew that are starting to make the biggest move as we go towards the halfway point of this race. And on the outside of them, we've got the Lakers from Western Australia. But the Melbourne Flames in 4 are taking it right up to the Peninsula Dragons. And just at this stage, it looks like it's a race of 2 from here, Bryce. But Flames just starting to build a bit of momentum.
They are indeed. Sydney Zodiacs, the bronze medalists in this race at last year's championship. So they're in lane 3, just a bit back on the pace. It is the Melbourne Flames in lane 4, looking quite strong as they head up the course. Lane 1, the Peninsula Dragonflies. This is a good go from the girls there. They are lifting up the Purple People Eaters, as they know, known throughout dragon boating in Victoria. They've put a bit of a space on the rest of the field here. They've snuck away. Don't look right and left. It's sneaking down the side. Lane 1, the Peninsula Dragonflies. Lane 4, the Melbourne Flames. Then back to lane 3, the Zodiacs and the Canberra Ice Dragons in lane 2. And out on the far side, the Lakers WA are surging towards their finish. But have a look down here in lane 1, the Peninsula Dragonflies. It's a little bit of an upset from the outside lane, but they've started this campaign very well. They've had to sit and wait for some time. They're across the line first in heat number 2. Melbourne Flames in second place, and I think it might be the Lakers in WA holding on at the far side in lane 5, and a good go for that third placing.
Yeah,
With the Lakers in lane 5, the Zodiacs in lane 3, and the Ice Dragons in lane 2. But well done to the Peninsula Dragonflies. Very impressive.
They are so happy with their work too, Bryce. There was as you said, on what we appeared to be a bit of a turn up. We thought the way the Melbourne Flames were going through that halfway point of the course, that they were very strong. But wowee, Peninsula Dragonflies. So they will move through to the semi-final straight away, first and second for that. So we'll see those two again have another ding-dong battle, no doubt about that. The Ice Dragons were 5th, 4th for the Sydney Zodiacs, and the Lakers from Western Australia had their best performance in those last 200 metres. They came home quite strongly. Now, if you've just joined us, just before that, we've got Adam here from Sport Integrity Australia, one of the assistant directors there, and we're chatting about it. It's interesting what you said about the old days of with young sport. I don't know how many times I was billeted out, whether it was football or cricket, places like Broken Hill and going up to Wagga and that. And but it has changed, and it's I guess the thing that I've noticed, having worked in community cricket too, the education around that, particularly around coaching, that's as big a focus now, probably on the technical side of it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously the sport was the focus. Now there's so many parts and so many elements, looking after people's emotionals, their well-being, all those type of things. We also, when we joined sport, we didn't have to contend with social media. That's being a big emergence, right? Whereas, if you have a good experience in sport or a poor one, that social media presence is going to follow you 24 hours a day. So we may see that, communication there being an area where bullying and other things can occur.
It's a terrific initiative from the Australian government to have the sport integrity working alongside the sports and providing the resources and personnel and the knowledge in knowing to do this. Not every sport can be experts in it, but by education and sharing is an important part, and understanding the responsibilities of how to make the sport safe and enjoyable for all.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What we try and do is bring all the integrity managers of every sport together quarterly in Melbourne for a face-to-face for a couple of days, so they can share stories, examples from within their sport, learn about what other people are doing, what best practice is, and so for sport like Dragon Boat, they can go and talk to the integrity manager of AFL or cricket or another sport, learn some lessons, come back and implement here in their own backyard.
Because I'm sure a lot of those lessons can be learnt, the challenges in other sports can be learnt right across, and getting them together quarterly is a terrific initiative as well. Where do you see the relationship building with AusDBF?
Oh, look, it's really exciting. You know, I think they've laid such a great foundation. They're only going to continue to get better and better. Obviously, it's great to see younger and younger people coming into the sport, so making sure that their first arrival into Dragon Boat is fantastic, they feel safe, and they know how to manage any issues they occur during their sporting experience.
And how do you find, Adam? Do you find like it, as we've just made a start, just a final one for me before we track into this race, but how do you are you seeing the progress? Are you seeing the education is coming to fruition?
Yes, certainly. I know that AusDBF have done a really good social media campaign of late, promoting awareness of what's okay, what's not, and then what you can do if you're not feeling safe or supported. So we're really happy to see that support rolled out right across the sport. All the states have been supportive, and it's been really embraced. So that's the most pleasing thing, is that there's genuine buy-in from the community.
That's so important. Well, Bryce is going to start calling this race. We'll after we finish this race, we'll stay with us for the completion of that, and then we'll finish it up with you. But we do appreciate your time. Bryce, we've got to start.
Yeah, this is Heat 3 in the Premier Women's Small Boat category. And in Lane 1, it's the Canberra Griffins. In Lane 2, the Gold Coast Dragons. Lane 3, Komodo Paddle Club, who have started very strongly in the middle of the course there. ACCA in Lane 4, CYSM over in Lane 5, but Komodo looking very, very strong with ACCA in Lane 4, Gold Coast Dragons going along with them, and in Lane 1 the Canberra Griffins getting into their work now as well. But boy, the Komodo Paddle Club looking strong there.
Yeah, they have made a great start, and probably maybe the one to watch if there's someone to come out as we look at those magnificent overhead shots. It could be CYSM on the far side out there in Lane 5. In Lane 4, ACCA, well, they're going to have to really do some work from here, but Komodo are showing the way. Gold Coast Dragons in 2 are okay, and probably in 1. The Griffins from Canberra, and in Lane 5, CYSM, they're the ones who are probably doing the best at the moment. But the Komodo crew are showing it all in front of them, and they should come away and take out this third semi-final. In Lane 1, they're the Griffins. They're probably been the fastest outside of Komodo over the last couple of hundred.
Well, the Griffins are certainly lifting now. We're into the last 100. The long strokes by Komodo as they control the race from the front. They know they're going through to the semi. And the Canberra Griffins have lifted their rate as they want to make sure the first 2 go through to that semi-final, and then it's the next fastest crew. So the Gold Coast Dragons have lifted their rate to make sure they post a good time. But going across the line now, the Komodo Paddle Club in boat number 3, they go through to that semi-final straight through. And in Lane 1, well done to the Canberra Griffins. They lifted nicely and ensured that they go through to the semi. It will be the Gold Coast Dragons in Lane 2, ACCA in Lane 4, and CYSM are fighting out a bit of a ding-dong battle. It'll be Lane 4 getting through just ahead. So the times matter there. They will go through to a repechage, all the boats, and get another opportunity. But that is the final heat. The final heat of 3 in the Premier Women's Small Boat.
Alrighty, good, great call there, Bryce. All right, Adam, before we let you go, what's been your overall impression of the venue here?
Oh, look, it's fantastic. It's such a great facility. My personal favourite thing to do is look down in the water and see that stroke straight in the water at the same time. It's just fantastic teamwork. So good to see. But I think the big takeaway for me is what a great atmosphere and community you have. And like I said, how cool that you can have, you know, a parent and a child on the same national team, you know, or state team. It's so cool. Not many sports can do that. It's one of the big selling points of your sport, and so great to see. Even in the rain, you know, there's been no dampening of the enthusiasm out there. Everyone's still happy, they're committed, and it just feels like a really positive place to be.
You were saying you're involved in football as well, as it, you know, well, we have Bryce and myself with footy and cricket and all sports, and you made the comment, and we see it too. Sometimes you see a little bit of ugly side of it, the competitive sports, the footballs and that, but what you see here today, it's competitive, but the spirit is outstanding.
It really is, and the way I like to think about it is this an environment I'd be happy to leave my kids in? And absolutely it is. So that's probably the biggest bit of feedback I can give to Dragon Boat is I'd be very happy for my kids to come and play the sport and to leave them here and know they're safe.
Adam, really appreciate your time. Keep up the great work at Sport Integrity Australia and the involvement and the partnership you have with AusDBF. We really appreciate it, mate. Good on you. There you go. Adam, thank you.
Pleasure. Thanks, guys.
And we have a start into the Keiko Collective, the Premier Women's Standard Boat. This is heat number 1 of 2 heats. And in lane 1, DSA. In lane 2, Diamond Phoenix. In lane 3, Different Strokes, who have started off very, very nicely. The sloths in lane 4, lane 5, Chimera, and lane 6, Mako Paddle Club. So 6 boats in all in heat number 1 of the Premier Women's Standard Boat, and certainly Different Strokes are looking quite strong as they go out in front. Diamond Phoenix in lane 2, just dropping off the pace a bit. Lane 1, DSA, they're into their good work. Lane 4 is the Sloths. They have the orange drummer with the fluoro vest on there, so they certainly stand out. Over in lane 6, the Mako Paddle Club are making a good fist of it as well.
Yeah, but as you can see, straight in lane 3, Different Strokes, they are powering ahead, coming up to the 150 metre mark now. Outside of them, Sloss still competitive. Diamond Phoenix inside of 2 going with them, but DSA on the inside as well. But way out wide, we've got Coomera and also Mako Paddle Club trying to get into contention. As you know, the winner from each heat go through, with the 2 fastest losers going through. So Mako are trying to get into that second spot. Here comes Different Strokes, still competing up. Diamond Phoenix inside of them, but it looks like Mako are paddling their way into that second spot. But the winner is Different Strokes coming through, unless Mako pull out something special. But no, it's going to be Different Strokes. Mako are out wide. In 4, third, which is Sloss. Outside of them, Coomera, and on the inside, DSA coming in after Coomera, followed by Diamond Phoenix in 2.
Different Strokes, very impressive. They were silver medalists going back to Champion Lakes in WA last year, and they were national champions at Albury Wodonga in 2023. So a great history in this particular event, the Premier Women's Standard Boat.
Mate, stats. You are the stats man, Bryce, and it's great to have that on your fingertips. How you flick through it, you know, you've got a great memory from those races. It's very good, and it's great hearing awesome.
Yeah, from Adam, absolutely.
Adam,
and
yeah.
Adam's going to come back tomorrow, and he's going to talk a little bit about the testing and whatnot. Like the Auroras will have testing. Will start from Tuesday, so he's happy to run through that whole program, which will be fantastic. So we'll catch up again with him tomorrow.
Absolutely, like that's been happening since 2012. So we had WADA testing at the Club Cruise in Hong Kong, 2016. I don't know with the integrity grid down in Adelaide. My team, I think we were tested every day.
How'd they go?
Mate, we were clean as a whistle from Dubai. You know, just doing very physical, hard exercise as we do. But look at the fact the drone's back up.
Yes. The
Radar will be happy.
Radar is just absolutely wrapped to be back into it.
Well, we're all happy, and it just shows a great view of this outstanding facility. And well, with the rain, they couldn't be up earlier, but look at that now. And as Adam mentioned, it hasn't dampened any of the enthusiasm of the paddlers. They were dancing in the stands through the heavy rain that we had before, big storm coming through. It's cleared up now, and what a picture that is at Penrith Lakes.
Yeah, well, we could have waited another 5 minutes, but we did the medal presentations up there at the back of Lakeside, and the rain was teeming down. But we had dual-up speakers, and I don't know if you heard, we found a bit of a stormy weather with you on the song, and we had the crowd singing while you were doing that. I don't know if you guys got that up here, but it wouldn't have been on the live stream, but it was going through the speakers. We had Crowded House Stormy Weather from Coomera, and the whole stand was singing.
So we're getting prepared up here with heat number 2. Keiko Collective, Premier Women's Standard Boat. Different Strokes, impressive in heat 1, along with Mako Paddle Club. And the field is just getting prepared now. In lane 1 it'll be Ride. In lane 2, North Queensland Phoenix. In lane 3, CYL. Lane 4, Tawaka. Lane 5, Akka. So 5 boats in all in this heat number 2.
That's it. That is the Cacao Collective, and they're going to be up there just a little bit longer. So in the stands, if you want to get up there, Go out to Typhoon 8. Over to Fire, to the apparel. There's a lot of great merchandising to be bought over there. Paddle equipment as we prepare for the races. Haven't checked the bomb lately, but doesn't look too bad, does it, Bryce?
No, it's certainly cleared up. We had that heavy storm come through, heavy rain, and it has cleared up. And we'll get clear racing now for the next couple of hours, which will be good to experience. So the winner from each of these heats goes straight through to the grand final. They sit in the grand final, so different strokes are already in there. So the winner of this heat go through, plus the next two fastest will go through to that grand final. The remaining crews, they go to repechage, so it's not all done.
Right.
There's still some opportunities to get through to that grand final later in the program this afternoon. So this is the Premier Women's Standard Boat.
Yes.
And we are at race 33. So the
And-
second heat.
And they're off. So Ride DBC in 1, North Queensland are in 2, CYL in 3, Te Waka in 4, and out wide is Akka in 5. As you said, this is the Premier Women's Standard Boat, and it looks like out in 4, Te Waka have got off quite to a good start, CYL in the middle, North Queensland Phoenix with that fluorescent cover at the drum, Ride DBC inside of them, and out wide Akka are also going quite well as well, but it's in the middle, CYL next to Te Waka, North Queensland Phoenix going with them again as they've just gone past about 150 metres. But Bryce, it's looking pretty even up there.
It certainly is. It's looking very even. Te Waka were silver medalists 2 years ago at the National Champs. They'll be looking to return to some good touch here. They're over in lane 4. Akka out in lane 5 look to be making a good move actually, and well, they've got their start underway, but through this middle stage they look to be the strongest boat out in lane 5. CYL in lane 3, North Queensland Phoenix are holding their own in lane 2, and Ride in lane 1. It's right across the board.
Yeah, it looks like Akka's really got a good rhythm there. They've got their hit and glide, and at the boat, the bow's up, the bow wave's coming in, and they're starting to put it together. Inside of them is Te Waka and also CYL, and North Queensland team coming up as we come up to the 200. About 180 to go now, and I tell you what, Akka Daka out the far lane, they are just gliding through, and they're going to maintain a very good finish. It's just up for battle. Inside them is CYL for second. Te Waka look to be, they've got to have a strong finish as they do. Also North Queensland, inside them a Ride, but it is Akka out the outside, Bryce.
Yeah, it looks like CYL are just stretching through. Akka will get it done over in lane 5. They'll go through the finish line now. Lifting up in lane 3, CYL. They've got a good finish. Keep track of that. Lane 2 as well. North Queensland Phoenix. Look at them go with their great finish. And Te Waka in lane 4. Just feeling the pinch in the end. And in lane 1, Ride finishing really strongly. That's a good competitive race.
Great competitive race. Not too much rain around, so the visibility would have been great for the sweep and the drummer on those races. But yeah, so that's it. So that is the Cacao Collective Premier Women's Standard Boat Heat 2. So we'll wait for the times to come in on that. Yeah, My Sport Live doing a fantastic job. Some great pictures there. Robbie giving the tower a wave. It's all good. Well, welcome back. We are on race 35. Very fortuitous that we have the Fire Apparel. This is a under 18 women's small boat round 2. Scholes in 1, Joey's in 2, Canberra Grammar in 3. And we've actually got the Fire Apparel champion that he is, who's been looking after us all day. And as I've been seeing the lineup down there, you guys must be selling out. Post sales available and online. That's awesome. But we're back live. It is the under 18 small boat round 2, scheduled for 12:18. So we're still about 20 minutes ahead of schedule, which is fantastic, and appreciate all your patience through the rain after we got through those first medal presentations. This is lane 1 are going to be in Scholes. Joey's in 2 and Canberra Grammar in 3.
house parent, or what do you want me to do?
Race 34. Just as we call the small boats down. So in 1 is Akka, Frio in 2, Zodiacs are in 3, Lakers in 4, Ice Dragons in 5, Gold Coast in 6, and CYSM are out in 7. This is the Cacao Collective Premier Women's Small Boat Repechage 1. So this is going to be highly contested. First to fourth in each rep go to the semi-finals, Robbie. And as they're just final crews are lining up there, the weather. And if you look down below, CYSM are going to be performing some great line dancing and some entertainment then. So give them a round of applause in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe we don't have comms. Okay, the grandstand here is down there.
So we are preparing ourselves now into the Cacao Collective. Premier Women. Cow?
Cacao.
Cacao.
Cacao. That's what it's like.
The Premier Women's Small Boat. This is the repechage 1 of 1. The one-off repechage, first to fourth, go through to the semi-finals. So the top 4 are going through. In lane 1, okay. In lane 2, Fremantle. In lane 3, Sydney Zodiacs. In lane 4, the Lakers. In lane 5, the Canberra Ice Dragons. Lane 6, the Gold Coast Dragons. And lane 7, CYSM. So, again, we will be looking at those lane 3, lane 4, Lakers and Sydney Zodiacs as the fastest from the heats. But with a tweak of the boats, anyone, it can be anyone.
That's it. And while we're just waiting under starters orders, CYL, they've got the Chinese entertainment there, which is looking good. Entertaining the crowd.
I could see you doing a little jig out in front of that there, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
I don't know about to get one of our camera shots on that. I don't know if we're about to pick one of them up, but in front of the grandstand there,
maybe the
little ensemble,
the zone footage could rip down there. Sure, our producers are listening to it.
Looks like we're still waiting on. We've got 6 boats up there on the pontoon, Bryce. So I should have 7 there.
Yeah, we're missing CYSM out in lane 7.
Yep.
We are missing a boat. I think they're just coming up to the start now. But there's the Dragon in the crowd. What a great shot that is. The Lion.
Oh, he's getting excited.
Yep, working their way through.
They've
got to tiptoe their way through there. Getting pats from the crowd.
Oh,
yeah, this is traditional line dancing.
Oh, and gone.
That's a hug.
No, well, it's more than that.
Oh,
nearly lost a head. Nearly had it chomped off.
Yeah, so this is performed also in Chinese New Year, which is Kung Hei Fat Choi, which is Lacey Goloi, which means Happy New Year. Happy Chinese New Year.
Yep.
My accent might be a bit different in the Chinese, but that's Cantonese. So it's Kung Hei Fat Choi. And this is performed regularly during that Chinese and also with the Dragon Boat festivals. So the Chunmun Festival, which it is called, the Chinese Dragon Boat festivals, but very lucky we've got great Chinese.
So what would you call those animals there, Nick?
It's a line dance.
A line, yeah. So they're a line?
Yeah, line dancing for the Dragons.
I'd love to see one of the two of them jump out on one of the boats.
Oh,
Now,
wouldn't
this
that be
could
good?
get interesting here.
Here we go.
Nick, I could see you down there amongst that. I really could.
Oh. Maybe we're not plugged in down there. Lions, can you hear us? If you can, turn around. Oh,
He's giving you the stare.
Oh, he's giving us a stare.
And he's flicked his eyelashes at you. Or she. And look at him jigging there now. Ha! So cool.
yeah, they're looking good.
I love it.
I reckon. Oh, there
Wow.
we go. Big round of applause there.
And we're seeing just if we flick up towards the lane 7, we can see that the CYSM are moving across to their start position.
Fantastic.
What move is that, Bryce? More like the midnight shuffle, isn't it?
It's a great spectacle.
Yeah, it's great culture, isn't it? So CISM almost set. The other boats have had quite a while to wait. We've got Acker in lane 1, Freo are in lane 2, Sydney Zodiacs in 3, Lakers in 4, the Ice Dragons are in 5, the Gold Coast Dragons, they're in 6, and a CYSM out there in 7. So not too far away from a start in race number 34, which is the Premier Women's Small Boat, Rep 1.
Yeah, which will probably go almost right on time.
Yeah, still just a little bit ahead of the clock.
And they are off in the Cacao Collective Premier Women's Small Boat. Acker in 1, Freo in 2, Zodiacs in 3, Lakers in 4, Ice Dragons out in 5, Gold Coast Dragons in 6, and CYSM in 7. And Bryce, if you look to the middle lanes, you were correct. Zodiacs and Lakers are taking out to them. Outside of them, Ice Dragons just touching it off on the, falling off a bit with Freo in lane 2, Acker on the inside, and CYSM out wide.
Yeah, a boat to watch, I think, in lane 2. Fremantle finished really strongly in their heat. And they were back in the field, but they were able to finish off nice and strong. Sydney Zodiacs in 3, Lakers in 4, Canberra Ice Dragons in 5, Gold Coast over in lane 6, and CYSM over in lane 7. But the first 4 boats get through to the semi-finals. Unfortunately, the remaining 3 crews will drop out.
Yep, and so we're seeing in lane 4, it is the Lakers who lead the way, and on that outside, the CYSM in 7, who... well, they might have built up a little bit of momentum on the way out there to the start line, but it is in the lane 4, which is the Lakers doing well. Just on inside of them, on the right-hand side, we've got the Sydney Zodiacs, and then to this in lane 2, Freo. But at the moment, it is certainly lane 4, the Zodiacs, Lakers, and then you have to go right out there to CYSM in 7, and the Gold Coast Dragons are starting to make a little bit of a move in 6.
Okay, yeah, well, that's true. Lakers there, but look at Freo. You mentioned them earlier on. Bryce, they are finishing very strong. Freo are starting to pull up on side Zodiacs, overtaken Zodiacs, and they've got sights set in on the Lakers, which are leading the field. Oh, there's a bit of a bird out in front of the young Zodiacs, and Ice Dragons out as well. But it looks like Lakers in 4 are going to be seriously challenged by Zodiacs. Bryce.
They are indeed. Lakers are doing it nicely, but Freo, with their big finish in lane
Wow.
2, are really lifting up. Lane 7, CYSM, are maybe tiring a little bit. Lane 5, Canberra Ice Dragons, a boat to watch. Look at that crew go. Lane 6, the Gold Coast Dragons, they're not to be discounted as well. First 4 go through to that semi-final, so this is going to be neck and neck racing. Tick out the Lakers. They go through. They'll finish first. Freo will go second and push them all the way and nearly pip them on the post. Now we look at lane 5. We look at lane 7, which is the CYSM may very well have held on to that 4th spot. Lane 3, the Sydney Zodiacs were incredibly brave, and in lane 6, the Gold Coast Dragons not far away at all, but and with Acker just getting through with the last little two to the horn there, Lakers were good out in front, but boy, that Freo crew, they lifted up nicely.
Freo at about 250 started to really get into their rhythm, and you could see them. They settled down, trusted their chug, and they came home flying. And Gold Coast were coming home as well. But so first 4 go through. So that's what was it? Lakers, Freo.
We'll have to see the replay. Let's have a close look at it. We'll get that up now and just see the final finishing, because there were 5 boats right across, and unfortunately one of them is going to slip out and be relegated away.
I reckon the Ice Dragons might have got 3rd. CYSM 4th.
Just queuing up that replay now. And we'll see just how that finish goes. It is a close thing. A terrific racing. It's all in here. This is the national champs. There's no point waiting. This is a repechage. And we've seen many of the boats go through the repechage, perform really well in those semi-finals throughout the 200s yesterday and certainly earlier on today in the 500 events. In the mixed crews, this is the Premier Women's Small Boat, and here we go with our time. So the Lakers getting through and just ahead of Fremantle. The finish of Fremantle is something to behold. They did it in their heat, and they've really ripped it through, probably even better in that repechage round. Ice Dragons,
so close, wasn't it, for the minors? Ice Dragons just 0.4 of a second ahead of Sea Dragons for 3rd and 4th. And then only another, just a bit over a second between 5th and 6th. So very competitive racing, but didn't they put on a spectacle? The Lakers from Western Australia and the Fremantle, so there'd be a bit of rivalry there, I'd imagine, Bryce, and only split them by about 0.6 of a second. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, so getting through those crews, Lakers, Fremantle, Canberra Ice Dragons, and CYSM over in lane 7 are the 4 to progress through to the semi-finals. Closer run thing for Gold Coast Dragons in lane 6, Sydney Zodiacs and Acker. Unfortunately, they drop out of the competition.
Well, no hesitation in the next start either, Bryce. We're off and running too in the round 2 of the 18 and under women's small boat, with just the 3 competing here. Skulls in 1, Joey's in 2, and Canberra Grammar in 3. So pretty competitive racing in that first round. And at the moment, it looks like Canberra Grammar have probably made one of their better starts so far across the first day and a half of racing here. And we've got a really nice even spread there at the moment. So that's Sam, the Grammar, out there in lane 3 on the inside lane. If you're watching from home and you've got interest in the Skulls, that's them in 1. And they probably pulled up about level with Canberra now. In the middle there, we've got the Joey. So this is round 2. Rounds 1, 2 and 3, they all count the time. Every second counts here, and the accumulation of that best time will get yourself a gold medal. So good start from here, but just as we talk now, it looks like Skulls now are taking it out in lane 1, Bryce.
Yeah, they were really impressive in round 1. They got out in front and extended their lead, but it was a good go for the second placing. It was very, very even between Canberra Grammar and the Joey. So the race for the gold medal, well, the Skulls are a standout performer. We can see them here. This is the under-18 women's small boat, the Fire Apparel, who have designed the Aurora's race top and their training top. And we saw some
Yeah.
pictures of that last night. It was absolutely outstanding. We'll get Kyle in from Fire Apparel to talk about it later today. But the effort they went through for the design, the indigenous design, using the history and the serpent to represent the dragon and the dragon boating is absolutely superb. So we'll tap into that a little bit later. But as we see the skulls, they go from strength to strength. They are in lane 1. The Joeys in lane 2 may just be ahead of the Canberra Grammar, and Canberra Grammar had the big finish. We remember that from the first one, and they actually pipped the Joeys. The Joeys mean business here, but look out for Canberra Grammar. They're not to be done and outclassed in this event.
No, that's right, Bryce. Look, Skulls are doing it in style. There's no doubt about that. They'll come down here in lane 1. That's who you can see there. They've got around about 30 metres to go, and they'll finish. And it looks like it will be Joeys who will maintain their good form over the middle part of the race. They'll come through in second spot, and the Canberra Grammar crew, they're working pretty hard at the end, but they're going to end up falling around about almost a boat length short of the Joeys in 2. So that does complete round 2 of the progression in the women's 18 and under small boat. It's an impressive showing there from the Skulls once again. So their cumulative times over those first 2 rounds are going to make them incredibly hard to dislodge from taking out that gold medal position, as we see on the replay there. Joey's coming through, and then the Grammar girls finishing off nicely there, which means we now move to the Fire Apparel, the 18 and under women's standard boat, and we've seen some spectacular racing in this one here. So we've got the Sydney Zodiacs in lane 1, the Skulls Fire in 2, and the Skulls Fury are in lane 3. And Bryce, this has been very competitive. I expect this to be something similar.
Yeah, the Fire and the Fury.
Yes.
Going very, very well. Sydney Zodiacs did win the first round. Pushed all the way with Skulls Fire. The older girls, if you like, in the under 18 class, and the Fire and the Fury, the younger girls. And I'm sure at training, the Fire girls have, or the Fury girls have really challenged and stuck with the Fire. But they're underway now at the start.
They are indeed, Bryce. As weather conditions have improved remarkably here at Penrith Lakes, which is all part of the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Day 2, Oz Champs. And what a nice little start this one is too. Very even out across the first 80 metres or so. We look across in lane 1. We've got the Sydney Zodiacs closest to your screen on the left there. Skulls Fire in second, and the Fury in third. And really too early to say that who might be making up the early running. It probably is in 2, which is the Fire. But we're seeing all boats here hang on in a pretty good contest. In good conditions here. That's a little bit of breeze picking up, which has just pushed away that rain for the time being. But in lane 2, the Skulls Fire have just started to assert their authority. The Fury on their left, just falling back a little bit. And then on the inside lane there, the Sydney Zodiacs. You just get a funny feeling they might be poised to just launch themselves over the second half of this race and this course, Bryce, because I think they're starting to lift their rating.
They are, and I think they left it a little bit later in that first one and were challenged all the way with the Fire. The Skulls Fire were really pushed them hard, but I think the Sydney Zodiacs have decided to reach out a little bit earlier, but the responses come. The Skulls Fire have gone out after them. There's no doubt about it. Zodiacs going a little bit earlier. The Sydney Zodiacs. Skulls Fire are out after them now. Skulls Fury just left in the wake a little bit as they keep challenging through. They'll look to beat their time from the first round. But have a look here in lane 1. The Sydney Zodiacs have stretched it out, but the Skulls Fire, look at them lift now. This is going to be a good finish. Lane 1, the Sydney Zodiacs. Lane 2, Skulls Fire.
They've timed their run superbly here, the Zodiacs. They gave up some ground. They were happy to sit along there in second place and pace their run. They've lifted the tempo in the last 200 metres, and they're going to come through for a very commanding performance here. There they go across the line now. The Sydney Zodiacs ahead about 3/4 of boat length in lane 2 to the Fire and the Fury, the young guns. They continue to press hard and they'll come through there in 3rd position. But it was all about the Sydney Zodiacs. It was a very good performance and they have taken the 2nd round of the progression. One more round there to go in the women's 18 and under standard boat. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for all the action in the Premier Women's Standard Boat. Okay, we are back ready to go in the Cacao Collective, race 37 today. It's the Premier Women's Standard Boat progression. And we have in lane 1, Bride, Te Waka in 2, CYL in 3, Sloths in 4, North Queensland Phoenix in 5, DSA in 6, and the Diamond Phoenix in 7. So almost a full field. And the progression, Premier Women's Standard Boat. And we have got a start. So off the pontoon we go, 500 metres to go. And we have got a pretty even start across the board here.
We do indeed. In lane 1, it's Ride, Tawaka in 2, Kumara in 3, CYL in lane 4, North Queensland Phoenix in lane 5, DSA in lane 6, and Diamond Phoenix in lane 7. So this is the Repechage 1. So getting through here will be very important to get through to that semi-final. I think it's the first 4 boats that'll get through. They've piled them all in here. This is the Premier Women's Standard boat. Ride in lane 1 look to be going very well. Lane 2, Tawaka. Lane 3, Kumara, as we see there. CYL in lane 4. Across in lane 5, North Queensland Phoenix. DSA in lane 6 and Diamond Phoenix over in lane 7, just dropping off the pace a touch. Let's have a look to lane 1. Ride looking very well as Kumara and CYL lane 3 and 4 respectively.
Yeah, exactly right, Bryce. So it does look like it's lane 1 who are taking up, but they're going to get challenged now from a few of the middle lanes there. In 3, we've got Kumara in the predominantly light blue, then the yellow of CYL. They are fighting it out. Keep an eye out there for North Queensland Phoenix in 5.
Indeed.
They're doing really well. 6, still in it, DSA. Diamond Phoenix, no, not from this point here. There's plenty of options here. Lane 1, 3, 4 and 5, Bryce. This is going to be one big finish here. There's 4 big chances, and don't dismiss lane 2, which is Tawaka.
It looks like CYL in lane 4 have really lifted their rate in the last 50 metres. They've got about 20 to go. I think they've got the Dragon Head just ahead. Lane 5, North Queensland Phoenix. Look at them finish strongly. Kumara in lane 3. It's going to be a terrific finish. Lane 1 just dropping off was Ride. They were right up there, but I think it's lane 4. CYL have got it done. North Queensland Phoenix in second. Lane 3, Kumara in lane 3 were right up there as well. Lane 6, DSA, gee, they finished strongly as well. Diamond Phoenix felt the pinch with about 100 to go as the boats lifted with their finishing rate. They finished back in the field in lane 7, but CYL absolutely outstanding. Their finish from lane 4. Very, very impressive indeed. Let's have a look at the replay.
Have a look at the finish of this one. It's an absolute beauty. First of all, that's that great shot by Bear, the drone. Here we go. Look at that. There's not much in it. There's a big run here for second.
Oh, I think it is North Queensland Phoenix, maybe just Kumara right in the mix
too
as well.
Yep, I reckon North unofficially. And then a big finish there too in lane 6 by DSA.
Yeah.
And 1, Ride were in there as well too. Oh, wow.
We've got to look at times here
Yep.
in that qualification. That is a Repechage round, and boy, was that some hot racing.
Yeah, times are going to sort that one out. And even on the naked eye, it was pretty hard to see. But it was pretty impressive from the winners.
So the first 3 progress
Yes.
through. That's the critical part from that Repechage. 1, 2 and 3 to get through. CYL tick them off. North Queensland Phoenix and Kumara, well, you've held on. Well done to Ride and DSA to push them all the way.
Okay.
Coming out here just today.
We're coming back on live in race 38. Just had a special guest, Jill, the old Dubai Diggers, way back from 2008, visiting Penrith all the way from Sydney, Hawaii and Wisconsin. So it's good to have her in the box for quite. So coming up now, this is a semi-final. Very fortuitous. Premier Women's, Jill. We've got the Lakers in 1, ACDC in 2, Yarra River Dragons in 3. They were first in the heats.
They were.
Komodo in 4, Griffin in 5, and CYSN in 6.
First and second from each semi-final qualify automatically through to the grand final, and the next two fastest. So times matter. Keep pushing yourself through to the finish. It is the Nationals. Can't wait for any longer. Unfortunately, the remaining 6 crews will drop out. There are 2 semi-finals in this category.
That's it. Well, Phil's almost got him set after that fabulous dancing from the CYSM crew down. The weather has had a little bit of a break, and we're back on time. Are we,
just
Robbie?
Missing lane 3 at the moment, which is the Yarra River Dragons.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So just out there. So that's just what. There's a little bit of delay with that.
Well, the number 1 seed, I don't know whether this is strategic or tactical to get people waiting, but
where's the binoculars?
Yeah, unless it's a one-man crew, it's they're waiting on them. So no one in lane 3 at the moment, which is listed as the Yarra River Dragons. Got the Lakers in 1, ACDC in 2, Yarra River Dragons in 3, Komodo 4, Griffins from Canberra in 5, and CYSM in 6. So semi-final 1 of the Premier Women's Small Boat.
Yeah, I don't think they'll wait.
So we are at race 38 here, which is the first of the semi-finals in the Premier Women's Small Boat.
Doesn't look to any of the. We can see some of the crews from the next listed race, but
it can be a little confusing just with timing. We're back
Yeah.
on time basically. We had that long rain break, heavy rain here in Sydney. It's cleared up now. It's immaculate conditions. Still not a breath of wind. Flat course, and our timing is pretty close. This is scheduled for 12:36 local time now, 12:32. So we're pretty much on time. And that crew from Yarra River Dragons, the number 1 seed after the heats, not made it to the start line as yet. So they may have some blushed faces as they rush down to the start line. Hopefully everything is okay with that crew. But the lineup here, Lakers, ACDC, as we work across there, lane 1, which is on the right hand of your screen. ACDC in lane 2, vacant 3 at the moment, waiting for the Yarra River Dragons. Komodo in lane 4, they were impressive. Watch that crew. Canberra Griffins in lane 5 and CYSM over in lane 6. They've come through the repecharge and it has set up very nicely, the repecharge boats. Lakers were number 1. They're in lane 1. They were number 1 from the repecharge. So they've had the extra run. They've tuned the boat. They are ready to go.
It's happened before, but also you never know. Sometimes in the small boat they might be having to reallocate paddlers, or sometimes, you know, they just
there's no
miss.
sign of anything coming out of the marshalling area. So although there is boat 3, it is there might be. There's a number 3 boat there just backing out of the marshalling area at the moment. So
I think that could be the Yarra River Dragons.
It's the red and black colour, the famous colours. So they're probably going to use a little bit of energy and.
Oh, they're coming. We've just got clarification. They're coming. So we'll be pushed back a bit then. Why don't we just take a short break while we...
We'll be back for the race.
Okay, Bryce, well, we're back, and it looks like Yarra River Dragons it's running a touch late, so a bit of anxiety for them, but they'll get a good warm-up, 500 warm-up, and then straight into it. And as the boats, the other crews down there waiting very patiently, so this will be a very interesting race.
Do you think the crews up there will give them some sideways glances as they look to back their boat into?
Oh yeah, as you know, very camaraderie's here good, but racing's racing. They won't be happy. They probably won't share it while they're going
Couple of
past.
little glances, you reckon?
Yeah, might be
Like-
a dragon stare.
So you're right. Or what? You
But
know?
maybe in their career they've all experienced it as well.
Exactly.
They've all been
Yep.
caught out or caught short at different times.
Yep.
The rush to the start.
And they might be going, oh, thank goodness, number
Yeah.
one seed
Yeah.
have just had to paddle 500 metres down really quickly while we've got a bit of a break.
Well, it's a
Well, wait-
1100 metre race for them now.
Well, we'll certainly wait and see how the composure of the Yarra River Dragons. They were really impressive in the heat. So
Fastest
we cer-
qualifiers.
yeah, we certainly can't deny that. They are just getting across the start as we see at the top of the screen there. The other boats in lane. First in the repechage qualifying via there is in lane 1. That's the Lakers. ACDC in lane 2. Yarra River Dragons in 3, just getting into position. Komodo were impressive. They were 4th fastest from the heats. They're in lane 4. Canberra Griffins in lane 5. And via the repechage as well, CYSM over in lane 6. It's a terrific field. 2 semi-finals in the Premier Women's Small Boat.
Yeah, they backing their way back into the starting point off the pontoon. And the other 5 crews just had times to think about it, psyched themselves up and ready to roll here. But yeah, as I said, it's a little race inside its own race here, isn't it? How does that affect them? How do they perform from here?
Yeah, they'll just be told by the sweep and the drummer just to compose themselves. But it's just as much a little bit of angst for the people waiting. You know, they've all prepared. They get in their race approval. Like this is a semi-final, and it's the first and second that go through. So Phil will be getting them in really quickly, and I'm pretty sure they will be about to go any second. So this is race 39.
No, 38.
38.
And they're off. 38 have got to start. So we are finally underway. Lakers in lane 1. ACDC in 2. Yarra River Dragons in lane 3. Komodo out of 4. The Griffins from Canberra in 5. And CYSM in 6. And I suppose the immediate attention turns to how do the Yarra River Dragons start. They've started superbly actually in lane 3. Outside of them in lane 4. We have got Komodo, who are taking up the early running, but so far it doesn't seem to have affected them too much at all, as it's the 3 and 4 lane who've got the early running here.
Yeah, so Yarra River Dragons, they've had a great warm-up and coming up. Komodo's on the outside of them, inside Akka. Lakers just falling back a bit in lane 1. CYSM out wide, not going too bad in between Griffin and Komodo. So Komodo are going well, Akka as well, but it looks like Yarra River Dragons, Bryce, are still up there with Komodo.
They are indeed. Komodo setting the pace there in lane 4. Yarra River Dragons just on the inside of them in lane 3. Boat number 2 that you can see there is ACDC, just about half a boat length back. But it is the 2 at the front, Yarra River Dragons and Komodo, just putting a little gap on the others. Lane 5, Canberra Griffins, is getting into their work through the middle of the course, and CYSM just dropping off the pace in lane 6. But Yarra River Dragons, despite the late arrival, they're right up there with Komodo.
That's it. We've almost got arrow formation as they come at about 150, 180 to go, and it is Yarra. Komodo are going with them. The drummer of Yarra are getting them to beat the pounding of the drum. So they've got the rhythm inside of them. Akka just falling back a bit, but Komodo's staying with them. Outside of Griffins and CYSM way out wide with the Lakers in 1. But it looks like now with about 100 to go or 130 to go that Yarra River Dragons actually starting to get that hit and glide. They're into the rhythm, and all that weight has done them proud because they're going to come across first, and they will first and second go straight through. So Bryce, it looks like they are going to go through.
Yeah, the times are important though. The next two fastest crews. So in lane 2, ACDC. Over in lane 5, the Canberra Griffins. Keep putting the hammer down. You need to post a good time. Yarra River Dragons, despite the late arrival and the extra paddling they've been doing, they've lifted it up and they'll put a boat length on the Komodo team. Well done to the Yarra River Dragons. Number 1 seed, there they are going through first. Komodo will get through second. You're through to the grand final, both boats. Good time here. ACDC, good finish. Well done. They've posted a good time, finishing third. And in lane 5, the Canberra Griffins. Lane 1, the Lakers coming across the line. And CYSM via the repechage just coming in 6th place. But Yarra River Dragons, that was impressive.
A relieved Yarra River Dragons, I should imagine.
That's how you do it. You just stall it, wait it, get out, get a warm up, and go bang.
Bang.
Imagine how they'll go in a final fresh and just have to go 500 metres, not 1100.
Boom, let's have a look at those times, though. It's going to be good.
Keep those posted. The next race is all ready to go up there. The next race is the second semi-final. Here's the replay of the first semi, and we see a very impressive crew, that Yarra River Dragons in the women's small boat getting through. Good angle there, I think, looking over Komodo's shoulder. They finished second in the light blue, just a boat length back. Done very nicely, and well done by ACDC. Finishing off, they've posted a pretty solid time there, finishing third. That'll come down to calculations as we have a look at this second semi-final.
Yeah, we are, Bryce. We've got all 6 boats are ready to go. Not too far away from a start. With Freo in lane 1, the Pack Dragons in 2, Peninsula Dragonflies in 3, the Melbourne Flames out of 4, who were third in the heat, and we have in 5 the Typhoons, and the Ice Dragons in 6. So, yeah, Peninsula Dragons were second in their heat, and the Flames third. So expect the genuine pace to come from lanes 3 and 4. But it was pretty hotly contested, so we have got a start. And we are away. So the second semi-final of the progression, the first and second from each semi go through to the final, and then the next 2 fastest times over the 2 semi-finals. But having an early look at it here, it's well, probably on the outside lane. If anything, it's probably the Ice Dragons from Canberra. They were renowned as starting very well. Inside them are the Typhoons. And then now, coming through, starting to assert a little bit of authority is the Melbourne Flames. They are away to a good start. Just missed the start a bit with the Peninsula Dragonflies. They are in 3. Pack Dragons just hanging on alongside Freo in 1. But at the moment, it's a strong performance there from the Melbourne Flames. They're starting to set themselves up, Bryce. But the Dragonflies are coming back.
It is indeed. They are in lane 3, the Dragonflies, the Purple People Eaters. They have eaten up crews. They finish really strong. They are the team to watch. I think it's the Melbourne Flames just ahead, as maybe just a Dragon boat ahead in lane 4. Brisbane Typhoon in 7. They're not to be dismissed as well. They're hanging in there. Lane 2, the Pacific Dragons. They're keeping up with the leaders in striking distance. They know it's going to be time. The first 2 get through, and it looks like that's likely to be the Peninsula Dragonflies and Melbourne Flames. But your time matters. Fremantle have come via the repechage. They're chugging along in lane 1 and pushing hard, as are the Canberra Ice Dragons over in lane 6. It is a bit of space now as Melbourne Flames and the Peninsula Dragonflies battle it out for this second semi.
That's it. Flames are taking over. Typhoon starting to be a bit of a push outside of them. So it is the first 2. Pack Dragons falling off a bit, and obviously the Peninsula Dragons and the Flames. So I reckon Flames are going to take this one out. It's going to be a battle for second to get through to that spot. And at the moment, it is lane 3 in second. Flames are in 1. Ice Dragons just falling back. Can Brisbane Typhoon come in second, challenging? But at the moment, I think it's just going to finish the way it is. We've got the Flames coming in, controlling this race. Peninsula Dragons in 3. Also trains. Pack Dragons are starting to finish pretty strong there, Bryce.
They are indeed. That they're runners-up last year in the championship, so they have a strong finish. They're doing very well. They'll need to post a time. It will be the Melbourne Flames. That's boat number 4. They'll go through 3/4 of a boat length ahead of the Peninsula Dragonflies, who didn't really put the hammer down. They controlled it. They've got some more in the juice. They'll get through to the final. Pacific Dragons in lane 2. Lane 5 go through the Brisbane Typhoon. Lane 1 Fremantle, well done to them, finishing off very strongly just ahead of the Canberra Ice Dragons. But 1 and 2 there, the Flames and the Dragonflies, very, very fine paddling.
Yeah, and you can see they didn't call the finish. They just maintained it. They knew they were going through to the final.
Yep.
Or the semi-final, is it?
Yeah, no, through to the grand
Through
final.
to the grand final.
From
So,
the semi, yep.
Race management, very important. As you said before, sometimes when we're at 500 metres like we discussed yesterday, if I'm 150 out and we're a boat length, you just down to, you cruise through. You don't worry. Some other teams will go, wow, I've got them, I've got their time.
Grab
but
the
then
free wood.
but then in the final, you just bring another level.
Right,
Guys.
We're not going to be too far away from the start in the next up, which is round 3 of the progression. The 18 and under women's small boat, the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 1. The Skulls are in 2 and the Joeys are in 3. So, yeah, we're back right about on time for the scheduled. As you looked at the start of the day, we've just right on my smack bang on it now, Bryce. So, which is good. That's why we got that early start, and we had that pause for that torrential rain. But now everything's looking pretty good, and your forecast was spot on, Bryce. I'm really very impressed.
Thank you, Robbie. And look at the
How
fine
good's that?
pictures we're getting, and it's great to have the drone up there, the Bear. Radar and Tristan controlling things from behind us, and the pictures are absolutely superb. The whole precinct, as we look from the tower back up the course, 2 kilometres the entire course. Obviously, with the dragon boating, we're just working up at the finish end. 500 metres, the longest race. And those crews just adjusting at the start. As
That's a good shot, isn't it?
it is
You get to
very
see-
still conditions here. Just a zephyr of breeze coming across from the south.
And we've got to start. We are off in round 3 of the progression. And it is the Grammar School in lane 1, Skulls in 2, and the Joeys in 3. The women's small boat. And so far in this, the dominant force, Bryce, has been...
Yeah, it's been Skulls, and they are in lane 2.
Yep.
They get their rate up, they're good starters, and then they just continue pushing on. They've been pretty dominant, but it's been a good race for the silver medal, really, between Canberra Grammar in lane 1 and the Joeys in lane 3. So they'll battle it out. You'd expect the Skulls once again to command the race out in front, and we can see them now. They've put half a boat length on the Canberra Grammar in lane 1, but the Joeys are a force to be reckoned with in lane 3.
Yeah, they're actually probably at this stage of the race over the first 3 rounds we've seen they're probably in their strongest position to maybe challenge here, and just at the moment they're starting to do that. On the inside lane, Canberra Grammar, their best part of their racing so far has been their last 200 metres. But just looking across there now, in lane 2, we've got the Skulls. They're a heavy favourite, but just momentarily there, the Joeys was putting them under some sort of pressure. Skulls have reset now, and they've got themselves into a little bit of rhythm. But you can start to see now, Bryce, that Canberra Grammar team, who are just going a little bit off track there, they do finish well. And they're going to have to do it. It's going to be tight for silver and bronze. And Skulls just haven't had it all their own way so far.
No, not at all. They look, and this is where they do their best work. The last 200, they really just lift the rate, and they finish very, very strongly. So they're doing the same here. Skulls in lane 2, just stretching out. Look at the form. The under-18 women small boat, and they are a very cohesive dragon boat crew. Look at them go. In lane 3, the Joeys, the combine of paddlers from all around the country come together at the Nationals. They get them in a boat, and they get better every time they get in the water. That's the important part of that, Robbie. The Canberra Grammar just feeling the pinch, but they love this fast rate to finish off. But looking at the front here, look at the form of Skulls as they go through to the finish line. Boat number 2, The Skulls under 18 women's. They are the champions. Very impressive. They tapped the side of the boat in applause of their own efforts. Very, very well done. Well done to the Joeys. And right behind them, the Canberra Grammar crew. Applause all around for the under 18 women's small boat, the Fire Apparel sponsored event. They were excellent.
Yeah, outstanding stuff. All right, well, we'll take opportunity. We'll take a short break. Next up on the card, we do have the Fire Apparel 18 and under women's standard boat, round 3, and we're probably 3 or 4 minutes off a start on that one. Alrighty, we have got a start in race 41, the third round of the 18 and under women's standard boat. And in lane 1 we have the Skulls Fury, the Sydney Zodiacs in 2, and the Skulls Fire in lane 3. So we have seen, Bryce, over the first couple of rounds, it's been a really good contest between the Zodiacs and the Fire. So the Zodiacs will have that opportunity there in lane 2 to keep an eye on the Fire on their left, because they want to start doing that soon, because the Fire have started on fire. There's no doubt about that. They've taken up the early running and they lead it from the Zodiacs there in lane 2, and the other Skulls team, the Fury, the younger combination, are there in lane 1. So again, I think we can see another ding-dong battle between the Zodiacs and the Fire.
Yeah, I think there's a different strategy here by the Skulls Fire crew. They've gone out a bit harder to get the lead and see if they can hold on. Sydney Zodiacs are next to them in boat number 2. It's boat number 3, the Skulls Fire, and the younger girls in the Skulls Fury boat are hanging on tough. They are holding on as much as they can. Those two boats, the Skulls Fire and Sydney Zodiacs, they've just put a little gap on them, but that's not where the racing is. Equivalent racing here. Lane 2, we see the Zodiacs. The Fire have gone out hard. They've taken a bit of a lead. They might have a metre or two on the Zodiacs just as we speak. And the Fury, well, they're sticking at the task. They're hanging on and paddling well together, the younger girls of that Skulls group. So Skulls Fire may have been matched right now. We're seeing this right alongside the Sydney Zodiacs have lifted as we get to the next 100 metres, the final 100. The Fire have been out there. They've been leading. They're out there. They're hanging on as much as they can. The Zodiacs are coming at them now. Look at the sweep go. She's encouraging her team to lift for the finish, and they certainly are doing that. But in boat number 3, the Skulls Fire, the change of strategy, they've got out in front and they've held on. They're going to hold on to the finish here, I think. The boat number 3, Skulls Fire, have done it. The Sydney Zodiacs, despite the encouragement, have really pushed them. What a great race that was. They've finished second, and the Skulls Fury coming through now. I think that's probably their best time as well out of the 3 legs that we've had. Round 3 of the under-18 women's standard boat. What a race that was, Robbie.
Yeah, great call, Bryce. Fantastic stuff there. And both those crews, they have left nothing in the tank in the way they fought that out, nor have the Fury who came through in 3. That was just brilliant stuff from both those contenders for 1 and 2, and they are absolutely cooked from that. Nothing left in the tank, and that's what we expect. We're here. It's the Oz Championships, and that completes round 3 of that. And
the combined times come together. The finishing, the Zodiacs won the first 2.
Yep.
But it was so close, each of the races. This is coming down to seconds.
Yeah.
Less than that. Tenths and hundredths of seconds will be the decider between the Skulls Fire and the Sydney Zodiacs. It's absolutely outstanding racing.
Absolutely, Bryce. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. We've got a bit of a gap before our next race comes up, which will be race number 42, the Premier Women's Small Boat, scheduled to go at 1 o'clock. That's what the time is now. It might be about 5 minutes away.
It is a grand final. So it is the big one, the grand final for the Premier Women's Small Boat, followed by the grand final for the Premier Women's Standard Boat. It's big time racing coming up in about 10 minutes.
2, 3.
Okay, welcome back live here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, Penrith Lakes for the 2025 Oz Champs. And we're lining up for the Cacao Collective Premier Women's Small Boat Grand Final. In 1, we have ACDC. 2, we have Melbourne Flames. 3, Yarra River Dragons. 4, Komodo. Peninsula Dragons in 5. And Pacific Dragons out in 6. As we see, we've got the first in from the semi-final in lane 3. And Komodo and Flames outside of them. So Yarra River Dragons have come in the fastest time. Pendragons out in 5. And Pacific Dragons in 6. Bryce, this is going to be a cracker of a race.
Yeah, it will indeed. Yarra River Dragons champions in 2022 and 2023. The 2024 silver medalists, Pacific Dragons, are out in lane 6. So look out for those wanting to go one better in this national champs.
Yarra Dragons, they'll be warm.
They will be. They've been going pretty hard, getting up and back. They were a little late to the party earlier on. The 2019 champs of the Melbourne Flames, they line up in lane 2. And the silver medalists from 2022, Komodo.
And we are away. Off and running. Grand final action. Premier Women's Small Boat. ACDC in 1. 2, we've got the Melbourne Flames. Yarra River Dragons, they'll go in as a favourite in lane 3. Komodo in 4. The Peninsula Dragons in 5. And the Pacific Dragons in 6. And if we have a look at them as they go out, it certainly is in that middle part of the field. The middle group. It might be lane 4. It is. It's Komodo who have taken up the early running. And now here come the Yarra River Dragons. They're starting to make their move. And there's a little bit of action on the outside from the Pacific Dragons. So it's those 3 outside lanes at the moment, plus Yarra River Dragons who are coming through.
Yeah, it's almost come back to a bit of an arrow formation now. Lane 3, Yarra has started to take over. The Flames in 2, Akka in 1, and Pacific Dragons on the outside. But it's looking like they're in a bit of nice, clear paddling water here. Bryce, Komodo's going well. Flames, Yarra coming up in 3 as they're coming up about, probably 250 to go. And it looks like Yarra's still maintaining quite a leg. Outside of them, Komodo and Peninsula Dragons and Pack are looking pretty good as well.
They are indeed. The Yarra River Dragons got a half a boat length on the cruise. They get to about the halfway point now. Melbourne Flames in lane 2, running a close second alongside Komodo Paddle Club in lane 4. Lane 5, the Peninsula Dragonflies. They can really finish off strongly. Pacific Dragons, the silver medalists from last year, they've got a big finish. Look out for them in lane 6. Lane 1 is ACDC, but it is out in front. The Yarra River Dragons, they're putting a bit of a gap on the field here. They've got a boat length now. This is quite remarkable paddling. The Yarra River Dragons out in front. Komodo looking for that silver medal. They're in lane 4. Melbourne Flames in lane 2. Look at the Peninsula Dragonflies lifting their boat up out of lane 5. They're tracking down the leaders in actual fact. They're the fastest boat on the water now, as well as the Pacific Dragons over in lane 6. The Yarra River Dragons won't have it all their own way. They've got out there. They've got a boat length, but it is a great go here. Lane 5, the Peninsula Dragonflies, and the Melbourne Flames are lifting now in lane 2. What a finish this is. Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 5, but it will be in lane 3 across the line. The Yarra River Dragons. Look at the Melbourne Flames from nowhere. Lane 2 finished second, absolutely outstanding, and the Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 5 come in with the bronze medal. Great finish to Pacific Dragons in lane 6 and also Komodo in lane 4. ACDC, when the going got lifted up, they just got left behind a bit, but what a finish. Yarra River Dragons outstanding. The Melbourne Flames from nowhere to get into that silver medal position.
They were in the medal count with 100 metres to go. They were struggling and they came home with a withering storm there, Nick.
Yeah, look, you hit this white buoy here. It's about 100 to go, and the Flames really started to lift there, didn't they? Bryce was calling the other 3 lanes out, didn't have it all their own way, and Flames snuck in.
They did. I'm not going to say they pinched it because they earned it, but you look at here, where all the attention was over there in 5, which was the Pacific Dragons, and just look at this. So even there, but now they just bang. What they were doing over that last 20 metres, they made up almost a third of the boat length in that time. Extraordinary paddling from the Melbourne Flames. But hey, all the credit there. The chocolates go to the Yarra River Dragons.
Yarra River, yeah. Flames really picked their rating up and their boat speed, and it responded. The boat responded to their rating. So really well done from all crews. So I need to get the start list for the next grand final, by the way, as they paddle up.
It is coming up. We will have the grand final. It is the Premier Women's Standard Boats as they all get into position at the start. In lane 1, first from the repechage, CYL. In lane 2 will be Mako. In lane 3, the fastest qualifier, Different Strokes. In lane 4, Acker. In lane 5, the Sloths. And lane 6, North Queensland Phoenix, also coming in via the repechage. But Different Strokes, the fastest qualifier from the heats. Acker as well. They've come through different heats. And, well, they're head-to-head in this, the grand final.
Well, there's the results. Yarra 230, Flames 234.
I'm surprised to see the Flames got there by about a second. Gee, and in third, that was a real close call, wasn't it? They made up some ground. And just pipped for a medal were the Pacific Dragons, just 0.5 behind. What a contest. We anticipated that. What we didn't anticipate was the absolute dominance of the Yarra River Dragons. They went to another level. They finished 4 seconds ahead of the nearest rival.
Yeah, the champions of 2022, 2023. Not last year, but they've bounced back again. 3 out of the last 4 years, they have been the premium boat in the small women's.
Look at the wind.
500.
Look at those flags. Bit of a crosswind now.
So how does that affect the racing?
Yeah, look, it can indeed. It can affect the sweep. Some of the boats, like if it was coming from the other way, see this hill, the lane 1 would be a bit protected.
Yep.
But it's probably all, the far boats are going to get it a bit. But at least it's not, too windy today.
Those magnificent
So
gum trees.
we
We are away. We've got this one now. So it's grand final action. Premier Women's Standard Boat. CYL in 1. Mako in 2. Different Strokes are in 3. Acker are in 4. Sloths 5. And North Queensland Phoenix over there in 6. And it is way too early to get any indication how they've got out. Would have to say potentially over there in 5, the Sloths have made a really good start. Next to them in 4 is Acker. And then if you look to 3, we've got Different Strokes. But it's those 3 at the moment. And now just coming through, as I'll hand it off to you shortly, Bryce McGain, it looks like Acker are taking up the early running. But there's a big move about to come out of lane 3.
Yeah, we can see those middle boats. It's lane 3, that's Different Strokes. That they've picked up their rate there now, and then Acker in lane 4. The Sloths in lane 5 are just dropping off a little bit after the start. North Queensland Phoenix over in lane 6. There we see lane 2 is Mako. They're holding very closely with Different Strokes. They're within striking distance, as are CYL in lane 1. But you can see those 2 boats out in front. Different Strokes in lane 3. They've probably got half a boat length to the boat on the lane 2, which is Mako. They're within striking distance. But lane 4, Acker are right up there. There are 2 boats making a break. They're getting ahead of them. The Sloths are a boat length back in lane 5 and North Queensland Phoenix in lane 6. But all eyes are on lane 3, Different Strokes, and Acker in lane 4.
Well, Acker is really starting to pick their rating up now. Mako coming into it as well, but it's Different Strokes trying to get back to Acker. Sloths are outside of them. North Queensland Phoenix, CYL, but it's in the middle lanes, and it looks like Acker has started to really pick their rating up. Different Strokes are going to go with them. I don't know. They're the fastest qualifier, but it is going to be Acker. Acker are taking it all the way through to be the national championships here, and Different Strokes are going to come in second. To Mako with a great finish as well, but it is Acker over the line. Different Strokes in second, Mako third. Out in 5, Sloths are coming through. CYL and then North Queensland. What a great finish from Acker.
What a commanding performance it was too. They, as you said, they didn't go in with the fastest from the heats. It was number 3 boat there, was Different Strokes, but Akka, strong as you like, right throughout the whole race. They timed it to perfection, and then was Mako coming in third.
Especially in these heats. We talked about race management before. You go through first. That doesn't matter about the times. Really, really interesting. Even some of the finals that we've seen, sometimes the second or third fastest timers come through because they know, and presently there, that was a good indication. So, awesome racing.
Different Strokes, silver medalist again. They were silver medalists last year at Champion Lakes in WA. They did win the gold in 2023. They were champions back then at Albury Wodonga, but they got the silver, and you can't take anything away from that Akka crew. Absolutely outstanding. They lifted with about 200 to go. They've lifted up again with 100, and then they're finished. They just kept on going and held that gap on Different Strokes.
Oh.
So huge congratulations to that Akka crew.
Absolutely. Well, the crowd were loving it. I hope you're all loving it back home in wherever you are globally. So I'm going to nip down and do a few medal presentations, see where we're going to do that. But with the weather,
I think you should get out in the open there, Nick.
Yeah,
You're a man of the people. Get out in front of that
The main
grandstand.
stage.
Oh, bye for now.
Absolutely.
So that's the break in the women's program there. Now we move along to the Premier Open Small Boat. This is the first of 3 heats in this category, and it's a big field.
It is a big field, Bryce. It's almost a full field. We've got 7 out there, so let's go through them. The Southern Storm in lane 1, Fremantle in 2. Coming out of lane 3 will be the Melbourne Flames. Lane 4, Komodo Paddle Club. Gold Coast Dragons out of 5. Sydney Tsunami in 6. And on the outside lane, the far side of the course there, the Bay of Plenty Flyers all the way from New Zealand. And we've made a start, and that Bay of Plenty Flyers are beautifully named because they have flown out of the blocks. Got away to a really good start early days there. Inside them, the Sydney Tsunami, not too bad either. Just back a little bit with the Gold Coast Dragons. Coming across to 4 here now, Komodo. We expect a big thing out of them. They've started very well. Melbourne Flames are in 3. We know they'll finish strong. And in 2 we got Fremantle. And the Southern Storm have just missed it a little bit in lane 1 there. But as we go across the first 100 metres of the course, making their way into it now. The Melbourne Flames have really lifted their rating, and it won't be too long before they overtake Komodo in lane 4.
Yeah, the open paddlers have been sitting round through the rain all morning. They've been itching to get out there, their first opportunity to hit the water. They did the mixed earlier on, and now they are ready to fire here, and they certainly are doing that. Lane 3, the Melbourne Flames, look to be strong, maybe just a smidgen ahead. Working alongside them, Komodo in lane 4. The Gold Coast Dragons in 5. Sydney Tsunami out there in lane 6, and on the very far side, the Bop Flyers, the New Zealand team, are keeping up their rate as well. Fremantle in lane 2, just dropping off the pace a little bit, along with Southern Storm in lane 1 and 2, those 2 boats, but it is the Melbourne Flames out in front alongside Komodo.
They are indeed, and you did mention the Bay of Plenty Flyers out there in 7. They are certainly in the top 3 at the moment. Really pressing. Komodo in 4. Flames are in 3. The rest of the field there, the other 4, won't be in the top 3 there. So it's a race of 3 at the moment. The Bay of Plenty doing plenty of work on the outside lane. At the moment, it's not enough to pull anything back from Komodo. They're getting stronger. They've been challenged inside there by the Melbourne Flames. But it's going to be Komodo who will go through here. The first 2 go through to the semi-final. That's really important. The Bay of Plenty have been strong on the outside lane in 7. They won't quite knock over the Melbourne Flames. So it's Komodo over the line first. The Flames second. Bay of Plenty in 3rd. And then there's a really good battle here for 4th place, if you don't mind. Right across the water here. It's 6, it's 5, it's 6, it's 5. Or it might even be 2. So 2's come through in lane 2 there, which was the Fremantle crew. And what a finish there is. It's worth watching that one again for the latter placings there, but a really good race up the top there. And exciting stuff, Bryce. This is Komodo got the job done. They look a little bit cooked. I hope they haven't spent all their tickets.
No, they were out there in front. Melbourne Flames, it looked like they were going to let them go. And just for fun, in the last 20 metres, they lifted their rate and they picked up like metres. It was pretty impressive stuff. There's a good look at Komodo in lane 4, controlling the race out in front. But have a look at the Storm. It just, the Flames, just for fun.
Yep.
They picked up 3 metres in just a few strokes. It was just well done at the very end. And on the far side, the Bop Flyers. But here's that go for the minor placings.
Yeah, it was Freo. Look at him come home for 4th.
Yeah, well done. And maybe lane 5 getting through, then 6.
How about
and then
that?
Down at lane 1. Gee, we're going to have to look at the times. But a tremendous finish there. So the first 2 qualifying straight through, Komodo go through, well done, winning their heat. They'll go through to the semi-final. Melbourne Flames go through. And then the next 2 fastest overall get through to that semi-final. Everyone else heads to a repechage, so there's an opportunity to keep paddling. Bop Flyers,
yeah,
they keep impressing.
Yeah, absolutely. Finished 3rd, not too far off it. So that's the second heat make their way up to the pontoon. Of course, in this we've had the Sydney Zodiacs, the 24 and under crew. And we'll be looking to see what they can produce. We know they really took up the challenge earlier in the morning in their racing, up against the more experienced, the Campaigners.
Oh, they hold their own.
They were great. Yeah.
Yeah, they are really well drilled, the Zodiacs. They're an impressive club. Made up of under 24s. And, most impressive there. Lakers will line up in lane 2, in heat number 2 we are. There'll be a space in at lane 3. Akka are scratching. AC/DC in lane 4, but Yarra River Dragons 5, Canberra Ice Dragons in 6, and Mako Pedal Club in 7. Here are those times.
Yeah, so let's have a look at across those times. The one we were watching there was the battle for 4th, which we don't often do, but have a look at that. Between 4th and 7th, there was less than 1 second. At the top there, Komodo 2:14.22. As you said, Bryce, Flames did make up a lot of ground. Just a little gentle reminder. And the Bop Flyers, well, they're going to find 5 seconds against Komodo if they were to challenge them. So it was good racing, a really exciting heat. Love the way they fought it out right to the end, those last 4 boats. Spectacular stuff. Take a short break. We'll be back for the second heat.
Hello.
Okay, heat 2. As we have in lane 1, the Sydney Zodiacs, the 24 and under crew. Then in 2, we've got the Lakers from Western Australia. Lane 3 had a scratching there from Acker. ACDC in 4. Yarra River Dragons in 5. And the Canberra Ice Dragons 6. And the Mako Paddle Club will be in 7. So they just made a little bit of a late dash to the pontoon start, but they look like they've settled pretty nicely now. And they'll be ready to mosey on down 500 metres ahead of them in the Premier Open Small Boat. Heat 2, first and second from each heat. They go through to the semi-final. That's the lure. That's the guarantee. We've just seen the first heat, which was taken out by Komodo, and the Melbourne Flames were second. We're off. We've got to start, and we are away. So it's not the under-18s Open Small Boat. I can tell you it is the Premier Open Small Boat. And the start we've made, well, the one I'm really keen to look at is this one in lane 1. The Sydney Zodiacs, who have performed well in the Open company so far. Lakers are from Western Australia in 2. No one in 3. Look to 4. That's ACDC. Have a look at the Yarra River Dragons. They've made a big start out there in 5. Outside of them are the Canberra Ice Dragons. And the Mako Paddle Club, who were last to the start line, it might be the first out. They have made a really good start out there in 7. So it's those 4 furthest lanes who are taking up the early running here in Heat 2 of the Premier Open Small Boat.
They certainly are. We're looking into the middle there. ACDC in lane 4. There's a gap. Scratching is Acker in lane 3. So that's why we have that vacant space in the field there. ACDC in lane 4. Right alongside them, Yarra River Dragons looking very strong and powerful. The Canberra Ice Dragons are going well. The crew we have online there, as we have a close look, is boat number 4. That's ACDC. Had a really good look with the drone right on the snozzle of the Dragon, looking over the shoulder of the drummer. Great shots by the drone. Absolutely outstanding. Yarra River Dragons just putting a little ease out here. Mako Paddle Club over in lane 7, over amongst the trees, maybe forgotten about, but they're right up in the play here. There's that drone shot once again. Boat number 4, ACDC, are looking very, very strong. Back in lane 2, the Lakers from WA just feeling the pinch as these small boats really start putting the hammer down now, and the Sydney Zodiacs are hanging on tough in lane 1. But it does look like the Yarra River Dragons, Robbie.
Yeah, they got the holding the foot hand here at the moment. They are certainly out of lane 5. A little bit of pressure on the inside from 4, which is ACDC. And the outside lane have been absolutely fantastic. The Mako crew have done well. They'll come through only around about half a boat length in it, as it might have been easing down a bit, the Yarra River Dragons. They come across the line first. Second place there was the Mako Paddle Club in 3rd. And a good run from them for ACDC. ACDC, reckon they've got a little bit more in the tank. Here come the Ice Dragons through, followed in the inside lane there by the young Sydney Zodiacs. The Lakers in 2, so a good run at it, a real good run at it, but it was certainly an impressive performance there.
Okay, Bryce.
The Yarra River Dragons.
It was indeed. Mako pushed them all the way, sneaking away out there, wide out in lane 7. Maybe forgotten about by the Yarra River Dragons, as often when you're in those sort of outer lanes, lane 5, 6, you tend to maybe look out the corner of your eye to your right as you head down the cruise. But out on the left was where the danger was coming from in Mako. But very impressive performance. Yarra River Dragons once again showing they are one of the premium crews in the Premier Open Small Boat. The HKETO Premier Small Boat in the Open category. We have heat number 3 coming up. This is the final heat in this category. In lane 1, Peninsula Dragonflies. In lane 2, the Power Blades. In lane 3, the Muds, the Melbourne Uni. In lane 4, Pacific Dragons. Lane 5, North Queensland Phoenix. Lane 6, the Canberra Griffins. And in lane 7, the Bluefins.
Thank you, Bryce. Okay, we need the under-18s medal presentations. 500, please. We need Canberra Grammar. Joey's. Skulls, please. Junior, we need Skulls Fury. Skulls Fire. Sydney Zodiacs, please. Premier Small Women's, we need Peninsula Dragonfly. Melbourne Flames. Yarra River Dragons. Premier Women's Standard, we need Mako. different strokes. Akka, you guys know the drill. If you're here, you're here. We are going to present your medals very quickly so we don't get rained on. Back over to you, Bryce.
Alrighty, heat 3 about to commence. The Bluefins making their way out there into lane 7.
So this is definitely heat 3, the HKETO Premier Open small boat, despite what's listed up there. It is race 46. The third heat in this category. Full field again, full field of 7 boats.
Yeah, the Peninsula Dragonflies you'll see out of the lane 1, and we've got to start. So they're off. 6 other crews join them. Power Blades in 2. Melbourne University, the Muds, they're in 3. The Pacific Dragons out there in 4. North Queensland Phoenix in 5. The crew from Canberra, the Griffins, are there in 6, and the Bluefins out there in 7. So we get a look at a nice little leap blanket start there. Again, it's probably the outside lanes who are taking up the early running. The Bluefins have been nice and strong out there. So have the Griffins in 6. Come across there to North Queensland in 5, and through the middle part there, the predominantly orange look of the Pacific Dragons. So they're starting to make their way through, and not surprisingly, it's the Muds, the Melbourne Uni crew. But really, there's not a lot between those from lanes 3 right through to 7. Not a lot in it. Just maybe falling back a little bit now, the Griffins.
Yeah, there's not a lot in this at all. Melbourne Uni are right up there. The inexperienced crew, the university crew, the transient crew are going along very nicely in lane 3. Pacific Dragons are holding their own now. They're in lane 4. The drummer there with the fluoro orange bib on is standing out there. Lane 5, North Queensland Phoenix going right alongside them. A little gap back in lane 6, the Canberra Griffins, maybe just a quarter of a boat length. Out on the far side, the Bluefins are holding their own as well. Lane 2, the Power Blades are going well. So we're looking over their shoulder now from the drone. They've got a boat length to pick up on the Muds in front of them, the Melbourne Uni crew. Lane 4, the Pacific Dragons in orange and black there, looking very strong. And going with them is the North Queensland Phoenix. So very, very impressive. Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 1, just dropping off the pace a bit. Power Blades in lane 2, also just easing off as the hammer has gone down, Robbie.
Yeah, it has. Can the Pacific Dragons hang on here? There's a massive challenge coming from the Uni crew in 3, but it looks like it will be the Pacific Dragons in 4. They'll come through first. Melbourne Uni in 2nd. A really good, impressive run from them. They come through 2nd, about a third of a boat length behind. 3rd placing will go to the North Queensland Phoenix. Tight go, far out there, the Bluefins. That's a really good run from them. They'll come through in 4th. The Griffins there in 5th. Come down there to the Power Blade 2nd. And then the Purple People Eaters, they got it together a bit over that last 150 metres. They come through. But it was the Pacific Dragons who held off a tenacious performance from the Melbourne Uni to take heat 3.
Okay.
And it'll be the Dragons and Melbourne Uni who will go automatically into that semi-final, which is really important.
Okay, thank you, Bryce. Thank you, Robbie. So we have
pushed all the way
under
along
18
by the Melbourne Uni crew. So we cast our eye now. It's the HKETO, the sponsored Premier Open
under 18 women's
boat. The full
Canberra
cruise
Grammar.
in the open category. This is where we do see the hammer go down. These are the fast
Canberra
boats.
Grammar.
The full cruise. We just see that replay of the finishing on the MySport Live.
Thank you, Canberra Grammar.
Back to live shots now. Back up into the start.
In
What are the teams
second,
here?
500 metres, we have
We've got Different strokes in 1.
Joey's.
That's the Tonic crew. Aka in 2. CYL in 3. CYSM in 4. Tiawaka are in 5. And DSA over there in 6.
Okay,
As
Joey,
we
thank
just get a little bit of
you.
misty type rain starting to come through now. But we're not too far off the start here. In Heat 1 of the Premier Open Standard Boat.
Okay, we first place, we have Scholes. Okay, in the under 18 women's standard, we have in third place Scholes Fury. Let's go. Well done. In second, we have Scholes Fire. Just nonchalantly cruising up. Beautiful.
So we've got to
And
start here.
in first place,
Heat 1.
Sydney Zodiacs.
It's the different strokes bolting out of lane 1. Aka in 2, CYL in 3, CYSM in 4, Tawaka in 5, and making
Women's
a
small
very
boat.
good start out there in lane 6 is DSA. So it's DSA starting
Women's small
very
boat,
well.
Peninsula
Tiawaka
Dragonfly.
alongside them in 5. Gee, you can see the
Let's
power.
go.
Look at the water coming
Second
up from
place,
the side
Melbourne
of the boats there. In
Flames.
4, the CYSM just got caught a little bit short. CYL
First
looking
place,
really
Yarra River
good in 3.
Dragons.
And in 2, Aka have made a really good start. Different strokes might have
In
missed it a
third
little bit, but
place.
just looking out on that far side
In
there,
third place,
the
we have
DSA crew, they are
Mako.
absolutely hammering along.
Look at the
Here's
wash
Yarra.
off the bow. This is where the power gets down. The full
In
cruise
second
out
place, we have
there,
different
the open
strokes.
category. It's very, very
Different
impressive.
strokes.
Have a look at lane 5 in particular. Tiawaka, they were
Oh
runners up in
yeah,
this
great job, Mako.
championship,
Here's different strokes in
back
second.
last
And in
year.
first place,
They're going about their
212,
business very, very
Aka.
quietly. DSA are doing very well in lane 6. Keep an eye on that. CYSM just battling a little bit in lane 4. CYL,
Aka.
look at them out in front. The yellow team, they are
Come on,
doing
Aka.
it in lane 3. Aka in lane 2. They're hanging on to the tail end of that CYL boat, and different strokes, the Tonic crew in lane 1. But certainly CYL are right up there, getting pushed along with DSA and Tiawaka. Look for their finish because in lane 5, as I said, they were runners up last year.
So it's lane 6, DSA, alongside lane 3, CYL. That's where we're going to see potentially these two boats progress straight into that semi-final. On the outside, it looks like it's DSA holding sway at the moment. For third placing, it looks like it'll be number 2. Aka will come through, but this is a good finish here. Who's going to get over the line first? It's a big one coming. CYL flying on the inside in lane 3. They finish just ahead of DSA, and coming through for third will be Aka. And in lane 5, Tiawaka, they put in a strong performance. But what a finish we had there. And well, that one we'll see more will play out with that as the final two boats come through in different strokes, Tonic and the crew from CYSM. But yeah, how about that, Brycey?
Very impressive. The first heat, the Premier Open standard boat. This is what we like to see. The Dragon boats really let fly down the course, and CYL very organised, very controlled. We're able to put it on. Have a look how they're working so well together. And DSA were pushing them all the way. This is great racing. They've been itching to get out on the water for hours now. They have finally got out there and they've let loose.
Yeah.
All 4 crews there. Pretty impressive stuff.
A little bit of camera angle there too, but you could see just over that last 15 metres just how much ground CYL made up on DSA. I reckon with 20 metres to go, DSA were in front, but the CYL team, they came through with a very strong performance to pick up Heat 1 of the Premier Open Standard Boat in a very smart time, I think you'll see.
And already queued up at the start, Robbie, we have heat number 2.
Yeah,
The
they're
HKETO
not mucking around.
Premier Open Standard Boat. What's the field?
We've got the field, and it's a strong looking one too. Ride will be in 1. Typhoons are in 2. Sloths, the middle, lane 3. Different Strokes, Gin in 4. And the Coomera Dragons in 5. And we've got to start.
We
And
do indeed.
It's Coomera who have started really well. Just inside them in 4. Different Strokes, Gin. Pushing hard through there. And in 3, we have the Sloths. So just early doors there. Certainly those 3 outside lanes look to making up the early running. Coomera in 5, lead it. Looking like number 3 lane there, which is the Sloths, are coming for okay. In lane 1, Ride might have missed the start a little bit there, and the Typhoons now are starting to work into it a little bit. But at the moment, it's in 3. It's the Sloths and the Coomera Dragons in lane 5.
Well, the Sloths have really put the hammer down. They were flying there. The bow wave, absolutely enormous. That is them in lane 3. Lane 4, as we look across, is a Different Strokes Gin. And lane 5, the Coomera Dragons are going along quite nicely. Just dropping off the paces, the Brisbane Typhoon. And Ride in lane 1, the Typhoon, they're in lane 2. And they've just been caught napping a bit, and it's probably due to the power of lane 3, the Sloths. Look at them go. Incredibly powerful group. They've put half a boat length on the whole field, and they're looking to eat up a little bit more of this course as they charge down. They're on the right-hand side of the boys in their lane. They've stayed down that line all the way through. But boy, that is one powerful crew, the Sloths. Different Strokes Gin, they're in a big race with the Coomera Dragons in lane 4 and lane 5. And there's another fight back in lane 1 with Ride and the Brisbane Typhoon. But the Sloths, impressive out in front, Robbie.
They are indeed, and the winner goes straight through here. So let's have a look. They're going to come through. No doubt about that. There's a really good go here for second placing. You have to focus your eyes on lane 5, which is Coomera Dragons, and coming through is Different Strokes. It'll be Sloths. They go through now. Coomera Dragons are going to hang on. They're going to out.
Or are they?
Or they just by half a nose of a dragon. They get it into. They finish second. Ride come through in 4th, and the Typhoons come through in 5th there. But yeah, what a go for second and third. The Sloths though, a commanding performance.
Gee, they're impressive. Their rate at the start, their start was exceptional, and they just put a space on the field. It was probably after about 80 metres, the rest of the field were chasing. They were off the bit chasing. Coomera Dragon stuck at the task, so did Different Strokes, the Gin crew. But there they are, the Sloths crossing the line. Very impressive. And just holding on. I think the Coomera Dragons have put the cue in the rack. But Different Strokes Gin went all the way through to the finish. A real tight go there. And as we see, the Ride getting through in 4th and the Brisbane Typhoon in 5th. So some terrific racing. First time we've seen today. The Premier Open Standard boat. And we're seeing how fast these new boats are. They're really letting down the crews. They've been itching to get out there all day. We are just a little bit behind time now. We're about 10 minutes behind schedule, but no harm done as the boats get down for the next events. The next event coming up as we go to a little break. The Fire Apparel Under 18 Open Small Boat. We'll be up with that shortly.
Okay, we are back live. Welcome everyone across the globe, and we are at a start in race 49. That is Joey's in 1, Canberra in 2, Zodiac's in 3, Joey's Red in 4, Beechworth Golden Serpents in 5, and Joey's Green outside. So this is the under 18 open small boat round 1, if I'm correct, Robbie.
Correct.
That's it. And wherever you're joining in, nationally, internationally, globally, or even
Mars.
Mars flying in. That's it. Absolutely. So Joey's in 1, Canberra Grammar. Zodiacs have gone out quite good in 3. Joey's Red outside them also. But Beechworth in 5. Robbie are looking well, as they have all weekend.
They've had a great regatta, haven't they?
The
Ned Kelly's crew. The Bushies, the Bush Rangers, they're called in local football and netball circles.
That's it. So the Zodiacs and Beechworth are leading it out in between Joey's Red. Inside, closest to us on the foreshore, is Joey's Blue and Joey's Green everywhere. There are Joeys everywhere, and they're chasing him down like a kangaroo, but it is Sydney Zodiacs and Beechmere Golden Serpents are neck and neck at the moment as they're coming in up to about the 250 mark.
Yeah, it is certainly the Sydney Zodiacs who are super impressive at the moment, and we know they've had a ding-dong battle right throughout this first couple of days with the Beechworth Golden Serpents, and that is the way it continues, because it looks like it is the Zodiacs just holding a little margin over Beechworth as they come down with probably around about 120 metres to go here. If you look across into lane 1, the Joey's Blue crew are there. They're going to have a little bit of a battle with their mates from Joey's Green on the outside, but it is the contest, the battle is between Zodiacs in 3 and Beechworth in 5.
Well, let's get up your grandstand. Let's hear you cheer these young people, the future of dragon boating. Let me hear you from the sidelines and wherever you are sitting. It is the Zodiacs. They're starting to put down, but look at the finish of Beechmere. They're starting to bring their rating up. Can the Zodiacs hold them off? But I think Beechmere are going to give a touch. They're going straight through them. Actually, they've timed their race absolutely superbly. Are the Zodiacs coming back there a little bit? But it's going to be Beechmere out. Zodiacs coming in second. In 2 is Canberra Grammar with a great finish. They're also bringing to the cheers of their supporters, really good contingent. 4 and 6 are battling it out here, which is Joey's Green and also Joey's Red. Oh, this is going to be close, Robbie.
Oh,
ooh,
very close
Joey's
to
Red.
call. Yeah,
and
just go for Joey's crew.
And let's go Joey's to Joey's, and then Joey's Blue is straight there. Yeah, Beechworth, too strong.
Yeah, too strong.
Just coming over the top, and it was a great race there from the Zodiacs.
Brilliant.
Probably 400 metres they held them off, and then Beechworth just went and show a bit of Ned Kelly.
Yeah, they robbed them.
Oh,
there you go. No, they were good, and those two. We said it's been one. I've really enjoyed that ongoing battle between those two crews, the Zodiacs and the Beechworth Golden Serpents. So it is outstanding stuff there from the young crew there. So now we'll turn our attention. So just that is round 1. So of course we've got the 3 rounds of that. Add the times together and the placings. We work it out all from there. So there's a bit to play out in that one. Coming up next, we have as we just saw the replay of that one there. Here it comes, this finish. It's not that much in it, Nick.
No, the MySport Live replay showing it there, but yeah, great finish.
Yeah, and if you go 10 metres past the line, which doesn't count, the Zodiacs were right there.
Is that round 1?
That was round 1.
Wow.
Coming up next, we've got the breast cancer and the all cancer women's open small boat event, and that is heat 1. And also we'll have the Dragon Masters are in that too. So the Dragon Masters are in the all cancer section, and then we've got all the others in the BCP. The Hope, Bain Loon, Brisbane River Dragons, and the DA Melbourne Pink Phoenix.
Yeah, and it's great to see the breast cancer and the all cancer paddling division in the Nationals, and it's going to be included in the world titles in Brandenburg in Germany. And I'll be lucky enough to call those races too.
Yeah.
I'll send you guys the link.
Yeah.
You can chime in and send a few text messages and a few hints from back and forth. But yeah, as they're going down to get to the start, actually some of them are in the start, we have DAA Hope in 1, Bayloon in 2, Brisbane River Dragons Miss Abitibi in 1, DA Melbourne Pink Phoenix in 4. Lane 5's free, and out wide is Dragon Masters ACP. Dragon Masters were very impressive yesterday.
They were. They were. They were super competitive, as we see in all these races.
Yeah, so I hope everyone's enjoying themselves as you'll see a bit of crosswind now swirling around after pretty much windless couple of days with a bit of wet weather this morning, which didn't affect the spirits of these paddlers at all. And the sweeps, I suppose the only little bit sometimes, Bryce and Robbie, is affected, not so much when you're racing as much, but just when you're lining up, when you're backing the boats up. But most of these crews are pretty experienced. They've all got all their certifications and
Yeah, they've been in it a long time, full of experience.
yeah, beautiful shots there. Look at that.
You can't duck down to Coles and buy experience.
No, maybe Woolies.
Yeah. So now you got to earn it, and you got to learn it, and you got to live it, and that's what they do.
It's a bit good, different.
Yep.
Aldi.
It is. It is. Oh, yes, that's right. Exactly. Well, you want to get them on as a sponsor.
Well, that's what we should be.
So up to this will be race 50, and we're time-wise we are poking along okay, maybe about 10 or 12 minutes behind schedule at the moment. So at this stage, all systems go to complete the program for the day. And they've got the scheduled 2 kilometre racing to come up to finish off the day's proceedings. 4 of those races, same as yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see the drones back out there. The bear.
That's right. Again, shout out to all our sponsors. Penrith City Council. It's great to see the Mayor here last night with His Excellency from People's Republic of China. Also Ricky Chong from the Hong Kong Trade. And those fabulous new uniforms, jerseys, designed by Fire, and the paddles. Regatta Sport were there as well. So get up to that merchandise while you can. Out the back is Typhoon 8 paddling as well. Lots of other different
shorts are there. I noticed you've got a pair of shorts.
Mate, they've
yeah,
that's it.
They've kitted you out. Poor old Bryce and Robbie. Yeah.
Well, he was had a great shirt.
A contra deal, was it?
Well, they are off and racing. DAA Hope in 1, Bayloon in 2, Brisbane River Dragons, Miss Abitibi in 3, DA Melbourne Pink Phoenix in 4. There's a gap out there, but it doesn't look like Dragon Masters are in it. Or have they just squeezed in a closer lane? Yeah, they've squeezed in a closer lane. So as they've gone out about 80, they'll go through their start sequence, hit the transition, get into their chug. It's beautiful to watch, all in sequence. Even the breast cancer paddlers and the all cancer paddlers, women, open, small boat, are doing a fabulous job. But I'd say in the middle section in lane 3, it is Miss Abitibi, Brisbane River Dragons, just slightly ahead of Bayloon in 2. Outside of them is the DA Melbourne Pink Phoenix and Dragon Masters over in 5.
Yes, it's Brisbane River though holding the key position at the moment in the mid there in 3. On their right as they come down the course, it's the Bayloon team in the predominantly orange, you'll see. And in 1, we've got the DAA Hope. And then if you go back across to lane 4 there, we've got the Melbourne Pink Phoenix. And then across into 5 there, we've got the Dragon Masters. But a little bit of movement been made there in lane 2 from the Bayloon combination. And we're just starting to put a little bit of pressure on the DA Melbourne Pink Phoenix side as we come down with around about 150, 120 metres to go, Nick.
Yeah, that's it. As they're just hitting that marker, and it is they've maintained it. We've got Brisbane River Dragons and Bayloon out in front, and obviously the winner of each heat goes through, plus the next two fastest. So it is going to be Brisbane River Dragons coming up to about 120 to go here now. Inside of them, Bayloon in the fluorescent orange caps. Outside, Dragon Masters are going to have a very good competitive race with DAA Hope, and for the DA Melbourne Pink Phoenix. But it is a controlled race here from Brisbane River Dragons, Miss Abitititi in 3. DA Melbourne just slightly going back, but it is Bayloon's come through in 2, after them in second. So it is Brisbane River in 1, Bayloon in 2.
Good go for third here, Nick.
Yeah, good finish from 1. DAA Hope, I think, yes, they've got third. Out. DA Melbourne Pink Phoenix and Dragon Masters, and now DA Melbourne Pink coming out. Great race. Big round of applause from the shore for those teams. Great effort.
Yeah, and that Brisbane River Dragons crew, they put everything into that one. They are spent. They got the chocolates in Heat 1 of the Breast Cancer Paddlers and the All Cancer Paddlers Women's Open Small Boat.
That's it, and from there we go. And there's a couple of fleets. So I think we've got the Buck boats and also the new Peishings supplied by Peishing. So new fleet of boats.
What's the difference there?
Different manufacturers. So Buck is from Europe.
Yep.
Peishing, and then you've got Champion. They're all different, shared about 3 major manufacturers.
Has there been much change in innovation in the boats over your time in the Caper, Nick, which I guess is probably, 2 or 3 decades?
Yeah, 93 started. I started paddling in teak boats.
Teak
in Hong Kong, and it was interesting. After the Dragon Boat season, they'd take the plug out of the boat and they'd sink them to the bottom in Stanley, so to preserve them.
Wow.
So they just store the boats. There's a little bit of local knowledge from Hong Kong. They'd take the bung out, sink the boats, and that would preserve them because it was beautiful teak wood. Taken 2 teak boats from Hong Kong to Dubai when we started getting dragon boating in Dubai in 2008.
How did they secure them at the bottom of the harbour? Or the river?
Not the harbour.
Just in water?
Just around the boat, and they have some weights in there. They're heavy enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they sink and then they just raise them up. It's only about 2 metres of water depth.
Wow.
Out at
and that preserves it.
Titan Bay, yeah, especially the teak.
So that was the teak. So and when was the last of the teak boats used? As we've got to start here, but we'll work our way into this. We've got we'll talk more about that, but that's intriguing.
So DAA Connector in 1, Sydney Spiritor in 2, Brisbane River Dragons, Miss Abitititi 2 in 3, Pendragons in 4, DAA Spirit in 5. This is the BCB and ACP Breast Cancer and All Cancer Paddlers Women's Open Small Boat Heat 2 as they've taken off. And out wide, I think DAA Spirit have got off to a spirited race start, and in the middle, Brisbane River Dragons in their pink as well. Coming across back to 1, DAA Connector going well, Sydney Spirit, Brisbane River Dragons, and Pendragons in 4 are also doing quite well. But for mine, it's DAA Spirit out wide.
Yeah, it looks like Brisbane City, could they get both boats straight into the final here? Nick, of course, the winner from each of these heats, they go straight into the grand final. And we've already seen through Heat 1, the number 1 side, the Brisbane River Dragons, have gone through. And they're probably just a little bit off the pace here in the next heat here, the girls in lane 3. But it is the Sydney Spirit in lane 2, the blue colour that you can see. In lane 1, it's DAA Connect, who are just working their way along the course. They're in contention for a 3rd place here, but on the far side of the course, the DAA Spirit, aren't they showing a nice bit of cohesion and paddling back out there. Nick, you know more about it than I do, but what is making them go so quick at the moment? They're having a big run at it.
Yeah, look, they're hitting their great little rating there that they've got going. As you can see, they're sitting up, the boat's gliding. Nice controlled rating there from these women, and they will definitely control this out in the far lane. And inside in lane 2, Sydney Spirit. In the middle of the road in 4 is Pendragons, which are coming. Just Brisbane River Dragons falling off just a touch with DAA Connect, but it is going to be DAA Spirit out in the far lane that are controlling this race.
Running out of lane 6, they are, and they are going to get over the finish line very shortly as they come in through the last 10 metres. So it's a 1.5 boat length over the line win to them. In second here is going to be the Sydney Spirit. So they let it out, but they were mown down by the Spirit and the outside crew. And coming through in 4 is the Pendragons. So a really good run from them. And then in the inside lane, in 1, the DAA Connect coming through now. And then over in lane 3 there, the Brisbane River Dragons number 2s, they come through now. So some good solid running there, Nick.
Absolutely, as we take just a quite short break we'll be back. Okay, we have in Premier Open Small Boat in 1, we've got Sydney Zodiacs, Gold Coast in 2, Phoenix in 3, Fremantle in 4, Canberra Griffins out in 5, in 6 Peninsula Dragons. This is going to be the Premier Open Small Boat Repechage. Now, winner from each go through the rep plus the 2 fastest overall. So this is going to be a tightly contested because they want to progress to the semi-final. So again, we've got Zodiacs in 1, the under 24s, Gold Coast 2 doing quite well, 3 North Queensland Phoenix with that, Fremantle in 4. Outside of them, Canberra Griffins and Peninsula Gladiators. Bryce, looks like the first 3, lane 3 and 4, it's almost like an arrow formation coming up there to the 300 metre mark.
Yeah, it does indeed. Those middle lanes are just easing away a little bit. North Queensland Phoenix in lane 3 and lane 4 just holding on are Fremantle. Lane 3, or lane 2 rather, in Gold Coast Dragons are going along quite nicely. And in lane 1, the Sydney Zodiacs as well. But North Queensland Phoenix and Fremantle, and then Canberra Griffins on the outside of them in lane 5. And lane 6, the Peninsula Dragonflies, moving along quite well. But have a look in lane 1. The Sydney Zodiacs, the under-24 team, are certainly lifting up on the inside. I think they may have just overtaken the whole field here.
Yeah, right. With about 150 to go here, it does look like the Sydney Zodiacs under-24, as they did in an earlier race in the 200s, were coming in quite well. But inside of them is North Queensland Phoenix, and Fremantle in the middle in 4, also just falling. But it's going to be 1. It's going to be the Zodiacs. Gold Coast are in 2. So Zodiacs are going to win. The under-24s coming through. In 3, North Queensland Phoenix. coming through in second in 2 Gold Coast Dragons. Outside of them, Fremantle, 5 Canberra Griffins. Great racing, and the Peninsula Dragons, Dragonflies, just coming over the line in 6.
Some good racing there. Sydney Zodiacs. Well, they qualified way back in the heat. This is the Repechage one for the Premier Open Small Boat. They qualified way back, but they have done some adjustment to their boat and really bounced back in the Repechage. They find their way through. The winner from each rep goes straight through, plus to the next 2 fastest times. So Sydney Zodiacs, tick them off. Sneaky buggers in lane 1. They've done it incredibly well.
They've gone straight through. The under-24s probably got a lot of energy, so they're going to go, you know what, let's do the heat, let's do the Repechage, let's do the semi, and let's do the final.
It's not a bad combination.
That's it. As we've got the races coming up for the second one, which is the Hong Kong International Trade Authority, and Power Blades are in 1. Southern Storm in 2.
Yeah, we've got the Ice Dragons in 3. Bluefins are in 4. They were 11th in the heat. Sydney Tsunami, they'll be out of lane 5. And then we've got the Lakers from Perth, who were 19th in the heat. They're out there in 6.
Okay, yes.
Well, that doesn't mean much, Robbie, as we saw there. 17th in the heats with Sydney Zodiacs, and
Yeah.
they've just swarmed over the whole cruise in front of them. So it really depends on how they've gone about their strategy in the heat to
And they're young.
to then go through the Repechage as well. But the Zodiacs, pretty impressive, getting through that Repechage number 1 straight directly into the semi-final.
And look, this is where the lactic acid comes in sometimes, Bryce, when they're hitting that 350 to 4, and the legs, they're using all the muscles, the big muscles, the back, the legs. Don't want to get too much of that lactic acid build up, but that young Zodiacs team's trying to maybe strategizing.
Well, who knows? Whatever they've done, it has worked a treat. So we're looking up at the start now as the boats just align themselves. Maybe a little bit of a break as a couple of the crews get down a little late. So this is race 53, the Premier Open Small Boat. And those crews getting down there. We may be able to get up some times. We haven't seen some times for a little while, but I'd like to know what Sydney Zodiacs were able to clock away in the small boat.
Yeah, it's Premier Open Small Boat. Repechage 2. Those times haven't come up yet, have they?
Not yet.
No, still a bit away from getting this race underway. As the next race go past us, that's 4. There's the Beechworth crew going past the tower. The Golden Serpents. Beechworth, give us a wave. Nope.
They're focused, mate. They're got game day mode.
Focused.
Absolutely.
Well, again, yeah, so tomorrow is state by state.
Yes, looking forward to that one.
Representatives. It's going to be good. You've got, got beautiful flag bearers from Victoria, Carlos Dees, and also the flag bearer Kerry Dowding from Dragons Abreast. And yes, straight through to there. Some great information on the site. Hopefully you're all got the downloading the live stream app from wherever you are around the world. And yeah, there's the times. Zodiacs 2:24.78. North Queensland Phoenix in second at 2:26.82. Bryce in 2:29.51 were Gold Coast. 2:30.48 were Fremantle. 2:32.41 were Griffins. And 2:40.48 were Peninsula Dragonflies. as we are waiting for the start. And we are off, and it is Power Blades in 1, Southern Storm in 2, Ice Dragons in 3, Bluefins in 4, Tsunami and Lakers. And they've got it pretty good even start there. I'd probably have to say after about 20-30 metres from the drone footage, it's looking like 3 Ice Dragons just a touch in front, but all teams have got this start down pat, Bryce. And if you look down the track, weather prevailing crosswind now, so let's see how this affects any of the teams or even some of the teams going down to actually take off the side of the transit lane.
Indeed, we see there the Sydney Tsunami in lane 5 and the Lakers in lane 6. The overhead shot, Bear the drone giving a sensational view there. There's the Canberra Ice Dragons, their boat number 3, just pulling ahead of the Bluefins, boat number 4. And it is the Canberra Ice Dragons probably ahead of the field at the moment, just making their move through this middle stage. Southern Storm in lane 2 are sticking to their task, as are the Power Blades in lane 1. They're both those crews now. The red and black are the Power Blades as they surge their way through. But it's still the Canberra Ice Dragons holding off the Bluefins, who are just lifting a little bit now through the middle stages. Lakers in lane 6, keep an eye on them. And Sydney Tsunami are all lifting up as well. This is going to be a really good finish, Robbie.
Yeah, it's a nice finish. It's a good setup here. It's probably across the board. It's one of the most even contests we've had. It really is no more than a boat length amongst all 6 crews here. But just look, it is the 2 in the middle. It is the Ice Dragons and the Bluefins. Maybe just the Ice Dragons holding a little bit. The one to watch is the Lakers out on the far side of the course, coming out of lane 6. But in 3, coming through now, the Ice Dragons are starting to assert their authority. They've really lifted their rating. They're working hard. Outside lane, they're Lakers in 6. Mightn't do enough. The biggest threat, though, is the Bluefins in 4, out of lane 4. The Dragons are holding on. The Bluefins are coming at them. The Dragons are going to lift here. They will. They're going to respond. The Dragons will get over the line in first, just ahead of the Bluefins. And in third place, it'll be the Lakers. And a really good go for 4th. Give it to Southern Storm ahead of the Power Blades. And coming in 6th, there was the Sydney Tsunami.
So the Canberra Ice Dragons getting it done there, gentlemen. They held their own. They were challenged by the Bluefins and the Lakers out in lane 6 as well. But they held their nerve, held their stroke and their composure, and they get through. They qualify from this Repechage 2 directly through to the semi-final. Then we're looking at times. The next 2 fastest out of those 2 Repechage will go through. I'll keep track of that.
Yeah, now, when you're looking at racing, so conditions from yesterday to this morning, and now that it's a bit more windy, it's all about stability. So you can probably look from the viewers at home, there's always different techniques in paddling. But if you look there was probably 4 different techniques in drumming. Look at this on the screen. One's going all the way back, one's sort of stable, one's going back the wrong way. All makes a big difference. A lot of people out there don't know, but that little things like that in dragon boating make a big difference. Where, you know, if you've got a real stable drummer like that, you're not going to affect and rock the boat. Rock the boat, Robbie.
Don't rock the boat. Who sang that?
It's
a great song back in the 70s, 80s maybe. So next up, we're quickly going to move our attention to round 2 of the 18 and under small boat.
Oh, this is a good one.
And this is a good one. So the first 3 lanes are all the Joey sides when we get a start. We've got the red, the blue and the green. And then we've got Beechworth in 4, Canberra Grammar 5 and the Sydney Zodiacs in 6. So we've seen throughout the first 2 days of racing here at the Oz Champs that it's been the Beechworth Serpents and the Sydney Zodiacs. They have had a classic contest between them.
Could be
absolute humdinger.
Could be a great rugby backline. Joey's to Joey's, back to Joey's, off to Beechworth, steps inside to Grammar, off to Sydney Zodiacs to score in the corner. So there we have it. There's results. Ice Dragons were 227. 78. 229.53 the Bluefins. 231.29 the Lakers. 231.33, very close, Southern Storm. Power Blades, 231. Hello Sharon. And Sydney Tsunami, 233.95. Brooks Racing Technology is giving us great stuff with links, and good luck.
We've got to start. We have got to start. So, as I said, keep an eye on the first 3 lanes. We've got the Joeys, we've got the red, the blue, and the green. Then we've got the Beechworth Golden Serpents, who are having a wow of a time over these first couple of days. Canberra Grammar are in lane 5, and the Zodiacs are out there in 6. So the contest at the top of the leaderboard has been between the Zodiacs and the Beechworth Serpents. Beechworth prevailed in round 1, because the second of 3 rounds, all the times get accumulated, and we sort it out from there, all the placings. But at the moment, it's a really close go here, Nick. Probably, maybe the Zodiacs might just have it on the outside in 6.
Well, Zodiacs got off quick the last time, and then Beechmere just prevailed by getting a bit bigger of a finish. So if the Zodiacs are out quick again, and their ratings showing that they are possibly just neck and neck at about the 300, 350 mark, but Beechmere are really starting to sit up now, and they've got the hit and glide in their boat. Joey's 1, 2 and 3 in lane 1, 2 and 3 are also doing well, split with Canberra Grammar. But it is the Zodiacs as we're trying to get a bit of visual footage, the drone. But yeah, I'd probably say that Beechworth is probably just slightly ahead there with the Zodiacs.
Yeah, I think maybe the Zodiacs now have probably taken up the running out there in lane 6. Beechworth in 4. Well, they're going to push hard. We know they finished strong. Then there's a good battle for the minor placings. Over there in 5, we do have the crew from Canberra Grammar going along nicely. Have a look at 3. We've got the Joey's green. Good contest between these Joey's side. Then the blue, and then the red. That's a battle themselves outside those 3, but here we go, Nick. Wind yourself up here. The crew from Beechworth, we knew it'd come. Here they go. They're putting in a big finish as they take on the Zodiacs.
Oh, it's about 120 to go now, and Beechworth are starting to go, but Zodiacs are picking their rating up again. Can Zodiacs get over the top? Beechworth coming back at them. I think it's 4. Yeah, Beechworth are going to probably prevail here. Come on, Zodiacs. Keep it going. They're flying right up. Oh, it's a great one here. Beechworth over the Zodiacs in 6. Okay, in 5, we've got Canberra Grammar finishing off a great with the battle royale between the Joeys and Joeys and Joeys. So Joeys 1 in red, but Joeys green are going to get over the top. Canberra Grammar go through there. Joeys green in 3. Joeys red in 1. And Joeys blue in 2 coming across the line. Great racing. Big round of applause from all our senior paddlers for their youth, for the future of dragon boating.
They were fantastic. All right, we've got a little bit of a gap in racing here, so we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you with more action here from the Sydney International Regatta Centre at beautiful Penrith Lakes.
Welcome back, Bryce, to this magnificent afternoon racing. I hope you are, wherever you are, tuning in. I've got Bryce and myself. Robbie is down on the foreshore checking out the viewers and supporters down there. But this is the Breast Cancer Paddlers and All Cancer Paddlers Women Open Repechage 1. DAA Pink Melbourne Phoenix in 1. DAA Connect in 2. DAA Hope in 3. BRD Missability in 2. And DAA Spirit in 5. Is that right?
So we've got a start here up at the start line. DAA Melbourne Pink Phoenix in lane 1. DAA Connect in 2. Bayloon in lane 3. DAA Hope in lane 4. Brisbane River Dragons number 2 boat in lane 5 as we pan across, and DAA Spirit in lane 6. Over in lane 7, the Dragon Masters, the ACP team from the Dragon Masters. And there we are. That's boat number 7. That's the Brisbane River Dragons, their number 2 boat, powering down the course there. We can see in lane 3, Bayloon making a bit of a break on the field. Of course, the Dragon Masters ACP team, they're at the top of the screen there in lane 7, and they clear out. They are experienced, they are dynamic, they are the fittest guys going around, and they are in a race of their own, making a good gap out in front. So that's in lane 7. They're racing on their own, and more of an exhibition for those guys out there. Bayloon in lane 3. DAA Hope are in lane 4. We see that crew there working away. Bayloon doing exceptionally well. Boat number 5 just easing back a bit now. Brisbane River Dragons number 2. So way, way, way out in front are the Dragon Masters, the ACP crew. DAA Spirit in lane 6 have sort of gone along with the wake of the Dragon Masters right next to them. Brisbane River Dragons in 2. DAA Hope in lane 4 as we work our way back. Bayloon, they are the bright team. They are glowing in lane 3. Just behind them, DAA Connect in lane 2. And Melbourne Pink Phoenix in lane 1.
Okay,
And
well, out wide, it is indeed Dragon Masters racing themselves for the clock out in 7. The Spirit back in 8. But look at the Bayloon in the bright colours and the bright hats in 3 doing
don't they look
very,
terrific?
very well.
They really do look terrific the way they go about it, all in sync. But in the bright colours, you can see them in the gloom and doom on the course.
That's it. Hope just outside of them. But as I come across the finish line, Bryce, you've got the Spirit. They have the Spirit. They're racing against each other's time. They might have gone a bit quicker than their first heat, but here comes Bayloon. They're starting to pick their rate up in front of DAA Hope, and outside of them, BRD. Miss a bit of titty falling a bit, but there we go. Bayloon is coming across the line.
Yeah, Bayloon in lane 3. In lane 4, DAA Hope. Over there in lane 6, the DAA Spirit getting it done. And lane 2, good finish. The Connect team inside there, just getting ahead of the Brisbane River Dragons as they tied towards the end and coming through the Melbourne Pink Phoenix. So another great race in the BCP and ACP division, the Women Open Small Boat.
There's bottom of the tower. We've got Gold Coast going past the tower. G'day, Gold Coast. Yeah, there we have Bayloon crossing the line. Great racing from the Breast Cancer Paddlers and the All Cancer Paddlers today for that 500 metres. So that will be, but we move our attention to Prem Opens, the Hong Kong Economic Trade Organisation Premier Opens repechage.
We do indeed. The time's just up on screen now for that last race. The Dragon Masters putting a gap on the field, but we know that they're racing in their own category and proudly representing right out in front the Dragon Masters. They'll get into their own later on in the week when they're competing in their category. They are a very dominant team, very well organised. But then we see Bayloon just on that 3-minute mark. Hope, Spirit, Connect, all in just behind them there.
Okay, well, we have a start in the repechage, so the first and second crews go through. We have Gin and Tonic in the same race. So Different Strokes, Tonic in 1, Ride in 2, Acker in 3, Different Strokes, Gin in 4, Tawaka in 5, Typhoon in 6, and CYSM in. So this is a Premier Opens standard boat. Got a lot of power in there, and it looks like out wide it's probably Tawaka and Typhoon that have got off to quite a good start. Also looking to the middle of the field where you've got Different Strokes and Acker in the middle. So Different Strokes in 1, Ride in 2, Acker in 3, Different Strokes taking it to the field here at the 300. Outside of them is Acker, but Tawaka coming into consideration 2, and also Typhoon out in 8, followed by CYCM. But it's in 4. It's Different Strokes, Gin, that are just marginally ahead as they're coming up to about 250 out. Inside of them is Acker. Ride doing very well in 2 as well.
Indeed.
That they've just sort of snuck inside. They haven't snuck, I've just missed them. And Different Strokes on the inside of them. So
terrific drone shot from above there. You can see lane 2 Ride pushing up. Different Strokes Gin crew, they're making their move now. And right in between them, Acker are getting squeezed out into the action as well. Following behind them, lane 5, Tiawaka. They're on their lift now as they get down to the last 100 metres. Lane 6, the Brisbane Typhoons. CYSM out in 7. They're not to be done with yet. They're lifting up very, very strongly. Different Strokes Gin crew doing well. Lane 4, keep an eye on that. Lane 3, Acker and Ride have been strong all the way through. But I think it's a Different Strokes Gin crew. They have lifted when it matters most. Their finish is powerful. Look at lane 2 and lane 3. It's going to be neck and neck. I think it's got through to Acker just ahead of lane 2, which is Ride. Lane 5, Tiawaka, were very impressive as well. CYSM stuck to their task out in lane 7. Brisbane Typhoons in 6. And coming through now, the Different Strokes Tonic team. Great to have Gin and Tonic in the same race. We've been waiting for that all the way through the tournament.
Oh, that's all right. We were waiting for a Gin and Tonic. It's a bit early, but
no, it's not.
That's right. Different Strokes in 4, and Typhoon doing very, very well. But wow, Ride were coming home in 2, weren't they?
Yeah, it was.
Did they get there?
Yeah,
or?
look, Ride really, through the middle stages, they just got caught a bit flat-footed with the finish, and I think it was the Different Strokes Gin team that may have called it from about 150 out, 120 out, and Ride just got caught out, and the speed went up just on their left. Off went Different Strokes Gin, and then Ride ended up being in the chasing boat. So they ended up with 3rd. I think Acker has come through, really read the play well. So the first and second crews, they go straight through to the grand final. That is where you're going. So we'll have a bit of a look here as these times come through live. So just cool your jets on calling it as it drops through. But each of these times as they drop in now live will indicate who comes through. But I think certainly Different Strokes Gin have gone through.
Oh, and Acker, look at that.
Acker in that second have just pipped.
Oh,
right. Look at that.
Listen to the crowd.
That goes down to 4 hundredths of a second.
second.
Absolutely outstanding.
Tawaka, 210. Different Strokes. Typhoon. Great racing from Typhoon. But look at that. 206. So, first 2 go straight through to the grand final. The next 5 drop out. So, dropping out by 0.4 of a second were Ride. And we actually thought they were almost sort of snuck in there in lane 2.
Yeah, they'd set a lot of the pace early on, and it took some chasing. Different Strokes Gin went about their business to chase them down. Acker, and they just got caught a little flat-footed, and they just got pipped in the end. 4 hundredths of a second.
Oh, we can see Acker down there.
The grand final.
Acker, are you happy? Oh, there's Acker. There we go. Acker are happy.
And we've got to start to next up. So race number 58, the Premier Open Small Boat, semi-final number 2. If it's as close or a smattering as good as that last race, we're in for an absolute treat. So it's semi-final 1. So Zodiac's in 1. The Bay of Plenty from New Zealand in 2. They were 5th in the heats. First in the heats was Komodo in 3. Mako alongside them in lane 4. They were 4th in the heat, so it's going to be a good run there. The Muds, Melbourne University crew, and then Gold Coast out there in 6. But already you can see there's a very keen contest going on in those from lanes 2, 3 and 4, which are the crew from New Zealand, the Bay of Plenty in 2, Komodo in 4, and it's probably Mako in 5 who have taken the early lead here in a hotly contested contest across the first 150 metres.
That's all right. I was just talking to Chicky before with Mako, and they are looking forward to this race, and they are putting it to the Komodo and also the Bay of Plenty inside in 2. So at the moment, it looks like Mako with a Dragon's Head ahead of Komodo. Out wide is Gold Coast, just dropping back a little bit. Zodiac's on the inside, just falling away. But let's look to the centre. Mako and Komodo are going head for head. Do not discount the Bay of Plenty as they come up to about 220 to go. So I think Mako just still slightly ahead, but those consistent Bop Flyers from New Zealand, they are putting it to them. And here come the Komodos from Canberra. Mako and Komodo. The Muds, the Melbourne University also coming into it. Mako is still a threat. Bryce, what do you reckon from Komodo and Bop? Can they get them?
Well, what we do know, the first 2 go through to the grand final, and there's 4 boats challenging out the finish here. In lane 4, it's Mako. Lane 2, look at the Bop Flyers. They've lifted the bow wave here. Have a look at the Bop Flyers from New Zealand. Lane 3, Komodo. They're squeezing through in the middle. What a finish this is going to be. The Muds are still pushing out for a big time. What a great finish. It's in lane 4, Mako. Lane 3, Komodo. Lane 2, the Bop Flyers. It's head bobbing. I don't know. I think it's going to be in lane 4, Mako. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Mako in lane 4. Then Komodo lane 3 and the Bop Flyers just about ahead. A dead heat there. It was Melbourne Uni getting through in lane 5. On the inside here, the Sydney Zodiacs and the Gold Coast Dragons. Both those crews coming via the repechage, but what an extraordinary finish there. First and second of this go through to the grand final, plus the next 2 best times. So
we were bopping.
It's down to time. Look at the finish here.
Look at this. Talk about Bop flying.
I think it's Mako in lane 4.
Yeah, 4-3-2, Bryce. I reckon you've nailed it. Bill Collins stuff there from Bryce McGain. The accurate one.
I tell you what.
And boys, I can tell you, I went outside before. I was amongst the crowd out there and listening and watching, and you can hear the groans as the results come up, the photo finish and all that. They are absolutely loving it. They're invested here. It's good fun.
Well, we are pumped at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and it's high vibrations in the high frequency coming from Bryce and my fellow commentators, Robbie. We've just had a bit of bees, and wow, Bop Flyers, I thought they might have bopped themselves out of the grand final there.
Well,
no,
it's around time. So certainly going through, tick off Mako, you're through to the grand final. Komodo, you two as well, unofficially. And here are the official times now. The Bop Flyers winning.
Stop it.
2:15.23. But hold the phone there, because that may very well be a great time. They've been dragged along. The 3-head battle at the top there has really set a tough time. We go to the semi-final number 2 as the boats are getting themselves prepared. This is the Premier Open Small Boat. This is where it is all on. This is going to be exciting here. Very even racing to come.
That's right. Well, in the second one, which is almost underway here, we have semi-final number 2, North Queensland in 1, Pack Dragons in 2, YRD in 3, Flames in 4, ACDC 5, Ice Dragons in 6. And this is the Premier Open. This is the Hong Kong Economic Trade Authorities.
So coming through in lane 1, North Queensland Phoenix. They are coming via the repechage, as are in lane 6, the Canberra Ice Dragons. And sometimes, as we've seen throughout the racing, having that extra run is a good thing when you can tune up your boat. However, it can also be a little tiring as well. So we'll see how that pans out. But in the middle lanes here, Yarra River Dragons, they're the second seed from the heats in lane 3. The Melbourne Flames are the third seed, and they are in lane 4. Pacific Dragons in 2, and ACDC in lane 5. This is a crack field. It is going to be an exciting second semi-final.
And the thing is, it's the fastest overall. So you could have the fastest 2 crews in that first heat.
Yeah.
That might go through.
Absolutely.
And the third and fourth of this heat that might miss out.
Yeah,
So it's all on the line here.
If you've got the Bop Flyers who were just pipped out of 1 and 2, they finished third. Just a really tight thing, 800ths of a second.
2:15, wasn't it?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
They were just 800ths of a second behind. Hold your ticket because you every chance to get through to the grand final.
Edge of your seats here. Look at the people. They're coming down from the foreshores. They're coming in from Penrith. I think the Panthers, after last night's performance, they're probably turning to dragon boating to have a look after Manly, Northern
They
Beaches.
jump off quick. They've won 4 flags in a row and they jump off, don't they? Do you reckon? They stick staunch out here.
Oh, yeah. Melbourne Flames, 4-peat.
Yeah, could be. Yeah,
Could
it might
be.
be something in it. Do it in Penrith. Do it in Penrith. That's where it all happens. Now we're going to have the amateur time clock go on this one too, just to build a bit of interest because
with counting with your fingers
it's
again.
I'm going to try it again.
Where
As
did you get
again-
that stopwatch from? Is that from the Chariots of Fire, that really old one that they use?
My grandfather
The
had
hand-
it in World War One.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
it's a fire. Yeah, it was
Out of
about
the
that
war-
time, wasn't it?
Out of the war chest.
Yeah. Yep.
And they're away.
All right,
They
we are away.
away.
Indeed. Okay, let's go through that field. So, second semi-final, Premier Open Small Boat. North Queensland Phoenix in 1. The Pacific Dragons are there in 2. In the predominant yellow, can see the orange, sorry. Yarra River Dragons in 3. They were second in the heats. The Flames are in 4. They were third in the heats. Then we go out to ACDC in 5. And then we've got the Ice Dragons over there in 6. And if you look at the start of that race, it appears to be that lane 4, which is the Melbourne Flames, have taken up the early running. On the right-hand side of them is the Yarra River Dragons. And in lane 5, ACDC are really working well. So it is those 3 boats, lanes 5, 4 and 3, who have taken up the early running. And have a look at the Flames go in lane 4.
Yeah, we're just getting a close look at the Yarra River Dragons in 3. They're right up there, as you say, with the Melbourne Flames. ACDC going along for the ride. They're in lane 5, and over in lane 6, the Canberra Ice Dragons are doing their best work early as well. Lane 2, Pacific Dragons, maybe just a boat length back now, and the North Queensland Phoenix in lane 1, just feeling the pinch. But the Yarra River Dragons and also the Melbourne Flames are right up there. I think the Flames have just got maybe a metre on the Yarra River Dragons as they get down to this last 120 metres.
Well, there you go. We are at 120 out. It is flame on. The Flames are against the Yarra River Dragons. They've been battling it out all evening. Yarra River Dragons are starting to pick their rate up. Here goes the Flames as well. Back behind them, Pack Dragons falling away outside an ACDC. But the Flames have just picked up their rating. What's Yarra River Dragons going to do? Are they going to respond? Responding they are. Up goes the rating, but so do the Flames. Flames, Yarra, Yarra, Flames. 2 Melbourne crews going at it, and it looks like the Flames are going to get this one. They're over the line first. Yarra River Dragons is second. Out in 5, ACDC. Strong finish in 2 from the Pack Dragons. Out in 6 is the Ice Dragons, and 1, North Queensland Phoenix. Great race.
Well, I can tell you, from my estimate, that heat was a lot quicker. We had a sensational finish, but I think the Kiwis could be under a bit of problems here with that time. So that we'll see what pans out, but that was a very slick time. The winners are going just around the 2 minutes, just over the 2 minutes.
Yeah,
So first two?
a breakaway of 2. The first 2 go through Melbourne Flames, Yarra River Dragons, and then we're looking at the time of ACDC and also the time of the Pacific Dragons. So it really comes down to if they were dragged along with the Melbourne Flames and Yarra River Dragons,
Well,
whether
Bryce,
that is going to make a difference in the qualifying for that grand final in just a short period.
well, just looking at the stopwatch, and we just had to sort of get the magnifying glass to get it out there. He's got it in around 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So then we counted 5
Maybe
seconds.
2:02.
Oh, 2:02. I reckon Bob could be okay then.
Yeah,
Here are our times now, coming through now.
Yeah, Bob's okay.
Bob should be okay.
Definitely.
So it is the next two fastest overall. The Bop Flyers at 2:15 is where they were sitting. So they will go through that really fast first semi-final with Mako Komodo and Bop Flyers.
I think Mako, who was fourth in that one? There was another 2:15 as well.
They were because it was very tight. If we look across that.
No, Mud were a little way back in.
Yeah.
In
Komodo
lane
was
5.
second,
Yeah.
went through.
Oh, well,
So
there you have
I
it.
think ACDC may find their way through,
Yeah.
but
I think
we'll
they
wait
will,
on
Bryce.
the official.
Yeah.
We're just trying to work it out and give some indication for those watching at home. But the official.
Imagine those
will come
official
up.
times back in World War II
Yeah.
at the games.
Might have got a bit wrong, didn't I? Did. Yeah. I'm wow.
Certainly.
So does the time finish when the nose hits the finish line, or when the bow, the back of the boat?
The nose.
The nose.
Did we just miss the start?
I think I did, Bryce. I might have been sort of getting a bit that excited. I think, geez, I didn't miss it by that much, did I? I might have. I think I have. Anyway, good racing. Can't wait to see these times. We'll get this sorted out ahead of the next event, which we go into the. Oh, now this will be interesting. So I got a bit of feedback for you, Nick Hando too. Will you get this?
Yeah, just quickly, guys. You guys have been doing a magnificent job, and it looks like the 2,000 metres probably going ahead of schedule. And otherwise, there is alternatives with a 1,000-metre quarter mile. So we're saying, and then I think what they were calling the Dragon's Nest is where they're going to start the 2,000-metre instead of the garage. Assistant Director, Minister of Affairs for Dragon Boating, Lachlan came up, has renamed it the Dragon's Nest.
Now, next up, race number 59 is the third round of the progression. Now, you're going to enjoy this, Nick. When I went down for a little break before, I ran into some Beechworth people, and I asked them a little bit about the background of their side that they've got here. I said, you know, because it's a small country town, Beechworth. It might be 3,000 or 4,000 people max.
And
We're about to start here. But their side, the Beechworth Serpents, who are in lane 1, they are made up of all school children. I think it's Beechworth High, but they're all school children. And that's exactly what we want to get into those schools.
That is absolutely correct. And if they're in the one school, they're all paddling together at the same time, which is good. So we have Beechworth Golden Serpents in 1, Joey's Green in 2, Canberra Grammar in 3, Joey's Blue in 4, Sydney Zodiacs in 5, and Joey's Red. And out in 5, Sydney Zodiacs again really taking it. Now they've actually gone out a bit harder this time, so they've gone out. They know they have a good start, but they've got a good length, good half a boat lengths on the inside Beechworth. Joey's Green falling back a little bit. Joey's Red, Canberra Grammar in 3, not doing too bad, but it is pretty much Sydney Zodiacs have taken out really hard here, Bryce. And what's happening on the inside with Beechworth Golden Serpents and Joey's Blue in 4. Outside of them, Joey's Red falling back. But look at the Zodiacs. They've got about 300 to go here, 350.
Yeah, stretched right across the field. Over in lane 5, the Sydney Zodiacs. And then on the inside, Beechworth Golden Serpents are looking to track them down. But Sydney Zodiacs have gone out really hard here. They've got boat lengths on the whole field. Joey's Red are out in lane 6. And they're caught in the wake now. Lane 5, Sydney Zodiacs. Have you seen anything like this? But the Beechworth team are lifting in lane 1. They're a long way. They're the whole width of the course apart. How are we going to line this one up? Back is Joey's Green in lane 2. They're working hard.
They're coming.
Canberra Grammar are bringing their best in lane 3. Joey's Blue in lane 4. But I tell you what, this Beechworth crew in number 1 are the team to get behind. Sitting out there is lane 5, Sydney Zodiacs. Here come the Beechworth crew. Look at them lift this up to the finish. This is going to be a tight one.
This is close because we know after the first 2 rounds there was not much between them, but it's the Zodiacs. They're going to prevail. They're about 10 metres from the line. Beechworth, big finish. Every millisecond will count. So over they go, the Zodiacs. They beat Beechworth by about a fifth of a boat length. This will be tight because that's been about the margin either way so far over the first 2 rounds. And coming through, Canberra Grammar will pick up third. They'll take the bronze medal. And then we've got the contingent of the Joey's teams. We've got the green coming through in fourth. There's a good little battle for fifth and sixth out there. It'll be the blue side that pick it up over the red. But yeah, the Zodiacs, they went out hard. They tried a new tactic and it paid dividends.
Talk about tactics. I don't know if you guys have picked it up, but have a look at the crews here now. They've got different placements. So some of them are compacted in seats 4, 5, 6, 7. Some of them are spread out. Some of them, Zodiacs, I like that formation. Seat 1 and 2 free, then 4, then a gap, seats 6, 7 and 8. That's a very good formation. So all different tactics, different weights, the bow, the boat, how it's going to sit, how it's glide. You know, you've got to work it.
Yep.
So really, really good. And Bayloon, it's going to be interesting to compress it. Or is there one more round?
That's it there for the. That's where we're going to move into the. It is the grand final of the breast cancer paddlers and the all cancer paddlers. So this should be a beauty. We'll just get the list of those names. I'm sure Bryce being as efficient as he has,
he's more efficient. I'll tell
he
you
would
what.
have them.
We certainly do. So we have those crews ready. I'll read them out. This is the BCP ACP Women's and Open Small Boat. The grand final. In lane 1, DAA Hope. In lane 2, Pendragons. In lane 3, the fastest from the heats, the Sydney Spirit. Lane 4, Brisbane River Dragons. Number 1 crew. We'll just call them Brisbane River Dragons, BRD.
Yep.
In lane 5, Bayloon, who won they were first via the repechage. So they're in good touch. The bright pink fluorescent team. Look $1 million in lane 5. And in lane 6, the DAA Spirit also via the repechage. So that is the field for the grand final.
For
Race 60.
On the card. So just the third last race in this format before we switch into our next phase of racing, which is scheduled for the 2,000 kilometre, the 2 kilometre racing, not the 2,000. That'd be here for a while, wouldn't we? Up and around we go. So we're all good to go here. So first in the heats was the Sydney Spirit, as Bryce mentioned, and the Brisbane River Dragons, BRD. Geez, they look nice and bold there in the pink. Can't miss them. So that one we're not too far away from. And then after that we've got a couple of grand finals. The Premier Opens in the standard boat, and then it'll be the Premier Opens small boat grand final. So a couple of big ones to finish off this 500 metre racing, which has been absolutely fantastic today, Nick.
It has indeed. So, as I'll call out these races, so get to the foreshore, guys. These are the 3 finals in progression. We've got the grand final of the BCP and the ACP Women's Open Small Boat Breast Cancer Paddlers and the All Cancer Paddlers. DAA Hope in 1, Pendragons in 2, Sydney Spirit in 3, BRD Mizabedidi in 4, Bayloon in 5, and DAA Spirit in 6. So as we just wait for them to line everything up.
Starters just getting them aligned. The grand final. Exciting race 60. What a great day's racing it has been. Some drizzle early on, some heavy rain, pause proceedings for a good 30 to 40 minutes. And then it's cleared up nicely for the all-important grand finals late here with the open boats. We've gone through, it started with the mixed racing, and we do have a start in this grand final now.
Okay, well, that's right. It is the start. It's DAA Hope in 1, Pendragons in 2, Sydney Spirit in 3, BRD 1 in 4, Bayloon in the colours in 5, and DAA Spirit out in 6. As they come across, it looks like it's a pretty even start there. Lane 1, DAA Hope might have just dropped off a touch, but it's in the middle in lane 3. Sydney Spirit going quite well. Outside of them, Missability BRD and Bayloon also. But right out wide, DAA Spirit. They have the Spirit at the moment because their rating's gone up as they settle straight out of their start sequence. Now they're getting their hit and glide into that chug. They're on the screen live out at 7, looking very good in a Realm of the Lone. Inside of them, Bayloon, BRD, closer to the shore. Sydney Spirit are coming, but looking Pendragons in lane 2. Bryce.
Yeah, there they are. We see the lane 3 boat. That's the Sydney Spirit, the blue team there. Lane 4 is the Brisbane River Dragons. Out there in lane 7, I think the Dragon Masters, the ACP team, the Dragon Masters are just having another run themselves out in lane 7. They're just blowing out some cobwebs for their competition a little bit later in the week. Here we have a good close look at lane 1. That's the DAA Hope team. They're cruising along there, maybe a little off the pace, but putting in their best effort. Lane 2, the Pendragons. They're just maybe a boat length behind Sydney Spirit as they sort of stretch out in the lead of this race. Brisbane River Dragons are tracking them down. Bayloon, first from the repechage. They're lifting now. They need to. They're bright. They're glowing as they come through lane 5. The DAA Spirit are tracking them down. But out there in lane 7, the Dragon Masters, in a race of their own, putting on an absolute clinic on how it goes about. But Sydney Spirit back in this race here in lane 3, just ahead of BRD. It's going to be a good finish, Robbie.
Yeah, they look like they'll continue this right through the end there, Bryce. So it is Sydney Spirit continuing to just keep their dominance, maintain their dominance, prominence in this race. It's a good go for second. It looks like at this stage to be the BRD. Definitely in second place. There's a real good go for third, though, from the Pendragons. And over there in 5, Bayloon as they come through now.
The Dragon Masters first over there in 7.
Yeah, they've won their one. They did put in a marvellous spectacle. Sydney Spirit come through. They take it out. In second is the BRD from Brisbane. And this is close. Whoa, goodness me. Tell you what, Bayloon might have rested in their laurels a little bit. The Pendragons might have gone close to pinching third spot there. DAA Hope come through in the 1 lane. And out there was a DAA Spirit. But a dominant performance there. Keep an eye on, though, on the replay for that bronze medal. That's the one where the interest lays for mine.
From My Sports Live, it's coming through now.
Dragon Masters cutting the line first at 7. That's the Sydney Spirit in the light blue. Then we look at the second place, BRD, Brisbane River Dragons. Through they go. This is the tight one. What do you see, Nick?
I think Bayloon might have snuck in.
They've held on.
That is so close to a dead heat.
By a
So
dragon's
close.
whisker.
So close. Look forward to that one.
Look forward to the times as they come up.
Oh, absolutely. And everyone will be happy. Assistant Director, Marketing, Lachlan has just passed the good news. The 2,000 metres are going ahead. Thank you, Lachlan. Big clap. We love 2,000 metre races.
So here are these results.
Here we go.
As they drop in.
So Dragon Masters on their own there. They take their category. Sydney Spirit. And here we go for third. And Pendragons, just watching these drop in at the moment.
Pendragons got them.
They did too.
They did 0.04 of a second.
Wow.
Pendragons with a 2:58.98. Just pipping Bayloon, who just struggled at the end. They ran out of puff. 2:59.02 with 0.04 of a second. Absolutely outstanding racing for that bronze medal.
Yep. Okay.
So we're back here. This is the grand final, the Premier Open Standard Boat. And that field. Nick, what are you seeing?
Mate, I've got the field. I've got different strokes in 1. DSA in 2. Sloths in 3. CYL in 4.
Coomera Dragons, yep, in 5.
And Akka. This is... If everyone would like to come down, that's it. They're coming down their droves to have a look. got great drone shots. These are the last two finals. Please get, and we are off. Okay, different strokes in 1. Premier Open Standard Boat Final. DSA in 2. Sloths in 3. CYL. Coomer out in 5. And AC Acker out in 6. And look, they are the big boats. They've got the spray coming off with the prevailing wind head on to them. In 1, different strokes got off quite well, but Sloths and CYL, they look to be out in front just a little bit, but don't discount Coomera. They're coming up, Acker on the outside. Inside of them is Sloths and DSA in 2. Sloths in 3, CYL looking to pick up. Looks like they're going about a nostril in front. Bryce, where do you see it from there?
Yeah, I can certainly see the Sloths there with their fast start. They're out there. They're giving something to chase. DSA just on the inside of them in lane 2. They're going along really nicely, keeping up with the pace. CYL in lane 4, looking strong. Coomera Dragons just a bit off the pace. Acker on the far side are keeping up as well. Lane 1, different strokes. The Gin team are working up in lane 1, but it is the Sloths at this stage really giving it to the CYL team. It's going to be tight.
It's tight. About 200 metres to go from where they picked off yesterday. CYL and Sloths are going straight at it. Sloths start to pick up their rating straight away. The cheers. They can hear their supporters from the back. The Sloths and CYL in the inside. It's going to be a race of their own. Outside of them, DSA can't get to them. Acker out wide either. Coomer, but it looks like Sloths. Who's going to respond? Bryce, I tell you what, this is going to be an absolute cracker. Straight to it. Go for it, son.
CYL are not done. They are lifting here. They're chasing down the Sloths. It's heads down by the Sloths, the purple team.
They're
Look
coming.
at the finish. What about the speed here? CYL in lane 4. Look at them lift. They're coming to the Sloths. Sloths are just holding on. It's a dragon head to the Sloths. Lane number 3, then lane number 4, CYL and the bronze medal right out there in lane 6. That's Acker.
Bite your lip and taste the blood. That is victory from the Sloths.
And then in lane 2, coming in 4th spot, DSA. Absolutely outstanding racing. The big boats at maximum speed. Sloths getting it done.
That's where we're here to see at the 25 Australian Dragon Boat Championship. That is what it's all about.
Wow.
Premier Open. Woo!
Well, how good was that? Great call, lads. Fantastic. We've got one to go. Hope you haven't used all your ammo. I'll help you out. I'll kick you off to start proceedings off, and you can have one more big crack at it. We've got the grand final, the Premier Open Small Boat.
Oh, look at them. They're cheering.
They're ready, they're happy. Well, why wouldn't they be? This has just been sensational.
Well, I think this one's even going to be closer.
And the atmosphere outside is just electric out there. They're all watching on the big screen there. They're having a great time. It is. Who have we got there? They're waving to you, Nick.
Oh, hello, guys. Let's start the wave. Where's Coomera? Coomera, start the wave off, and there we have it. Oh, there's the times.
What
I
a
don't
time.
know.
Have a look at that. They nearly went under 2 minutes.
And that's what they need to be.
Yep.
This Australian team
Yep.
combining up, going over to Germany. It's going to be a cracker. 2 minutes 38. Sloths, national champions. CYL 201. Acker, bronze 205. DSA, as we pan across.
Well, Acker grabbed the bronze here, and they've come from the repechage. So it just does go to show what a finish. So we'll a little bit off before we through to this grand final. We'll just go through the field though. In lane 1, it'll be the Muds. In 2, Mako. Melbourne Flames in 3. The Yarra River Dragons in 4. Komodo in 5. And it's ACDC in 6. So the favours potentially be the Flames, but there's not going to be a lot in this one.
No, there won't be. And just
No,
looking
no.
back to the Sloths, just around their time, certainly comparable to where they were last year. They finished in second place, third place last year. The bronze medal, CYL was second, and Melbourne Flames, who didn't have a boat in the Premier Open Standard Boat this year, but, turned around the Sloths. They've certainly worked hard, and that's what it is. This is the Nationals. It's all or nothing. They've been training for a year for this very occasion.
Yep.
And that's why it is so exciting that the atmosphere is absolutely electric as we hit these grand finals late in the afternoon.
That effort we saw there, those two boats coming over the line, fighting it out, Bryce, the what they put into it. I'll go over the whole race, but the extra effort, the drive to go for gold over that last 50 or 60 metres, you could just see them, and they were absolutely exhausted as they hit the line.
That's right. Well, one of the Premier Clubs, Sunshine Coast, I think, won the last one up there. And they are not down here this year, but I'm pretty sure. Is this the 4-peat one? No.
No, that's
No,
happened.
That's
Tick it off. That's done.
We're done. The 4-peat Penrith done.
It's happened. So we're not too far away from a start. There'll be a break in proceedings here as we get ready for the 2 kilometre racing to finish off another big day out here at Penrith Lakes, which is all part of the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So just looking at that field again. Muds are in 1. Mako in 2. Flames in 3. YRD in 4. And we are away. Komodo in 5. And ACDC are in a 6. As we start the final, the grand final, the Premier's Open Small Boat. As we look across here to the middle part of the field, it looks like a really good start there from the Yarra River Dragons in lane 4. Outside of them too, Komodo in that blue colour. They are flying along, and as well too, pretty good start from ACDC out in 6. Just lagging a little bit. Melbourne Flames in lane 3. They're trying to chase the tail a bit there of the Yarra River Dragons, but it's for mine. Komodo are doing well. In lane 2, Mako going okay. And the Muds, after a little bit of a sluggish start, are starting to make ground. It's a good line right across the lake. You can see it on that magnificent drone shot.
Yeah, terrific shots are overhead. It looks like lane 3, the Melbourne Flames are just easing their way ahead. Mako in lane 2 have had a good start as well. They're right up in the mix. The Muds from Melbourne Uni in lane 1. There's the Melbourne Flames. That's the crew. They're the number 1 qualifiers, and there they are pushing through in lane 3. Yarra River Dragons, the rivalry is strong between those two Melbourne teams. They're in lane 4, just a bit off the pace, but watch their finish. Komodo in lane 5, right up there with the Flames. They're really pushing them along, and ACDC over there in lane 6, just feeling the pinch a little bit of this final. The speed as it lifts up now, they get through that halfway point. It's the Melbourne Flames in lane 3. They're putting it to the field. They're giving them something to chase, and Komodo are out after it. They're up for this work in lane 5. Yarra River Dragons, here they come in lane 4, and it's Mako in lane 2. This is going to be a grandstand finish.
It's about 120 to go. Komodo are starting to come up, and the Melbourne Flames right in the centre of the team with YRD just putting. But look at Komodo on the outside. Are the Flames going to respond? They've just started to pick their rating up, and so have Komodo, but the Flames are cracking up. There goes the rate. It's up. Komodo on the outside are going to take second. Are the Flames? Big finish from Komodo, but the Flames are coming at them. Flames have got it. Komodo's in second. Third, Yarra River Dragons. 2, Mako coming up in 4. Just in 1 coming up, but it's outside ACDC in 6, and the Muds of Melbourne University coming across the line. Well, what a fantastic rate, Bryce.
Well, what a race it was. Melbourne Flames sat out there. They got challenged. And I think at a stage, probably within about 60 metres to go, Komodo might be right up there, neck and neck.
Absolutely.
And it was a real late final surge, and that they've been able to show that the Melbourne Flames throughout the whole competition in the Premier Open Small Boat, their ability to finish the last even 25 metres with a real lift. And that's what made the difference in the grand final.
Bring the rating up, boat speed comes up.
Yeah, he called it superbly, Nick. Called, the rating went up, and they responded. And if you looked at that second last little red marker there, they were behind. Komodo had the gold medal around their neck, and then it was such a massive finish. So there we go. What a couple of grand finals we've had. Those last 3 were absolutely sensational. Crowd are loving it. And then we can just sort of work ourselves our way back into the
Go Komodo Dragons.
Yeah,
we've got that on the
happy.
field.
Yeah, bro, they are happy.
Hey.
Look at them.
Give us a wave, Komodo.
Yeah.
Woo.
Bring them home. Won't they bring them home? They nearly got there. Gee, they pushed the Flames.
Surge had a flame surging.
Well, Komodo, they were bronze medalists from last year. They've moved up. They are silver medalists this year. but the Melbourne Flames have withstood the challenge, and they are national champions in the Premier Open Small Boat. Fantastic racing. Yarra River Dragons pushed them all the way as well, and Mako finished in 4th, but exciting racing for the last one in that Premier Open Small Boat.
As you can see, Komodo there.
And there our
we go.
times just coming up there.
Okay.
So that's
That's the previous.
That is the previous one. The slots there hitting those 2 minutes. Here are the times for this one.
Yeah, 2:13.24 for the Melbourne Flames. Komodo 2:13.90, and then it was the Yarra River Dragons. Grabbed the third, 2:16.54 ahead of Mako on 2:17.57. So that's it. So that wraps up that phase of the racing for the afternoon. We will. That's the crew. They operate.
There's the drone.
The
They're
gang.
going to go and give us a shot now.
Couple of
Where'd they
gangsters in
go?
there, the boys. Couple of gangsters.
They didn't show us.
Well, they're pulling the plug. We'll do the same momentarily. When we come back, we've got the excitement of the 2,000-kilometre racing here from the Sydney International Regatta Centre on a magnificent Penrith Lakes.
And they're off. And what a great start by that lane 4, which is the Black Sea Dragons. And they actually got away in front of Melbourne Flame. Melbourne Flame, they'll work really hard till they get ahead in front, and then they settle. They seem to do it that way. But in lane 1, we've got Mandurah Power Blades in 2, Melbourne Flame in 3, Black Sea Dragons in 4, Tawaka in 5, and Beechworth in 6. And they've travelled about 100 metres now. Melbourne Flame is leading the push, but it's pretty even then with the Black Sea Dragons and the Power Blades on either side. Tawaka certainly in the race there. Mandurah and Beechworth also running very well. But we've travelled about 100 metres now. Melbourne Flame settled down. They're still about a third of a boat in front of the Black Sea Dragons, who are about a little bit in front of Power Blades and Tawaka, which are running even, and then we drop back a bit to Mandurah and Beechworth. We're coming up to the halfway mark now, and the Melbourne Flame is still sitting in front, but they're getting slowly pegged back by Black Sea Dragons at this stage. Power Blades are then also not really making much ground, but they're in third spot. Tawaka's in close spot with them too, probably still fourth, but we're approaching the 200 metre mark, and Melbourne Flame are travelling still in front, but they're certainly being challenged. Black Sea Dragons are working hard to try and bring them back, and also we've got the Power Blades just dropping off a bit. They're out of the contention now. Melbourne Flame dealing with Black Sea Dragons, who are powering to try and pull them back. Melbourne Flame, though, just steady with their stroke. Black Sea Dragons have increased theirs, and they're really working hard to just draw back the ground that they lost at the start. But Melbourne Flame won't have any of that. They're up their rate as well, and they're pulling home. They're actually starting to pull away again. They'll be first over the line. Black Sea Dragons will come in second, and Melbourne Flames first, Black Sea Dragons second, and close there, third place, Power Blades, then followed by start now in event 26, and 3 boats in it. Skulls is in lane 4, and they've led away from the start. They've travelled about 60-70 metres, and they've really set up an early lead. This is under 18 women's. But they're moving up now to the 100-metre mark. It is, yeah. They'd be travelling at the 100-metre mark. Skulls in lane 4 is leading the way. Sydney Zodiacs and then Canberra Grammar School, the under-18 women's small boat, and not much change happening out there at the moment. Skulls still in the lead, and maybe they've increased that lead a little bit. Sydney Zodiacs in second place and Canberra Grammar in third. But Skulls is stroking very confidently, and they maintaining that lead that they started off with a very good start. And there's no change of positioning with Sydney Zodiacs and the Canberra Grammar School. I think Skulls is actually just increasing their lead, not by much, but sufficient to show they're continuing to work hard to pull away from the competition. But not changing much. Sydney Zodiacs clearly in second position, and Canberra Grammar in third. So without any changes, there'll certainly be no change, I think, by the time they reach the finish line. There's still 200 metres to go, and the Skulls team are certainly extending their lead there, and they are well and truly home and hosed in this event. Sydney Zodiacs, they're in second. They're not being challenged by Canberra Grammar. They've dropped back too far, and they won't be able to make up any change of position. But Skulls definitely in a class of their own in this event, which is round 1 of the under-18 women's small boat. And the Skulls team is leading, and now they're crossing the line for a first place. And they're very well done, very, very capable. They've well and truly won that race. Next up is the Sydney Zodiacs. They're crossing the line in second place, clean second, and about a boat length in front of Canberra Grammar. Okay, we've got to start now, and they're away in race 27 with Skulls in lane 2, Dane Bank in 3, and Joey's in lane 4. But at this stage, pretty early to pick a winner or pick anyone that's outstanding, although I have to say Joey's seem to have made a really good start and sort of moving into a first position out of the three of them. But a bit early yet to make any predictions. We've got Dane Bank in the centre there, lane 3, and they haven't raced today, so we'll see how they fare against the others. But Scholastica's lane 2, and they're not running quite up to the same rate. They just dropped a little bit back, but not by much. And I think the Joeys are just still slightly in front. We've only travelled about halfway down the course, not quite halfway, but the teams have just varying a little bit. I think Skulls has moved up a little bit there into their first place. The Joeys have dropped right off the pace. Dane Bank is in second, and the Joeys have slowed right down. So I'm not too sure what's going on, but certainly Skulls has upped their rate, and they're looking very, very strong. And they are coming home in the last half of the race. We've got just on 200 metres left to go, and Skulls is powering home. They're really giving it everything, and they're just increasing their lead there against Dane Bank, who are also working hard, but they've not able to hang with it like Skulls has. They're actually a boat length now in front, and they're moving away. They're going very well indeed in lane 2, and there's no doubt they've got this one won. Dane Bank, they're dropping behind, but they're still in second place. But they're coming up now to a finish, and Scholastica's over the line in first place. Well done. Then Dane Bank, they're about a boat length behind, but they're crossing the line now. And the Joeys seem to have, they started well, but they've certainly dropped off halfway through the race, and they're now crossing the line for third place, and that's the women's under 18 standard boat. To go, and they're ready to go, and they're gone. They've had a good start, and we've got lane 1, the Ice Dragons, lane 2, Albany, lane 3, Pacific Dragons, lane 4, Invictus, lane 5 is Coomera, and Sydney Zodiacs under 24 in lane 6. But we see Invictus in lane 4. They're doing pretty well at the moment, and that's been a pretty good start. The Ice Dragons in 1 going well, but the Invictus in lane 4 is a boat length in front at this early stage. We see Pacific Dragons starting to work to pull back that lead, and also Ice Dragons are starting to come back from that start, which I think surprised everyone when Invictus took off. But Ice Dragons, they're varying with Pacific Dragons for I guess a little bit of space there, but Sydney Zodiacs under 24 in lane 6 is travelling very well, and they are, I guess, with the pack. The only one who isn't with the pack is Invictus, and they're about a boat length in front at this stage. This is the Premier Women's small boat, and Invictus is really starting to have a big impact on this. They are running very well indeed, and I think next to them would be Pacific Dragons, and then Albany, because we seem to have lost the under 24 Zodiacs, seem to have dropped back from where I'm watching, but I may be wrong. I am wrong, because the Zodiacs are sticking with the Pacific Dragons in moving in about second place, but we've only got about 100 metres to go now, and without a doubt Invictus is going to win this in lane 4. They're way in front, but who's going to come in second? Well, it could be Sydney Zodiacs in lane 6, who are travelling pretty well, or Pacific Dragons in lane 3. We've also got move up from lane 2, the Albany crew. But as we get close to the finish line, Invictus moves over that. They win it very, very easily. But coming in second, we've got Sydney Zodiacs, but they're being challenged by Pacific Dragons. But Zodiacs are second, then Pacific Dragons. Then we have Albany. Next up, we've got Ice Dragons, and I think last over the line was number 5, Coomera, but boats from the bank, and they're away now. A good start, and I guess first away was Canberra Griffins then, and they were also closely followed in lane 4 by the Komodo Dragons, and of course Komodo Dragons is continuing with that surge. They've got ACDC alongside them, and who are also pulling well. But in lane 1 we have the DSA, we've got Fremantle Swan in lane 2, Sunshine Coast in 3, Komodo in 4, ACDC in 5, and Sydney Tsunami 6, and Canberra Griffins 7. And they've travelled about 100 metres now, and I think the Komodo Club is showing them where to go there. And of course next to them we have the ACDC travelling well, right out at Canberra Griffins out in lane 7, going well indeed, and the Tsunami, Sydney Tsunami, seems to have dropped off the pace there, and DSA I think is not performing as well as they have been previously, but we're coming up, about a third of the race gone, and the Komodos are still going pretty well. ACDC seems to have dropped away a bit, but and on the outside Canberra Griffins is also dropped away a little bit. But ACDC, Canberra Griffins are the only challengers at the moment that Komodo has, and there's still a fair bit of work to be done before they're caught. as you can see from the picture here, the ACDC in the orangey colours are working hard, but they're not making up a lot of ground, not making up any ground. We've got 200 metres to go, and at the 200 metre mark we see Komodo is well and truly out in front here, and the ACDC is not making a lot of ground at all. Canberra Griffins in the outside lane is travelling pretty well, and we think that they might be in with a place in this particular event, but we're not going to do anything about overrunning the Komodo Dragon. They are really going very well indeed. Canberra Griffins coming home, looks like they're in second place, but they're also being closely followed by ACDC, who's in the race, but Komodo crossing the line now in first place, then Canberra Griffins in second. We got the ACDC in third, and then fourth was DSA happening, and they're away. And very good start there from all the boats, pretty evenly spread, and we're watching to see what's going to happen in this one. Power Blades are first, lane 1, Melbourne Flame lane 2, Manly lane 3, Different Strokes 4, the Y-Rail boat in 5, CYL in 6, and Peninsula Dragonflies in 7. But there's a pretty good spread there, but across the middle, I think you find that the Y-Rail is taking the lead. They're a pretty strong crew from New Zealand. We've seen that constantly, and they seem to be in charge at the moment. But there's still quite a few good runners. Melbourne Flame, the Manly and Different Strokes, CYL, all good races, but certainly look at Y-Row. They're almost a boat in front now. CYL still sticking to them, but they've dropped behind, and I think you'll find that the next one is the Different Strokes. They seem to be holding their own. Manly's dropped back, and Melbourne Flames aren't making any impression at all at this stage on Y-Rail. So we're at the almost at the 200 metre mark now, and we've got Y-Rail well and truly leading the group. They just seem to be moving away. They are a very good team, very strong. We've got, I think, next would be Different Strokes. Look like they're probably coming second at the moment, and in third place, I think we find Melbourne Flames have moved up a bit too, but no chance of Y-Row being headed up. They are 2 boat lengths in front, and they're heading to the finish line now. We've got Different Strokes working hard to come in second, but Melbourne Flame is now working to get there, but they're not going to make it. Different Strokes second, and then Melbourne Flame third. Then we have across the back there in lane 7, Peninsula Dragonflies next, then followed by Power Blades, and bringing up the rear of the field we have a CYL. But yep, they're away, and they're all took off evenly, and we've got in lane 3, I think, is Tawaka, and they're travelling pretty well there, as is Yarra River, and they're going very well as well. And we're just done about 50 metres. And I've got to say that CYFSM just dropped off the pace. Akka in lane 2 is travelling pretty well. Tawaka is in front at this stage. Sloths are travelling well next to them. Yarra River Dragons, they'd be in second spot, and taking up the rear is Ride. But we're moved about 100 metres. We've got the Tawaka team going very well indeed. Akka's starting to move up on them a bit, and as is the Yarra River Dragons. Sloths is just falling back a little bit there, and I think Ride and CYSM aren't in the hunt at the moment. We're coming up to about a third of the course travelled, and we've got the Tawaka team still leading, but the Sloths and Acker are just trying to bring them back. I think we've got Acker going quite well there, as is the Yarra River Dragons. So Yarra River Dragons and Acker challenging Tawaka for that lead, but we're coming up now 200 metres to go, and it's getting a bit of a challenge now. The Tawaka's getting challenged by the Yarra River Dragons and by the Acker team, and as they get closer to the line, there's about 100 metres to go. We've got the Yarra River and Acker challenging Tawaka for the lead. Tawaka's hanging in there. They're trying to stick with it. They look like they might be holding everyone off, but Acker's certainly finishing very quickly in lane 2. Acker's coming home quickly, and we've got the Yarra River in lane 5 also going well. It looks like the Sloths have missed out there, and so's Acker. Tawaka, Yarra River Dragons, but the Yarra River Dragons I think came second. I think Acker might have come third. Canberra Grammar School in 4, and but following the latest running today, I think you'd have to say the Sydney Zodiacs are probably the team that's done best in the juniors at the moment. But they've started, and they've travelled about 50 metres, and there's very little between them at this stage. But I think already we find Sydney Zodiacs maybe just slightly in front, but Skulls is certainly travelling well. Canberra Grammar School has dropped off at this stage, but the Skulls is in lane 3. St Scholastica, they are running in first place. They've gone about 200 metres, I suppose, and they're still travelling without any change to that grouping, but the lane 2 with Sydney Zodiacs is not making any impression on Skulls. They're actually probably moving away a little bit while we're speaking, and I think we've also got Canberra Grammar struggling a bit to maintain the pace, but Skulls certainly looking very, very strong for the under-18 women's small boat, and are really streaking away. They haven't slowed down. There's been a bit of a slowing there with the Zodiacs, and Canberra Grammar definitely dropped off the pace, but there's no stopping Skulls, and they're going great guns. They're about 3 boats in front now. We've only got about 100 metres to go, and it's like a really clear win by Skulls. They're striking well. They're all in time. The sweepers just giving them instructions and giving them encouragement. The drummer's really working hard, and they're gaining time and space. They're just about to cross the finish line now, and there we go. Under 18 Skulls is the winner of that event. Then we've got in lane 2 Sydney Zodiacs, and they're coming home in the second place. They've just crossed the line then, and then in third Canberra Grammar crossing the line. So
a good opportunity to talk to some of the youth coming through from the dragon boating, and that's one of the great pathways for the sport and the athletes is certainly the ability of from the juniors into the premier ranks as well. But we do have some of the juniors here. We have Savannah from Melbourne Flames, and also Olivia. We'll introduce the rest of the crew as well. We have Tom from Komodo Dragons, who's a Aurora's representation, and Tony as well. And we also have Natasha. So we have the whole crew down here with me. But we might start our conversation with the future of the sport, if you like, and Savannah and Olivia here. And just interested in how you're enjoying this particular event, which is based on World Cup events, but it does incorporate both the women's and the men's, and you're part of the Premier Paddlers in this event. But how is it going? Firstly, I might start with you, Olivia.
Yeah, good. It's been good.
very enjoyable. It's like more fun than our normal regattas. Like you get to see your other friends from other states, and yeah, I guess.
And we see you with an Aurora's cap on there. You've represented Australia previously.
I have. I represented Australia at the 2023 Potato Island World Championships that just went in August, and I did that with the juniors. I made, yeah. Good.
Fantastic. And Olivia, for you as well, paddling, what brought you into the sport of dragon boat paddling?
Oh, my mum did. She's been paddling for years before me, and one day I just rocked up to one of her trainings and I was chucked in the front of the boat, and I enjoyed it since then.
Well, the front's up there where the stroke is, so you must have some level of expertise, of course. And so how are you enjoying it now? Is it a pathway that you want to take on and represent Australia?
Oh, for sure, definitely in the future. I enjoy the sport a lot, and it's just a great community to be with everyone.
Fantastic. And as we see the paddlers, I've just got to cast in an eye over to the start. And Robbie, we might have a look at the competitors in the next, and we'll continue this conversation because, of course, we're in the 100-metre sprints here for the mixed boats in the 40-plus division. We are here with some of the premier paddlers as well. As I mentioned, we've got Tony, we've got Natasha, and we've also got Tom from the Komodo Dragons, the Canberra-based team. But Tony, just starting with you, what brought you into dragon boat paddling in the first place?
I actually didn't really know much about the sport. About a year and a half ago, my friend over there, Oliver, he introduced me to it, and I've just been loving it ever since.
That's fantastic. Back to you, Robbie,
Beautiful.
for the call of the race.
Good work there. We've got to get started. As I said, it's going to happen quick. Barbarians have missed it a little bit on the inside lane. Melbourne Flames coming through very strongly. The Barbarians starting to pick it up now. Invictus in second position, but it's the Melbourne Flames flying along. The Combo Dragons in 4 out of it. But here come the Melbourne Flames. They fly through. The Barbarians grab second. Victor's third, and then the Combo Dragons 4. Good start for the Flames. Back to you, Bryce.
We'll continue our chat now with Natasha from the Melbourne Flames. And what's brought you into the sport initially, but how are you enjoying, I guess, what we see from the sidelines is incredible camaraderie?
Yeah, initially I came to the sport because of my background in kayaking. I just love water sports in general, and I thought it would be nice to try something new. And I think this connection that you have with water and whatever water sport that you do, it's transferable to other sports. So that's why I was quite keen to try this out. But in terms of the camaraderie that we see on the sidelines, I think it's just amazing. Like it's just from very young paddlers, we've got to much more experienced paddlers. It's the whole range that we've got here, and I think the connection that we've got between the paddlers is something that's really special in the sport, and that's what keeps me coming back.
So from kayaking though, and then changing now into a real general team sport, has that been a big difference for you?
Yeah, and it's been a good difference as well, because sometimes in kayaking you may feel quite lonely at the start line, but here you're never alone. You're always with at least 10 paddlers, and I just like that connection that you have with the others, and that support, and just having a tap on your back before the start of the race, very special.
Yeah, and you can certainly see that, the connection between all the groups. I might slide everyone across, and we will bring in Tom. And Tom, you've represented Australia at the highest level. What events have you been to for the Auroras?
So as a paddler, I raced in 2017 at the World Championships, Asian Championships 2018, World Championships 2019, Asian Championships again after COVID 2022, and then we just got back from Thailand where I coached the youth under 24 team.
So, and that's a great part of it as well, not only being a paddler, but then taking charge of the next generation and teaching them. And I guess that experience of paddling overseas in dragon boating is an important part to then share with the youth as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think you know what they say about those who can't do, they teach. So I hit my stride and then decided that it was time for the next generation to come on through. So Tony was one of our star under 24s over in Thailand, but it was just really good to see. We took over 50 under 24s in that campaign to Thailand, and it was so good to see so many people so passionate about the sport, and I'm quite excited about what they're going to bring in the next couple of years as well.
And certainly what we're seeing in terms of what people at home watching on KO Sports, it has an enormous following just for the cross-border championship. This isn't even the nationals, and it's probably something that surprises you guys as paddlers. But look, I guess the future's looking bright. It is a growth sport in Australia, dragon boating, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I've heard it said a couple of times that it's the fastest growing sport in Australia, which is awesome to hear. Always happy to have a few more people. Like 20 people in a boat is a lot. So there's always a spare seat going around. And like Natasha said, there's sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, grandparents. There's some families with 4 generations in a single boat. So it's so good, and you get this little family feel. So I think it has everything for everyone in that. If you want to compete at the highest level, you can do that. If you want to compete with race on a Sunday with your family, some teams go paddle for a coffee. It's really something that anyone can do, no matter your background.
And I think you've explained it so well, having a different sporting background from myself in playing cricket, but a team sport. I think what I'm seeing here with dragon boating is that I think it's the world's ultimate team sport, the way that you have to do everything together. The paddles hit the water at the same time and the connection between everyone. It's absolutely the world's ultimate team sport.
Now we've got to start. Paddles finally get into the water. It's a good even start too. A nice one through the middle of the field there by the Warriors. They've got away to a good start here too. Dragonflies on the inside, not too far away. In fact, it's neck and neck. 1 and 4 out of it at the moment, but through the middle part of the field, it's either Dragonflies in 2. In 3, we've got the Warriors. Dragonflies just edging forward on the inside. It's a big run from Beechworth. It's boat number 3, 2, 1. So it's the Warriors, Dragon.
Getting ready in the Dragon's Nest.
Okay, well, welcome back to the Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes. Robbie McKinlay with you. I've got Bryce McGain alongside me and Nick Hando all in commentary here. And Bryce, we're about to start the 2 kilometre racing. And first up, we've got the Premier Mixed Standard, Heat 1. And then, of course, on the course, we'll have the under 18s as well.
That'll be followed by Heat 2, the Premier Mixed Standard as well, and there'll be another 15 boats going off in that next group. So, a lot of boats in the Premier Mixed Standard as they all line up. The mixed crews. This is I think it's the best part of dragon boating, Nick, where you can actually have mixed crews in together and working as one. I think it's magnificent.
Absolutely. And also with that, the strategy of where to put different paddlers, different size paddlers. You know, sometimes in dragon boats I was fortunate enough to have some of the strongest paddlers in the back seat, really driving. So, you know, for the viewers at home and on the big screen, as you'll see, 200 metre course is gone. So we're going to start about 10, 15 metres back, be 15 seconds between each. The corners will be tighter. So you've got a little bit of a corridor there. We're keeping the orange boys on your left. Still going to get the 50 metre right away, as you call it. But this is the strategy, as you'll see from home. And wherever you are around the world, just depending, Phil will set them off. Depending on a start sequence, it can make a really big difference when you hit that line. So the aim of it is to get maximum boat speed at the line and further out, whether they do a 30 start, 40 start, 20 start. Very tactical, but the turns and picking up 2 or 3 seconds, as you know, can make the difference between gold and 8th. Deep water start here, not much wind.
Yeah, it's dropped off nicely and the rain's disappeared for the time being, which is great.
And they're about to go.
So first out will be the Ice Dragons. They start proceedings in the 2 kilometre racing. Next up, next 2 boats are the Different Strokes Club. We've got the Soda in number 2. And they'll be followed up by the Tonic.
Well, as they go through, if we cast our mind back to the Champion Lakes last year, the champion boat with the Yarra River Dragons, the reigning champs, and the Melbourne Flames were third. Visitor from New Zealand, Waiura, 100 Waters Paddle Club, they were the silver medalists. So,
Waiura.
Yeah. So Yarra River Dragons, the reigning champions, they're not in this heat. And Melbourne Flames, who are the bronze medalists, they'll be in the second heat as well.
So we're likely to see a lot more congestion on this course then, Nick. It's been maybe a little bit narrower. We've got the 14 boats there, all up, 10 in the opens, and then Premier Mixed, and then we've got the under 18s.
Yeah, possibly, but the under 18s, you know, they're going to be quick. So whether they'll catch up after that.
Boat going through there, the Sloths Rebels. Starting off there, 2,000 metre race, looking very organised, the Sloths.
As you can see, boat 1 there at the 450 down there, coming up to that boat, probably around,
Boat 6, North Queensland Phoenix. Through they go with their start. And that's where we see the start. They're all bunched up, waiting for their wave and their opportunity to go. That's boat number 7 now kicking off, the Canberra Griffins. And there's the long shot, looking back at all the boats that have got started.
There's that 50 metre marker. And 8, in 8, we've got the Rides team. Ride Green team, apologies. And Phil's taking them off a little bit quicker now. Another 4 to go.
The Akka Wacka are out in the red and black. And the last of the Premier Mixed Standard in boat number 10 is the Black Sea Dragons.
Right, then we move on to the under 18s. As we see a great shot there for your viewers at home.
How good's that?
Coming around that first ball. Yeah, they're tucking it, keeping it nice and tight there from yesterday. And away in 11, that's the Sydney Zodiacs. Followed up by Canberra Grammar.
This is the number one boat, the Ice Dragons.
Always good to get clear water, Bryce.
It is indeed.
Going off first, but they're seeded.
Yeah, and just behind them, the Different Strokes Soda team. Just putting a bit of a break on the Different Strokes Tonic team. So Soda and Tonic not working well together. We haven't got any gin in this race, which is a little disappointing.
Could have a gin and soda and a gin and tonic.
Yeah, that's the Soda crew there. The Different Strokes Soda crew. Boat 13 kicking off there. That's the Joey's Blue.
Look at this. We've almost got a complete circle. And 14 is Joey's Red. So we'll just have a look at how our camera are picking everything up and our zones here, rather than us looking at the out the screen. But there's a beautiful shot there coming down, and they're coming up to the 200 metre mark, and that is our boat, the Ice Dragons, out in a way, and they've sort of kept a good distance. It's looking, if you look down the field, no one's made a significant challenge. Maybe the 4, maybe the Sloths Rebels have picked up a tight bit. But look at that. That's just magnificent for all you viewers around the world here at Sydney International Regatta Centre, Penrith Lakes, with Bryce and Robbie. Really good to
it looks
call
very
races
orderly
with you.
It's all very orderly at the moment, isn't it? Could get a bit chaotic here as we first the Ice Dragons about to complete their first lap.
That's it. So let's see how the sweep manages this. She's kept the sweep ball in it, taking out a bit, so she's going to go a bit wide there. So she needs to drag that back. Good job. There we go. Nice and controlled. Who we got? Yep, we've still got 2 coming around now. Different strokes. Soda, is it? Look at that. That's pretty tight. Great job there from the sweep as we back online. Has someone gone off a little bit down the bottom straight there? Yeah. They just have to reconnect themselves. It's not North Queensland, North
Could be the
Phoenix,
Black
is it?
Sea Dragons, I think, crew. They were the last boat out on the water in the Premier Mix.
Again, as I was explaining to you gentlemen, when they come round that corner and they hit the sweep paddle in, sometimes they overcorrect themselves and they think the boat's going back, but they've just got to let it go, then feel the pressure of the boat, so they just feel it glide. So sometimes they do oversteer, and not purposely.
There's a bit of a challenge on there with boat 8 and 9, 9 and 10, Aka Waka and the Black Sea Dragons at the back end. Side by side as they come down their second leg, getting round the corner there now. That's the Sloths Rebels.
There's Zeus, very experienced sweep here. Look at Zeus. He is just cutting that with a razor's edge.
The other team that look to be doing really well are the Peninsula Dragonflies, the old purple people eaters. They've made up a lot of ground on the number 3 boat, and they've put a big gap to the Sloths Rebels. So
there's North Queensland, is it?
Yep.
This boat 10 has got past the boat 9, so the Black Sea Dragons have gone past Aka Waka.
Right.
So some good movement with the back markers as they pick up some speed. This boat number 1, the Ice Dragons, and what a great shot that is, right above the crew as they work down at the end of their 3rd leg. They've had 2 turns already. Around goes that's the ride team in 8.
Black Sea Dragons in 10 are the movers.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Let's see how they take this corner, because they've got pretty good momentum there. Back on 1, Ice Dragons. Beautiful footage.
So that was the first of some of the youth boats.
And here it is, interesting, as we said. So North Queensland. Sorry, the
Black Sea Dragons are the big mover for mine.
Yeah.
They're making up a lot of ground here. They're starting to challenge the 8. They've already gone around the 9.
they're going to try and get on the left of the inside. The sweeps will be going, move over, give me right away, please, because I'm coming through. And what that boat 10 wants she's off. She's overcorrected.
Oh dear.
Or he, sorry. Just as we were saying, pull it back. Don't look where you're going. You don't want to look back at the sweep ball.
So what happens from here? They're into the middle of into the course now. Are they out?
No, they won't be out. They'll get back in. Well, hopefully they'll just get back into it. So let's get back into it, Sea Dragons.
Where do they pick it up, Nick?
They'll have to come back here and just go. They'll just do the time penalty as long as they don't hit the official boat. So you saw there when they lost it, they looked back. Probably production of there.
So they're cutting across the course here. Hopefully they'll come in. There they are there. The left of screen. There they are there now. Now to the right of screen.
Yeah.
So they'll pick up the course again from there.
Taking out your sweep. Probably not advisable.
Yeah, so certainly some action there. The Black Sea Dragons have done a 360 right in the middle. They were going well.
They were going very well.
And they just caught a bit of wash and then headed off into the middle and couldn't correct it. So they've done a full 180. They're having to get past the Sydney Zodiacs who went past them.
Who are flying, Bryce.
And once again, the sweep just struggling a little bit with that one there. But let's have a look at what we have coming down the course now. And it is...
Yeah, so those Zodiacs in the 18s and under, they are absolutely flying.
So there's boat number 1 coming down, the Ice Dragons, and they haven't been caught. This is a terrific race. Though the bunny out in the front. Now we're looking at Peninsula Dragonflies, and you're keeping an eye on them. You're suggesting that they've made up a lot of time. Now we're jumping up to the top end. So we're seeing some of the boats get around there now at the top mark. That's their 3rd turn. But coming down to the end now, this is the Ice Dragons.
Finish it off, Ice Dragons. Great work.
And they have taken some catching. I still think they've held probably more than the 15 seconds on the number 2 boat, which is Different Strokes Soda.
Good clear water.
As they come down. So they've all had clear water to paddle in. I think it's the Peninsula Dragonflies. They've come down, they've cut their own path. They've come down in lane 2, if you like, of the standard boat part. Boat number 2 coming through is the Different Strokes Soda. Boat number 4 is the Peninsula Dragonflies. And they've cut their own way down.
Which is fine in the finish. So once you're on that home straight away, for looking at home, thinking that they're cutting in the inside lane, that's fine.
There they are now. And Robbie, you're indicating that they've made up a fair bit of time. We cut to boat number 6, North Queensland Phoenix, and they've done quite well. But down here at the finish, that's the Peninsula Dragonflies cutting through.
Yeah, as well as they've gone, Bryce,
3.
I think they might be just still a little bit behind. Ice Dragons for mine, the lead boat, have still up in the quickest time slot. So making allowance for 15 seconds for every boat that goes after them. I've just got a little bit of a method in play here. This number 5. Yes, there's number 7. So the Griffins, they would need to be around about 1:30 under to beat the Ice Dragons.
Yeah, they're still holding the difference on their boat
So
number
Sloth's
8
coming
behind
through
them.
now.
Yeah, Sloths are powering their way through. And we see some of the crews at the back there, the Canberra Grammar crew, just getting caught by the Joey Blue crew from behind. We cut to the end now, and that's the Sloss Rebels.
Yeah, Zeus finishing off the team there at the sweep. Very experienced.
So my reckoning is the Ice Dragons, who were first onto the water at the moment, look like they've put in the fastest time of the boats that have finished thus far.
Always good having clear water in the front.
That's boat number 6 going through, North Queensland Phoenix. This is boat number 10, who's done a big U-turn in the middle of the course. They've done a 360. This is the Black Sea Dragons. And once again, they're heading down the middle of the course, just having some challenges just with the sweep, just making sure things are going. We'll keep an eye on those as we have a quick look now. And it's certainly a strong group of paddlers. Boat number 7 getting through. That's the Canberra Griffins. Their work's done, 2,000 metres. Boat number 8 is caught up a little bit on them. That's the Ride Green team. And through they go, completing their race. Boat number 9. So they've sort of held their positioning here. Boat number 9, Akawaka, are holding on well. But one of the things here, Sydney Zodiacs, the number 11 boat, have, well, they've gone past one of the Premier Mixed Standard boats, the Black Sea Dragons. Now, you wouldn't have anticipated that at the start, but
there's bragging rights.
Yeah, the full 360 that the Black Sea Dragons did was a little bit costly. There's the Joey's Red team, and great shots from behind their boat now as we look down the course to the finish line. They're on their final leg.
Yeah, so Bryce, just looking on those times, I think the Ice Dragons, as we see the Zodiacs go across, and they're gonna win that in a canter. The Ice Dragons, who were first out, they are going to hold top position, I believe.
I think they could go through boat number 10, the Black Sea Dragons.
Yep.
They finished their 2,200 metres, I think. They've done a little bit extra.
Yeah, covered a bit of extra ground. 12's coming through nicely here, which is the Canberra Grammar School, and getting challenged a bit too by the Joey's Blue. They've been at each other all day.
Great to see these young paddlers coming through.
And we're looking.
Let's have a big cheer from the sideline, please.
Looking over the shoulder of the Joey's Red crew right at the back as they get down to the finish. But getting across the line now is the Canberra Grammar, and closely followed by the Joey's Blue in boat number 13. And here's the final boat, the Joey's Red crew.
Bring him home, Bryce.
As they power towards the finish.
They're working hard right to the end here, aren't they? Look at that.
They certainly are. And what a great shot we've got there with the drone over their shoulder. Great angles. Terrific work by the Bear on the drone. Very well done, Joey's Red, finishing their 2,000 metres. So, what did you see there, Nick? Oh, we've lost Nick, sorry. Robbie, what did you see there? Where do you think the movers and shakers are? You had the stopwatch out.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We saw yesterday the back markers were the ones making most of the ground, but the first out on the water was the Ice Dragons. And just looking at those times, they held that right throughout. No one was making ground on them. The time that they've put up, I think it's going to hold them in really good stead here. I'll be really surprised if they aren't go through as the fastest time for heat number 1.
How was it the Peninsula Dragons? Were they there?
There was no one really that jumped up and thinking, well, that's going to be tight. So it's it could have even been one of the different strokes teams. There was no one really there, but that's just that's an amateur timer.
Well, look, as we enjoy we'll be back. Oh no, here we go.
Let's start putting in a few of these times and keeping track of it.
Yeah, so Ice Dragons 10:06.
There's the Pendragon.
The Pen Dragonflies 10:07. Different strokes. We're not sure which one of that was. The different strokes. Both of those boats on the right. Different strokes.
Soda.
10:11:49. 10:36:02. So at this point in time,
pretty close. Look at that. The Ice Dragons, Bryce and Peninsula. So that's only a second and a little bit. So that's wow. We thought Peninsula was strong. Ice Dragons finished off strong. Open water. Really good.
Yeah, the purple people eaters, as we've nicknamed them, the Peninsula Dragonflies. They looks like they've come in second, not too far behind all. But what a performance from the Ice Dragons! What a performance! What are you laughing at?
Got the drone right here.
Oh, the drone. Yeah, just having a bit of a looky there.
There they are. Hello.
There they go. Look at him.
Where's he gone? He's zooming straight in.
He's a bit creepy, that Joan. There he is.
Hello, Mr. Joan.
There we go. So,
watch out for the magpie.
If we can flick back onto that first page, and we'll just
get through those times.
Have another look at that. So that's
thank you, production.
The Sea Dragon. What about the the Griffins there, 10:50. So yeah, the Peninsula Dragons just a bit under 2 seconds behind. So the Ice Dragons in Heat 1 have set a very crisp time of 10 minutes 06.
That's it. From the Brook Racing and Sporting Technology, it was good. So while you ponder and get ready, we're going to take a short break. Bye for now.
Yeah, they've been told to line up and stop warming up, so should be underway soon. But teams are still getting in though. I said they got told to line up, but some people are still getting in their boats. So yeah, got a few minutes at least.
Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. We are live back here with Bryce and Robbie and myself, Sydney International Regatta Centre, Penrith Lakes. We're about to go underway as all the boats, and we are underway out of the Dragons Den, Premier and Junior mixed.
No, so we've got heat number 2 here, the Premier Mixed Standard. So boat number 1 going off is ACDC, the orange and black. They're going to be the bunnies out in front.
Followed up by Pacific. Yeah, Pacific Dragons are off there, Bryce. Coming over in 3, just hitting the line. Tatwaka. Some heavy hitting names here. I think this is going to be a faster heat. In boat 4.
So boat number 4 is going through there.
Yeah, there's
That's
boat 4.
CYSM. And pretty evenly spaced still out in front. We can see with that drone shot up ahead, overlooking boat 1 and the remaining boats as they track off down the course. So we've got boat 5 getting through now. That's Brisbane Typhoon.
Yeah, Brisbane Typhoon. Great young Premier team. Going across the line in 6 is DSA. Still got a great line from the drone footage before they hit that first corner. And in 7, it's the Coomera. That's it. There's Coomera taking off. Another Brisbane team chasing down another Brisbane team. On screen, it's 1. Just heading around up to that 50-metre mark. And 8 are away there. That is Ride Black. Pretty good start there from Ride Black. As we see boat 1, which is ACDC, taking that first corner. Cutting it fine. Back on Melbourne Flames. Sorry. Yep, that's Melbourne Flames in 9. As you can see, Bryce, Robbie, beautiful shots there. They've taken that first corner there. Coming out back to the start is probably Different Strokes Gin.
Yeah, that's the Different Strokes Gin crew.
So that Melbourne Flames team, last year bronze medal, the year before 2023 bronze, and champions in 2022.
Come the Kiwis.
The Bop Flyers. There they go across the line. For everyone out there, times don't go when they start, it goes when they hit the white buoy of the tower.
So boat number 12 getting through the line there now. That's Akadaka in 2022. They were silver medalists. So they've been up there, ultra competitive. The back markers now. The best of the best are heading off now. Boat number 13, the Yarra River Dragons, bursting through their start, and they look like business. They are the reigning champs. 2024 champions. Picking that up title in Champion Lakes in Western Australia.
With Dave Abel on the back, ex-Aurora's coach.
Boat number 14, CYL, are out to track down the Yarra River Dragons. It's a good bunny to have in front of you to keep your speed up. There's no doubt about that. And we see the boats getting around that top turn. And the final boat starting now. The Sloss Purple, the back markers.
It's going to be a great race as we're back on screen. Robbie?
Yeah, just a bit early move there from the Pacific Dragons. They're making up a lot of ground on ACDC, who went out first. And there's another indicator is that they are putting a big gap on Tiwaka, who came out third. So good signs there.
However,
early movements.
If we can go to these first, if we do get a shot for these first, coming down here, this is all depending, are they going to get priority? Because if they get to that head of that dragon, the outside won't have to give way, and it looks like they possibly could. They're going to have right away. So as you can see, the marshal there, they're caught and do the right thing. They pulled out. Great work. Is that Ice Dragons? No, sorry, is that ACDC? That
Pacific Dragons number 2, who are coming through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, ACDC giving them the space. Just need to be cautious here. They don't want to cut the path of the number 2 boat, and they've done it very
good
well.
sweeping. Great work.
Well, they're big
Aka.
movers. They
Great
are
work,
big movers.
ACDC.
So a long way back to the third boat, Tiwaka.
We head up to that
Super.
first turn. We see the
Yeah.
11 boat getting around. That's the Bop Flyers. Here's the 7 boat, the Coomera Dragons. Big, powerful crew there.
Yeah.
Another boat that looks like are doing very well too is DSA.
Tewaka just coming around here, walking on the back. See,
Tiwaka.
they're only running with 18.
Yeah, in 2023, they were the silver medalists. The longer the better, Tiwaka. They get around very smoothly around their second turn. Here's boat number 9, the Melbourne Flames. And they've made a good move. We see boat number 6 now coming through the inside of boat number 5.
Typhoon have to give way here.
Yep. So
And
so the boat number 5 is the Brisbane Typhoon. DSA coming through in boat 6. Big movers. They're making up plenty of time.
well done, Typhoon.
Yeah, they along with the Pacific Dragons are the 2 big movers there. If you look back behind there, Coomera, yeah, and probably number 8. The number 8 boat's doing okay as well too, but the big mover there is the crew in number 6, DSA, who are matching what the Pacific Dragons have been able to do so far.
There's boat number 12, Akadaka. 2022, they were the silver medalists. So we see this second turn as they go round. Boat 7 and a
8.
little wide there by Ride in boat 8. They've just got out a little wide. Maybe they can bring it back as they go around their second turn.
Here comes the Flames.
So
There
boat
they
number
go.
9, around they go.
Let's see how tight they go through here, because if they make some good turns, they can either lose or pick up valuable seconds. Oh, they've hit a buoy.
Very tight there. Jen Riley the sweep. Cutting things fine.
Gin. No tonic.
No, that's Jen.
Akadaka in 12 making up ground. They put a fair gap between the 13 boat behind them, which is YRD.
And they've lost, yeah.
So we look at this second turn again. Boat number 12 coming through. That's Akadaka. Silver medalist in 2022. Getting up the inside of boat number 11, the Bop Flyers, who've had to go a little wide and let them through. Or maybe that's just good Akadaka paddling and good sweeping as they work that paddle. They work the oar to get up the inside. Very, very clever.
Back on screen now, though, you've got 3 boats coming there to that. Now, they're going to try for priority as well. I don't know who that boat is up there if you've got the binoculars, but one of the boats on that far turn as we come up. Yeah, here we go. There's a good shot of it. So priority's on the outside because they're overtaking.
Well, the Pacific Dragons, I reckon, are the
Is that them?
team leading into that straight there, the start of the final straight.
So, and here's that clump of boats you were talking about. Boat number 6 going through DSA. They've made up time. They've picked past CYSM and the Brisbane Typhoon. They're up there, those 3 boats going
right.
round that third turn. Coming down the home straight now on their final leg are the boats on screen now.
Also another interesting turn at the top of your screen, as you can see. Yeah, coming into the corner here, Bryce, who's got priority they've taken? Is that the Flames? No.
No, I think we'll be looking at boat number 7 there. Coomera might have just been taken. Ride might be easing up the inside of them.
Right.
Potentially.
Going a bit wide. Great
That's
shot,
the
great zone.
Number 2 boat. So that is the Pacific Dragons, who will be first over the line. They started second.
They've got a great hit and glide, and there's 3.
Tewaka.
Tewaka as well.
Silver medalist a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and they're well back from the number 2 boat. So there's a big gap between 2 and 3 out on the water. So 2 here, Pacific Dragons. are doing a fairly similar thing that
That's
happened
it.
in Heat 1, where the first boat who came out was the Ice Dragons. So
Pick it up, Pack Dragons. That's it. They're picking their rating up to the finish. Great race. All the way across the line. They're putting in the big ones. Oh, super. And
Boat
then-
number 1 coming through, ACDC. They've been passed by Pacific Dragons, but they're finishing off nice and strong now.
And then it's Tewaka.
yeah, so Tawaka, they came out behind the Pacific Dragons, and as they come up there towards that finish line, they're a considerable amount behind.
As you can see, she's Woggy's got down low, keeping that wind, taking the sweep out to hit in the glass. Come on, Tewaka, let's finish it off.
And that's the 6th boat. So we identified DSA too. If you go back further down in front of the grandstand now, that's Tiwaka going across the line now. But in the predominantly yellow, if we go just back down that straight there, well, that's the Flames in 9. But this boat coming through, and if you can get a shot on number 6, who's just in front of, that's them there. So that's the DSA. They are flying along.
Right.
And my estimations are that this is going to be very close between them and the Pacific Dragons as they went over the line.
Finish
so the
it off.
margins are around about, I think that the DSA crew may have just got under inside the Pacific Dragons.
Okay, that's good. Here's another great finish, Bryce. We've got the 5, the 8 and 4. Who's on the outside with 4 being overtaken by Ride, is it? 8?
Yeah, 5 is the Brisbane
And
Typhoon.
Typhoon.
And coming through is Ride. They've picked up a number of
Look at
spots.
that.
They have,
Ride
Bryce.
Black have been absolutely outstanding. They get across the line in boat number 8. Boat number 4 is CYSM.
And here's the Flames. They're going to finish off. How are they going to take? Are they going to take Coomera? 9 versus 7. Here they come. It's going a great finish, Bryce.
So Coomera are just holding in there, but it's the Flames with all the momentum as they get through to the finish there.
Wow, they're right in it too. So there is 4 boats at the moment. The Pacific Dragons, DSA, Ride Black and the Flames. I think they're all could be within 5 seconds of each other.
Different
either way.
strokes coming on here. Oh, there's a great back marker shot there.
Boat number 15, that's the Sloss Purple. They've had clear water and been able to put the hammer down all the way through. That is the Different Strokes Gin crew getting across the finish line. Everyone's cheering for the Gin. There's no doubt about that. Akadaka now, as they finish through, silver medalists in 2022. They get through in boat number 12.
Just might not have done enough there. 11 is the Bay of Plenty crew. We've just seen them come across now, and in behind them in 13 is the Yarra River Dragons. So I just think the winners are going to come somewhere between the Pacific Dragons or the fastest.
Who had
ride.
open water, especially in
open
these
water.
windy conditions. It
And
really does make a difference.
Yeah, and it's showing that from Heat 1.
And Sloss
DSA
Purple.
are right in there. Ride Black are also right amongst this, as are the Melbourne Flames. But we'll find out pretty soon. The number 14 boat, which is CYL. They come through now.
And Sloss
Great
Purple
finish.
right behind them. So they've certainly picked up time on the crew in front of them, CYL. Good shot from those behind of the Sloths. Don't underestimate the Yarra River Dragons. They were the champions last year. I think that the way that they finished all that final leg, that final 200 metres, was incredibly powerful. The times are going to come up here. This is going to be some exciting racing as the times come in. We'll have them up on the screen. We'll get them through live. But that is some outstanding racing
That's
once
it.
again.
It'd be great if if your love drone can go across down to the fields over. Oh, hello guys. Hello guys.
There he is. Look at him.
We're a good-looking bunch.
Don't rule out Sloss Purple either.
No, they had some great turns.
Oh, they hammered home. They really did hammer home.
Threading the eye of the needle.
Yep. So this is going to be very interesting as they roll through.
And there's the crews giving each other a cheer out the back there. That's great camaraderie. Usually you hear it. 3 cheers for the other team, especially after a big race, 2,000 metre, as we hear at Sydney International Regatta Centre for Penrith Race. We will be back with you real soon.
You're the man of the people.
Oh, we didn't see that again. Give us a bit of love again. Ah, there we go. Hello, Mum.
I love the beagle too.
Okay. Who's up? Don't work out the names. We got the times. Oh, we were right, Sloss.
Yeah, they were hot. Hot at the end.
That's
Yarra
it.
River Dragons.
And we were spot on. Sloss, Yarra, and Akka, and CYL, I think.
Yeah, and Ride, I would imagine Ride would be up there if we go back to that top page
Yeah,
again.
yeah, there we go. Oh, and Akka. Akka came in.
Yep.
Look at the times. Great. Between 33. Awesome job.
So the three of the back markers, actually all those back markers, the top four are all off the back mark.
And then Pack Dragons, 9:33, just missed out. So it all comes down to the turns. It all comes down to sometimes with the turns, with priority. And as you saw in some previous heats, just going a bit wide, you can lose 2 or 3 seconds on those turns. And then suddenly, if you're losing 2 seconds on a turn, next minute 6 in the end of the race.
So how did those times compare with that first heat, Bryce?
Yeah, no, comfortably
quicker.
Yeah.
Were they really?
Yeah.
So it is Sloss who are the Premier Mixed 2000 champions, 9:22. Yarra River Dragons in 9:26.74 came in second. Unofficial, or is this official? Akadaka, 9:31.10. CYL Black, 9:33.54. Pack Dragons leading the field out. Had open water at 9:33.97. Riders DBC, 9:35. Onto the second half of the field. Really good.
Well, there we go. We got a third race of our 2,000 metre run.
We got a third one.
We have. We'll be back shortly for that.
So just while we are back home and we are welcoming you to the Sydney International Regatta Centre, we'd just like to thank everyone from the Penrith City Council, Todd Carney last night, to His Excellency from the People's Republic of China, and also Ricky Chong from Hong Kong Trade Authority. All our sponsors, Regatta Sport, Fire, Typhoon 8, and a lot of the other people are out there. Cacao Collective, packed up, gone home. They've run out of cacao, but that's keeping a lot of the teams going lately. And wherever you're tuning in, I hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. And it looks like the weather has held out for us. We've got that one more race, which is going to be race 65, Premier Mixed Small Boat, and combined with the under 18 mixed small, as we will be back very soon as they are getting ready in the Dragon's Den. Thank you for now. And we are away, and it is the Zodiacs on film the Premier Junior Mixed Small Race 65. Zodiacs are away, and Northern Beaches. There's the Zodiacs on screen there, as we'll probably pan back to Northern Beaches. Bryce in 3.
Yeah, it's a boat scratched, boat number 1, Acker.
Late scratching.
Yeah, will not be running in the event. Getting through the start line now is boat number 4. That's the Southern Storm.
That familiar green colour.
So they are the 3 boats out there. It's all time trial. There's no doubt about it. Now we look at the under 18s, Robbie.
Yeah, we're off for them, mate. And we got first up. We've got Ride, and that's in the 5. Just going through there now. That's just a quick glimpse going out to that lead boat, which was the Sydney Zodiacs. Great shots there from the Bear. As we look back across the start line now. So 6 is out on the Joeys. They're doing everywhere today. They've just bobbed up everywhere. Next one will be the Sydney Zodiacs, as we still look at the other Sydney Zodiacs team up the front there. We've got the Sydney Zodiacs 18 and under. They've gone through. Just notice there's a bit more clothing on some of the drummers and the strokes. There's no doubt about that. And here we go. The last one out on is Beechworth.
The team that I'm certainly looking forward to seeing, as they are the back markers and look to track down every boat ahead of them.
All of them go to made up out of the high school, the students. So, which is a great effort. So they're off on the course. So I go amongst those, the 4 18 and under. There's not too much gap been made or any differentials between those teams. If anything, if there's one team out there that are making a little bit of ground, it's the Northern Beaches, possibly out at the top of the course there.
Yeah, boat number 3. That's the Northern Beaches there, making a bit of a move up on boat number 2, the Sydney Zodiac. So a good shot of that there. And what about the conditions? The calm water, the wind, just a zephyr coming from the south. Boat number 2 getting around the Sydney Zodiacs on their first turn there, keeping it nice and sharp, close to those orange buoys.
Followed there by the Northern Beaches crew. Now then we just wind back now. We'll see the 4 18 and under side. So just looking at those there, possibly the Joeys, the number 6 boat just might have been just falling off a little bit. Sydney Zodiacs and Beechworth making up good ground. So Beechworth the back marker there. So not a lot of difference there, not much change across the course. The 18s and under, the 4 of those sides all following the start. A big move though. Looks like it is the Northern Beaches, as we can see them on the left-hand side of your screen. Northern Beaches are the second crew there, and that's the Sydney Zodiacs who are out in front there. So on your right-hand side now, as you see a bit of a reverse look, you can see the Northern Beaches going down on the inside lane. Following in behind them, that is the Southern Storm.
I reckon there's going to be a bit of a bunch up down here on this second corner down here, gentlemen.
Yeah.
If maybe you call me wrong, but I reckon there's going to be a bit of a bunch up. So always good for racing, Bryce.
We can see that with the Northern Beaches just making their move up the inside of the boat number 2, the Sydney Zodiacs. We see the 4 under 18 boats getting around their turn at the top. That was Ride first, the Joeys in boat 6. The Sydney Zodiac under 18 crew in boat 7. And boat 8 is Beechworth, the back marker.
Yeah, and we're about to see probably one of our first changes in position here. So as we see that shot there, down the bottom of the screen, on the left, that's the Sydney Zodiacs. They're about to be taken on the inside by the Northern Beaches as they come down in front of the grandstand. So on the left of that screen at the moment, we've got the grandstand. And that boat there, number 4, that's the Southern Storm. So they're probably not... They're making up a bit of ground on the Sydney Zodiacs, but the Northern Beaches at the moment are certainly leading the way. That's them on the inside there, coming through in the number 3.
Yeah, they'll definitely have priority. So as we saw in the previous heat, the sweeps, when they were told they had priority, doing a great job just giving right away, making the turns Parisi, and again, we saw that Great Sloss crew. Wow, they picked up some valuable time. So
that's a good shot of the under-18s there we just saw, but we're going to go back now and see them come through the Northern Beaches.
That's it. As I thought it was going to be on that second corner, it was going to be pretty crowded, and I think we will be crowded at both groups of paddlers.
Crowded house.
Crowded house. Under bit of stormy weather. Yeah, she's...
Don't dream it's over,
She's
Nick.
heard. No. Everywhere you go.
Number 3 coming through there. That is the Northern Beaches.
Yeah.
Making a good fist of this. And they've got the right of way.
Yeah, don't really need to slow down. You know, they shouldn't stop doing paddling. The sweeps just got to do a job there and just get out of their way. We shouldn't stop the momentum. But
some fun and games coming with the 18s and unders, ladies and gentlemen. This crew of young guns.
It's right just at the front there. That's in boat number 5.
Who's going through the middle? Who's going
through the middle? It's the Sydney Zodiacs, and they're going, no, we're taking your boat. That's boat number 7. The Joeys, of the 3 boats, they're on the inside line there that have been taken by the Zodiacs. And Beechworth, well, they're storming from behind as well. So it's a real bunched up cornering here. We'll see some skill of the sweeps of the under-18 crews.
What do Beechworth do in this situation, Nick? We see them there. That's them at the back in 8. How do they go about this corner,
mate? I'd follow the middle marker. I'd still keep the pressure on as they're doing. Pick up the pace now, power it, seeing if they can get in. Follow that 7 line.
Yep.
Because 6 are going to go in too tight and then they're going to go wide. That's the prediction.
So 5 are giving away. They have to give away to all crews here. That's the 5 ride.
So 8 didn't have priority.
It's going to make it though.
Now they've got to go on the outside of them.
But they are making ground.
So C6, very tight. Okay, they've really... Sweet's got that... I'd say they have to just rip it in tight.
Ooh, that's tight.
Yep. Be careful.
That's getting a little bit tight here out the back now.
Oh, that's just
wow.
Gave a bit of a tail shove.
And to be perfectly honest, it wasn't bad sweeping. Like, they've done well. It could have been really all over the place. And
very good.
Credit to the Joeys sweep up there in boat 6, who's just found some clear water now, and boat 8 is coming through. Yeah.
So did the right thing. Go through the middle. You're going to keep the line. If you stayed on the inside, you would have had to pull up stumps.
Yeah, and there they are, the 8 coming through and ride the boat number 5. That they were generous in just opening up the door and saying, look, we're a little slower, away you go. So, look, really well managed by the sweeps.
And guess what? The Sydney Zodiacs and Beechworth, again, they've been at each other all day now. That margin between them hasn't really changed since the start of this race. So that's the 7 and 8 boat. We go up to the... If we look at the Northern Beaches here, who are showing a clean pair of heels.
Getting open water on the field. And as you saw, there we go, yep, they're going to get through there.
Now they
might even get, we haven't got that sort of zone, sorry boys.
They're going to chase the Sydney Zodiac, so that is going to be a sensational run home.
So that's the Zodiac, so they won't get priority by then, but in the second corner they could get them. Or third quarter, sorry, third corner. There's a great shot coming into it.
That's the Northern Beaches. Right out the back of the course.
They've been very efficient.
Yeah.
With the way they've gone. They've passed the boat in front, the Sydney Zodiacs, the under-24 crew. That's the Southern Storm, they're boat 4. And they've been quietly going about their business. Not causing too much fuss, not getting involved in any dust-ups with any other boats.
So late in the Sunday afternoon, it's the last thing they'd like.
That's
right, Sunday, they're just going to...
Well, if everyone can come to the grandstand, let's cheer these young people on. Don't pack up and go home yet. Well, we've got some more action on the top marker.
So there they go. It's all about time now for the Northern Beaches. That's with the Fluoro Drummer, boat number 3. It's time. You're on your last leg. Put it all in. This is it for the day. Throw it all in as much as you can give.
They are heavy breathing. The lactic acid's going in. The drummer would just be hitting them. Let's go. Sit up. get your technique, bury the blade. Got to try and continue that snap recovery.
He looks a pretty hard taskmaster, that sweep there too. He's keeping them nice and honest. That's the number 2 boat, which is the Sydney Zodiacs, and that's been passed already. But they've held on okay. But it's theirs to lose from here. Northern Beaches, Southern Storm out the back in 3rd. And now that's the junior cruise. We see so out leading the boat out the front there as they've already gone round the corner. That is Sydney Zodiacs, 18 and under. And coming on the inside, bit of an inside line, that is Beechworth, Serpents. That is where the interest sits in that race. As we see, we go now back to the Sydney Zodiacs. They're not too far away from finishing this one off. Not under a lot of pressure at the moment. They can just keep everything right.
All right, let's see if the under-18s crews take off on the inside.
There's the Southern Storm getting through their work. Professional. Northern Beaches now. They're the leading boat out of this crew. They'll get to the line first. They've gone past the Sydney Zodiacs, the under-24 team. But back in the field is where the action is. That's Ride and the Joeys at the back. And the boat's just in front of them. It's Beechworth tracking down the Sydney Zodiacs under-18. That's the under-18 mixed
There's Northern
small
Beaches
boat.
going across. Great work, Northern Beaches.
Yeah, solid performance from them.
Let's give them a bit of a cheer from the sideline.
This is the Sydney Zodiacs.
I like the left-hand paddler there. He's really giving it. It's like Angus Young for ACDC.
Yeah.
The hair's going. He's really ripping through his effort.
Don't start him. And then Southern Storm will follow him behind there, but not far behind Southern Storm is the 18 and under Sydney Zodiacs, and they've been able to just keep Beechworth at bay. They started one before them, so the margin is not a lot. This is so close. As we'll see the Storm there, just they'll come through.
And look, Beechworth are trying to chop down the Zodiacs, is it?
Yeah, now this is where it gets interesting. So Zodiacs, what's a 15-second start difference, is it? Thereabouts. That is what they're going to have to try to hold them at bay here.
That's them.
They'll be under that.
They'll be under that.
Yeah.
I'll reset.
Now.
There we go. So timer's on them. Around about that 15-second mark we're looking at. We're up to 6, 8 seconds, 9, 10. That looks like the all clear. You would think on that the Beechworth may have run down the Sydney Zodiacs. That'll finish up geez, it's been a good couple of days for the Bushrangers. The Serpents.
Oh, yeah.
They've done exceptionally well.
They've struck gold.
And finishing off, big cheers from the side. Thank you.
Boat
And look,
number
look at that
6
great
getting
footage.
across is the Joeys. And just behind them is Ride, the under-18 team from Ride.
Yep. Great finish there from Ride. Well done.
Ooh,
Yeah, absolutely. So we go. So we just sweat on a few times that come through here. I guess it's pretty straightforward. The Northern Beaches in the Premier Mixed.
Yep, so they've set some times in there. There is the remaining field for the Heat 2 of the Premier Mixed Small in race 66 to come. So as those boats head out towards the start, that will be the final races. So the Sydney Zodiacs under 24, the Northern Beaches and Southern Storm were the clubhouse leaders, if you like. 1, 2 and 3. They will sit there. And the remaining field as part of that in the Heat 2. As we go through, we'll call them. But there's a remaining rugged up crowd. There was certainly some rain there. And here are the times that we're looking for.
Yeah, so there'll be a little bit of a fluctuation amongst a few of these. Beechworth, obviously in the junior mixed. Yeah, and they've prevailed by around about 5 seconds over the Sydney Zodiacs. So well done to them. The Northern Beaches, 11:21.51 is their time. So the next one along was the Sydney Zodiacs on 11:58. And then, of course, we had the Southern Storm coming in at just over 12 minutes. 12 minutes 1.49.
One thing I do want to point out just on those times that we're seeing there is the amazing performance of the Sydney Zodiac under-18 team. Oh, sorry, the Beechworth team at 11:29. Just 8 seconds outside the open age Northern Beaches.
Yeah.
Like, that's quite remarkable for an under-18 team to achieve that. And credit to how they've been going about it. You've mentioned it's a high school team.
Yep.
They get together on the water at Beechworth.
Yeah, Lake Sambell. Lake Sambell. I don't think it's very big. So,
but the boys in that boat and girls are. They are powerful paddlers, and they've done an exceptional job to be 8 seconds outside an open.
Awesome.
Last year, the championships, apparently a lot of the members were part of the Joeys, but this year they were able to get enough, just the right amount, to form their own team.
Oh,
and
fantastic.
I think, and a lot of credit's going to go. There'll be a lot of parents and volunteers involved in that. So well done. Really, really well done.
It is sensational.
Yep.
The boats have been getting out there pretty quick. There's still a number of boats to catch up with them. They won't be sending them off just yet, but out we see there is heat number 2, the Premier Mixed Small. We'll be back after a short little break. You'll be able to keep following the pictures, and we'll be able to call all the action in a couple of minutes' time.
Okay, as we are back and waiting for the Premier and Junior mix, this is going to be race 66. Just running through the start, we've got Sydney Zodiacs, Navmad, Sydney Tsunami, Yarra River Dragons, Mud, Lakers, Power Blades, Akamaka, Tiwaka, CYSM, Melbourne Flames, Mako, and Komodo. So this is the last race of the day, Bryce. It's been fantastic calling here at the Sydney International Regatta with yourself and Robbie. As we've got a bit of blue sky looking towards Parramatta. Is that right? Is that Parramatta that way? But I think as they're in the Dragon's Nest, as we've been told, which is the waiting pen. As Phil's just getting them almost set. So this is the second heat. So it'll be really interesting. I think these times are probably going to be very competitive. Looking at the back markers with Melbourne Flames, Mako, Komodo. Yes, indeed. As you see on screen, wherever you are, Phil Reader, the starter, has got them already. And the cheers are coming from the sidelines because it is the last race of the day.
So the boats to watch here, Melbourne Flames, they're going for a three-peat here. Champions in 2024, 2023, and were the silver medalists in 2022. So a good run of championship form there as they come into this event this afternoon. CYSM, they were the silver medalists in 2023. Another form team, the Power Blades, bronze medalists last year and bronze medalists in 2023 as well. And those back markers who haven't been in the recent performances but have shown a lot at this National Championships, that's Mako and Komodo. So plenty of hot chances later on. Yarra River Dragons, worth keeping an eye on as well. Small boat, they'll go off as the number 4 boat. So look for them to do some damage early and track down those boats ahead of them. Sydney Zodiacs, Navmat and Sydney Tsunami. The Yarra River Dragons will be looking to track them down pretty quickly.
Well, there they go, the under 24s in one, the Sydney Zodiacs. As we've got a beautiful shot of them leading the way, open water. Navman hitting across the line. Ooh, timing's out a bit there, just a little bit. As the Zodiacs and Navman take the first camera angle view, crossing the line. 3 is Sydney Tsunami. Having quite a good start there.
Boat number 4 is one to watch. This is the Yarra River Dragons, and they'll be out to track down those 3 boats ahead of them.
Indeed. This will be the Melbourne University crew, Muds, going across the line. There's a good shot from the back marker. That's the Lakers taking across the line in 6. Over to you, Robbie.
Absolute pleasure, Nick. That will be the Power Blades, who are going to hit that start line with a fair amount of ferocity. Bit like you hit that Italian restaurant the other night, Nick. They go through. Let's just hope they're as hungry. There's Enhando in 8. We've got the Akka Snacker crew. They're away. So we're working our way through this. That's them there. It's a nice early shot. What a great shot of just how that start does unfold. For the uninitiated, a bit like myself, it is. I find it fascinating as the Tiwaka crew go through, Bryce. They'll be keen to finish the day in great style.
They will indeed. In the 500 mixed small boat Premier Division, they got a silver medal in the 500. They've been good earlier today. There's the 10 boat, CYSM.
See the different formations to set up of the clubs. They got 4 in the front, space 3, 3 and 3. Tewaka, space. This one, all spaced out differently. Really good tactics, depending on the weight differential where you are.
So this is boat number 11. This is the Melbourne Flames, the reigning champs in 2024, 2023, and the silver medalist in 2022. It's a fair form line, and They've also in the 500. They won earlier today. There's the 12 boat going through the start.
Is that Mako?
It is indeed.
Mako.
Yeah, they look like a very solid start.
And at the back, the boat number 13 as they burst through look very organised. Komodo, the back markers will be chasing you down.
So there we have it. We've got them all on the, out on the
Komodo
water.
on the screen.
We'll keep the, and that's at the front of the screen there. The first boat you can see, that's the Sydney Zodiacs 24 and under.
That's it.
So they just are in a bit of a race of their own there, I guess.
Sit back, relax, listen to the call from Robbie and Bryce, because if you're on the side, come down out of your tents. This is the last race of the day. You want to see these experienced premier paddlers come and cheer your team, because I'm cheering for Robbie and Bryce right now.
Good on you, Nick. Great to have you alongside us. So we looking around. That's the last boat there. You could see was the Mako crew, but now we've just switched around there to the top of the course.
And if you look at those boats out in the front, there's boat number 2, Navmat. Boat number 3, Sydney Tsunami. And right behind them is the Yarra River Dragons. If we can pan out, they are making a big move. They look to be gobbling up the two in front of them pretty quickly. The Yarra River Dragons, of course, silver medalists in the Premier Mixed Standard boat earlier today in the 500.
That's them there.
Yeah, and they are looking very strong and passing or getting close up. So it'll be interesting to see, Nick, if you can keep an eye on this 50-metre boy as they get to their second turn and what impact and who gets right away. That's the one boat getting through, Sydney Zodiacs, the under-24 team. They're slipping away a bit.
Yeah, they're positioning themselves quite well. The other two boats have probably heard a bit of a drummer coming back up from them, but you'll get priority here. If you hit that, if you're looking on the screen now, you can see the boat marshal. Oh, sorry, we're going through Zodiacs in 1 under-24s coming. So this is going to be good. If I was Yarra, I'd be
really
hitting it
powering up.
Absolutely.
So power up so you get the right of way on the boat in front of you, the boat 3, which is a Sydney Tsunami. It is right down near the tower as we head back and check an eye on Komodo and see how they're going, the back marker.
You'll see him now. He's about to get the megaphone and say who's got right of way.
And I don't think they've been able to secure the right of way.
No.
They haven't been able to get the dragon head to the tail of the boat in front.
Not at all.
They don't get right away. And it looks like, are they potentially holding back here to give a big surge up the third leg?
Yeah, I just saw that. You think you picked it up as well? They sort of just laid off a bit. We never want to do that. Never stop paddling. Go hard or go home.
Well, after this, they can go home, and they'll be pretty exhausted.
Now
it's been a big
some
day
priority.
of paddling.
There we go.
So 6 getting up on the inside. That's the Lakers. The Melbourne Uni crew have opened the door, if you like, and I think the official word's been given.
Yeah.
Melbourne Uni need to hold that wider.
Melbourne
line.
Uni do have to readjust there because he's gone inside. Now he's taking it out a little bit. But he's just got to be careful here as he's got his sweep ball very upright. See the difference?
Yep.
So we can see both of the turns as the exit of the turn in the top of the ground there. Boat number 2 getting caught. That's Navmat, Sydney Tsunami right with them. And very quickly the Yarra River Dragons, they're putting the hammer down now to catch them up. In the foreground now, that's boat number 7 getting through, the Power Blades.
Oh, got a bit of tail touch, Cossey.
So bronze medalist is that boat 7, and they are going. Bronze medalist last year and the year before, looking good. Boat number 8, Akasnaka.
Tawaka's caught up some. There goes. They've got a really good hit and glide. Tawaka, and they're a mover.
Well, Tawaka were silver medalist in the 500, so that is a strong crew in the small boat.
Yep,
that's up at the top, almost at the top of the course there. Of course, that's the Sydney Zodiacs 24 and under, but this is back down here to this business end here at the moment, and we're seeing the Melbourne Flames, number 11, just got them in shot there, about to start their turn. They are going very fast. They're one of the quickest boats out on the water at the moment, and they are putting a lot of pressure on everyone in front of them. Other ones I've identified, Tiwaka, Lakers and YRD for mine are the top real four movers so far.
Well, Mako are really going after the Melbourne Flames here. Melbourne Flames aren't having it all their own way, and I think they've made up a bit of time. Mako from behind them, and Komodo, well, they're not far behind either, the 13 boat. So this is going to be very exciting. What's better than dragon boat paddling during the day in sunshine? Twilight dragon boat paddling. This is absolutely
that's it.
superb.
The roar of the dragon, and as you can see, as we'll pan across, we're just seeing Komodo go round, and we're going to get that long view soon from it. But that is,
that's the Sydney Zodiacs way out there in boat number 1. As they've gone around, they've put a space on everyone. This under-24 crew out the front there.
Open water.
Open water. Let it go. Put your head down, team, and let's see what we can put on.
There's Te Waka. So Te Waka are going to get priority there, is it? Oof. Could be a bit congested up on this final turn, and
that's a 3 boat getting through. Sydney Tsunami, Navmat have had to make the move, and it's interesting. The Yarra River Dragons haven't been able to get past the 2 and 3 in front of them. It looked like they were making some ground, and to be honest, on that third leg, they look a bit weary, and they've just sat behind them. Yeah,
good spot. There's the panoramic shot there, and the trail of the dragon of the Sydney Zodiacs under 24 leading the way home, as we can hear the crowd giving immaculate cheers. There they are. There they are. The drummers just saying, let's go. The sweep was getting down low. Less wind differential there. And look at the top, boy. This is what we thought was going to happen.
This is going to get interesting at the top of the course there.
It's going to take some skill to navigate that.
Wonder if our drone footage can go up the top corner.
There they are, all bunching up. The 7 boat was right in there, the Power Blades. They've been bronze medalists for some time. 2024, 2023. This is right at the front. Clearwater running as Sydney Zodiacs. They've put a space on the field. That's going to be impressive. There will be some time gained in that. Very, very well done.
And
they're
where are Yarra?
Sneaky getting away.
Who's going through the middle there? Is that Yarra that's overtaken?
No, that's Sydney Tsunami have gone past Navmat, and the Yarra River Dragons still not been able to get past them. So
they're all
there are
battling.
3 boats. They're all just, late in the day. They are struggling. Now, this is where the big movers are going to come. The ability to finish off the 2K, your last leg, this is where it's going to happen. You can see them bunching up at the top corner now as they get around.
And the people are coming down by their droves on the side.
Sydney Zodiacs, outstanding. The under-24 crew, they get across the line. They are exhausted. But here's where all the action is, guys.
That's it. We've got 5.
That's the Melbourne Uni getting passed by the Power Blades, looking to rip up on the inside. Here's a great shot as the sun is going down.
Got our professional timekeeper here. Got the old stopwatch back from 1938, and he's doing some calculations.
Te Waka are making a big move there. Boat number 9. There's boat 3. That's Sydney Tsunami. Navmat boat 2. Just going a little bit sideways. And Yarra River Dragons have just been stalking those 2 boats for the whole of the race. Haven't been able to get past them.
Here they come. They've all trying to get clear water. Finishing off the 2000, which is fantastic here in boat 3, which is Sydney Tsunami. Yarra out in 4. Still haven't got past them. And in 2, Navmat. So that's great. Tsunami coming in 3. Navmat in 2. Yarra out in 4 as they cross the line with the screen. And in the blue, is this 6 the Lakers?
So we've got Crew 13. This is Komodo right at the back of the field. Wow. This is the final boat, and they do look very powerful as they go down. There's boat number 6. They're the Lakers. They're coming down to the finishing line. They've got that. That's the 50-metre buoy just in the background there. They've been hard to chase down. They've stuck at the task all the way through. Well done to the Lakers from WA.
Oh, we've got a bit of a...
Te Waka could be the ones here to make the first move here. So if they are in
And
in
look at
around
the
that 2 minute-
finish here, Bryce, from the 7 and the 5.
Yeah, the power blades on the inside there, boat 7. The 5 is the Melbourne Uni crew, and they're sending them sideways as they try and get to the line. T. Wucker took the clean water and snuck up
Look
the
at the
inside.
Flames here.
And the Melbourne Flames finishing
There's
strong.
your leader.
Boat number 11.
Bringing up the rating.
Getting past boat number 8, Aka Snacker.
There's your leader. The Melbourne Flames have absolutely torn it apart.
They've blitzed the end part. This is CYSM, the boat number 10. They were in 2023. They were silver medalists.
Mako were
In
finishing
behind
strong
them,
here.
Mako, boat
Big
number 12.
finish.
And through they go.
Mako's got up 12 to 10.
They've certainly caught up some space there.
Trouble is 11 was before them.
And Komodo are stuck at their task
Flames.
here.
And
And there they are getting across the line. That's Komodo. They've been really impressive. Weren't able to catch anyone,
I reckon they
but
might be
their
second.
time will be very, very strong.
It's it. Flames? Wow.
Flames are my fave here.
Absolutely.
And I reckon Komodo possibly. So the 11 and 13 boat, but time will tell, as they say. in
There
the
we
classics.
go. There's the great shot that we want from the drones.
Sensational.
Beautiful. There's the cruise. It's the last race of the day.
That's the Sydney
They
Zodiac
are-
crew, the 24, the number 1 boat, and they were superb.
Oh,
they got out in clear water.
Their
And
time is sensational, Bryce. They could be in the top 3 or 4 quickest on the water. Maybe in the top 3.
yeah,
That's how good they were.
they
Well,
were
the under 24s they've won.
Yeah. Well, they won their section. They might double up here. No, they were fantastic. Well done.
And there's some beautiful shots as the twilight paddling ends here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, Penrith Lakes. We're going to keep the drone footage on all these crews coming in while Bryce and Robbie get the live updated finishing times from the crews, and we will get them to you as soon as you, but stay tuned. Look, there's the paddlers. Give us a cheer, give us a raise. You've got people from all around the world trying to recognise some friends and
well done.
family. And that drone is going to keep on all the boats as we finish off this day 2. And without while we're here, we can thank all our sponsors, the paddlers, the athletes themselves. You put it together, but all the volunteers, even the lifesavers. Look at them, they're coming in. Another great drone footage there. Hope we can go back down on them. But here we go.
Yep.
Ooh, that looked pretty closer
Looked
than
like-
we thought.
It looked like Flames and Komodo. Flames might have just had them. We'll just wait till we go back there.
Well, Komodo finished really strong.
So the time's
we go.
coming. There we go. The Melbourne Flames with a
Oh.
10.26.
Unofficial.
They are the 3-time champions, winning 2023, 2024, and unofficially this year.
That's it. Well, boys, I'll let you wrap that up. I'll be down. I'm pretty sure you'll stay on talking while I go and set up for the medal presentation. But if we can go back to those times, that'd be fantastic.
So we'll just work our way through. Thanks, Nick. We'll go down and do the medal presentations. What an exciting
Wow.
day of paddling. And here we are, Komodo. We did say the back markers, although they didn't pass anybody, it was the boats in front that were dragging things along. And it looks like your number 1 crew, the Melbourne Flames, number 2, Komodo, and Mako at number 3.
Yeah, and they were the last 3, the 3 back markers going out there. The Sydney
And they've put 20 seconds on the rest of the field,
Yeah.
those 3 teams.
Tawaka were good there, and obviously Sydney Zodiacs at under 24 side. I think they were in the top 6 there, so that's a great performance from them. So Komodo and the Mako Paddle Club in 3rd position there.
So there's your gold medalists, the Melbourne Flames. They have done the 3-peat 3 years in a row. The national champions in the Premier Mixed Small. They get the job done. Silver medal to Komodo Paddle Club and the Mako Paddle Club with the bronze. Sensational racing here. Day 2 racing. We started with the mixed. We finished with the mixed. And it's such competitive racing, Robbie.
Yeah, brilliant day's racing, wasn't it? And well done to all participants today. They had some challenges, The weather came in, it got a little bit nasty, but it was very well coordinated throughout by everyone involved. We got a great result. So, yeah, fantastic. We've got 4 more days to go. A big day tomorrow, state versus state tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. So, for now, on behalf of the commentary team, Bryce McGain, Nick Hendo, and myself, Robbie McKinlay, that's all from the Sydney International Race Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes for today. We look forward to your company on day 3 when we're back, and it's state versus state. I can't wait.
Okay, so